Chapter 1320. The existence of the immortal physique. The existence of the immortal physique was indeed worthy of Hong Tianting. Not to mention 3 moves, even Lin Ling might not be able to block one. The strength of the immortal physique was innate. Others painstakingly cultivated spiritual energy, but the immortal physique naturally condensed spiritual energy. Moreover, the immortal physique's comprehension of the martial Tao was also extraordinary. In other words, Lin Ling had even less of a chance to win. Lin Ling had a saint physique and it was only at the earth grade. Hong Shui Eagle King. Hong Tianting shouted in a low voice. An ancient white eagle king appeared behind him. Its pair of eagle eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. The moment the eagle appeared, countless people felt a sense of worship. That was the pressure of an immortal body. The white eagle king swept its wings, forming a large area of wind law, causing cracks to appear on the martial stage's protective light curtain. Transcendent grade martial art. The top experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hong Tianting's talent was too good. The existence of the immortal physique and the transcendent grade martial art. Then, who in the transcendent realm could be his opponent? At this moment, the bets began to change. Everyone was betting that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 3 moves, and the odds were 1 to 100. Some even bet that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 1 move, and the odds were even higher, 1 to 1,000. The entire martial stage seemed to have gone crazy, and a large number of voices were cursing, all of them wanting Lin Ling to lose quickly. How is it? What do you think now? Hong Tianting didn't care about the voices around him. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling as if the ancient Hong King had descended. I only know that you talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling replied indifferently. At the beginning, when Hong Tianting's terrifying pressure attacked him, he did feel a sense of pressure, but soon that feeling disappeared. He knew that it was the resistance of the Fiend God Overlord physique, and the end point of the Fiend God Overlord physique was the existence of the divine physique, so naturally, it was immune to the immortal physique. Talk a lot of nonsense? Hong Tianting was stunned for a moment. Veins popped out on his forehead. He hated this ant more and more. After all, he had displayed such a terrifying innate immortal physique, but the other party was still fearless. He did not like such a person. When he was angry, he didn't notice that when his immortal physique descended, the others were trembling with fear. However, Lin Ling was standing opposite him, but he wasn't affected at all. This showed that there was a problem. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his immortal physique. Unfortunately, he only knew that Lin Ling was an earth-grade saint physique, so he didn't take it to heart. The words of the Hong dynasty. Countless eagle kings appeared on the martial platform. Among them, a blurry figure appeared. It seemed to be the Flood King from ancient times. At this moment, he was leading the eagles to attack Lin Ling. Crack. It was so fast that it surpassed the speed of wind and thunder. The eagle's claws tore through the void and grabbed at Lin Ling. This was the transcendent realm of extreme pattern martial arts, the great law of Snow Eagle. Lin Ling was doomed. Many people couldn't see through the speed. They could only say that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block a single move. Lin Ling stared ahead. He noticed that the great law had appeared. The void was filled with eagle claws. He simply closed his eyes and observed everything with his soul force. However, the great law was more terrifying than the general momentum. Lin Ling had to face it carefully. Crack. An extremely fast claw appeared from the void at this moment. It felt as if it had been there for a long time. It swept at Lin Ling fiercely. Looking at the momentum, even a Saint Realm Master wouldn't be able to block it easily. Lin Ling didn't dodge. Instead, he counterattacked. The Tyrant Song sword stabbed out at an extraordinary speed. Clang. An ear-piercing sound rang out. At the moment of collision, the void exploded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his sword to block Hong Tianting's claw. Both of them retreated a step. How can this be? Many people gasped. Lin Ling actually blocked the first move. Lin Ling not only noticed the trajectory of the eagle claw, but he also seemed to have the strength to block it. That's right, it was the strength of his physical body. During the last Yellow Board Challenge, Lin Ling also displayed the strength of his physical body. This time, everyone thought that Lin Ling's physical strength couldn't be used. Who knew that Lin Ling blocked the first move with his physical strength? At this moment, Hong Tianting appeared on the other side. On the palm of his right hand, there was a sword mark that looked like a white dot. It was the sword that had blocked his words of the Hong dynasty. It had to be said that Lin Ling was very experienced in battle. If that sword had been struck a little later or a little earlier, the result would have been completely different. Moreover, if the angle of the sword had been a little higher or a little lower, he would have been able to kill Lin Ling with his claws. However, Lin Ling happened to stab his palm, causing the attack to end. As for Lin Ling, his right hand was trembling slightly. The previous collision was extremely terrifying. If he didn't have the strength of 3 universes, he wouldn't have been able to block that claw. Physical strength? That's very rare, but that's all you have. Hong Tianting sneered. The figure of Hong King behind him became clearer as if he was looking at the mountains and rivers. On Hong King's shoulder, the Hong King snow eagle became more condensed and let out a shocking cry. Its eyes were even colder and more domineering, chilling people's hearts. Year of the Hong Dynasty. Roar. Hong Tianting's body turned into an afterimage, causing the entire space to be filled with the flying shadows of the Hong King snow eagle. Not only was his speed faster, but there were also more of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a rabbit being watched by the Eagle King, about to be killed at any time. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. Hong Tianting had an immortal body, and his casual attack was a great law. He was indeed very powerful. With a light step, he dodged the attacks of a large number of Hong King snow eagles. Those snow eagle kings were densely packed, layer upon layer. After Lin Ling took the first step, he took another step. It was as if he was moving with the wind, extremely graceful. So powerful, he actually saw through the great law. Many people's eyes narrowed. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling broke the great law. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's eyes were still closed. This was simply crazy. They didn't know that Lin Ling's soul force and physical combat experience were extremely powerful. It seemed like he couldn't dodge, but he dodged time and time again. Other than running, what else can you do? Hong Dynasty's Eagle King. Hong Tianting was enraged after his repeated attacks were fruitless. He leaped up and opened his arms. All the Snow Eagle Kings gathered together and turned into a Snow Eagle King that was as big as the martial stage. A pair of claws swept down and turned the martial stage into dust. Now that the martial stage was under Hong Tianting's control, Lin Ling had nowhere to hide. It's about to end. Lin Ling died under the second move. Seeing the terrifying claws sweeping over, many people seemed to see the ancient Hong King appear, controlling the Snow Eagle King to kill Lin Ling. And Lin Ling definitely couldn't block it. Lin Ling. Yes. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with worry. Seeing the majestic power sweeping down from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, his lips quickly revealed a cold smile. Hong Tianting's immortal body was indeed very powerful, controlling everything. However, Lin Ling discovered that his God Devil Overlord body was even more powerful. He was becoming more and more unafraid of immortal bodies. Chapter 1321. 2 Emperors, Heavenly Sword. Lin Ling did not choose to dodge anymore. He gripped his sword with both hands. In that instant, the second stage of the body of the celestial demon overlord also appeared. It was unstoppable. It merged with the earth, uprooting heavens to form the most domineering sword. The giant claw continued to sweep downwards, but soon after, it collided with the terrifying heavenly sword. A tyrannical shock wave immediately erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. That sword was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. At the same time, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Hong Tianting's figure appeared in the sky with a ferocious expression. His right hand was hanging by his waist and there was actually blood dripping down. You hurt me. Hong Tianting's voice was filled with anger and was extremely low. Second move, you still have one more chance. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently and said coldly, "He's injured? How is that possible?" Staring at the scene, many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Hong Tianting was invincible in the transcendent realm, but facing Lin Ling, a transcendent 6th-stage cultivator, he was actually injured. Lin Ling's sword was too frightening. No wonder Lin Ling didn't use his physical strength at the beginning. It turns out that his physical strength is currently stronger than his fire martial Dao, so it became his trump card. An ancient cultivator said in shock. Today's battle was completely different from the previous one. Last time, Lin Ling hid his fire martial Dao and relied on his physical strength to defeat all the strong masters. This time, Lin Ling began to use his fire martial Dao, making everyone think that Lin Ling's physical strength was useless. Who knew that Lin Ling's physical strength had become stronger, so it became his trump card. So impressive. Many people secretly admired. To be able to injure Hong Tianting, Lin Ling was extremely powerful. As for Luo Xueman, her face turned ugly. How could this be? Shouldn't her man win beautifully? Why was he injured first? Moreover, this was the result of Lin Ling's 9 consecutive battles. What if Lin Ling was at his peak? You must die. Above the sky, Hong Tianting said word by word. This was the first time in his life that he had such a strong killing intent. Didn't you defeat me in 3 moves? Lin Ling also said lightly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Hong Tianting in the sky, showing off its sharpness. 3 moves? Hong Tianting laughed, his smile filled with contempt and disdain. I underestimated you before, yet you're so confident. I am invincible in the transcendent realm and have defeated countless opponents. Even Saint Realm early-stage cultivators are powerless against me. Before, I only used the power of my extreme martial skill, but now I'll show you the power of my immortal body. A violent power bloomed from Hong Tianting's body. The 5 elements reversed, and yin and yang descended. The 2 extreme powers of holiness and slaughter seemed to fuse together. Gradually, the illusory figure behind Hong Tianting became clearer. It was Hong Wang. Hong King, the #1 emperor of the Hong dynasty in the ancient times. Hong Tianting possessed his bloodline, which stimulated the greatest potential of his immortal body. The power of the immortal body. All cultivators below the immortal body must bow down and worship it. Many people trembled in their hearts. It was too terrifying. Hong Tianting actually allowed the ancient Hong King to descend. Who else could it be but him? With the descent of the immortal body, unless one's cultivation realm was much higher than Hong Tianting's, they would lose their will to fight and be intimidated by the ancient emperor. Moreover, with the appearance of the immortal body, Hong Tianting's strength had undoubtedly increased by more than 10%. Lin Ling was also very powerful. He fought 9 battles in a row and was not at a disadvantage against Hong Tianting. If he had not met Hong Tianting, his pride would have continued. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was going to fall in the end. What a pity. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he did not know how powerful the immortal body was. He said calmly, "It's the 3rd move. You have been attacking before, now it's my turn." My turn? Around the martial stage, everyone's hearts were pounding. Facing the Hong King's immortal body, Lin Ling actually said it was his turn to attack. Even Hong Tianting's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was not afraid of him? Then everyone saw the ground tremble. The young man standing on the ground seemed to be suppressing an extremely terrifying power. A sword buzzed incessantly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Lin Ling's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It formed a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. He is absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without restraint. Everyone was completely shocked. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card? What kind of trump card was this? At this moment, an overbearing aura gushed out crazily. The entire martial pavilion seemed to be shaking. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Ling seem to have grown taller. No, it was not Lin Ling who had grown taller, but behind him. There, a tall emperor figure slowly appeared. It was like an emperor, like an ancient god. The aura that looked down on the world also erupted. Emperor, it was another emperor. Hong Tianting's immortal physique erupted, and Hong Wang appeared. However, Lin Ling also used some unknown technique, and also erupted with the appearance of a venerable sovereign. The most terrifying thing was that the venerable sovereign also made people prostrate themselves in worship. Could it be that Lin Ling also had an immortal physique? How could they know that Hong Tianting's bloodline had stimulated the Hong King's power? Lin Ling was not weaker than Hong Tianting. Instead, he was stronger because Lin Ling did not have a bloodline. Instead, he directly cultivated the cultivation technique of the great Emperor Xianxia. The great Emperor Xianxia and the Hong King were ancient emperors of the same era. Pa. The 2 emperors appeared in a condescending manner. Around the emperors, the void continued to explode, crack, and fuse. The 2 emperors seemed to be extremely powerful. So, who would win this battle? The world is vast and boundless. In the past, there were the 4 great ancient empires, the 7 emperors, the 4 pillars, the 8 pillars, Xianxia, and the unfettered 10 temples. You're just a little transcendent, yet you dare boast about being invincible. How ignorant. Moreover, a cultivator's life is filled with pride and arrogance, yet you've been bewitched by beauty, how pathetic. After the 3rd layer of the celestial demon overlord body appeared, Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and looked at the sky like an emperor. Your immortal body is inherited from your bloodline. Moreover, you are not a direct descendant of the Hong King, so you are only a collateral descendant. That is why you are so arrogant. My emperor body was cultivated step by step. Now, I will show you how useless you are. His cold shout was like a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was so shocking that everyone's eardrums hurt. Then they saw Lin Ling stomp on the ground. The ground cracked and the ancient emperor flew up into the sky. The sword was dazzling as if it was suppressing the power of mountains and rivers. Then it slashed at Hong Tianting as if it was going to cut the world apart. At this moment Hong Tianting's pupils constricted. Lin Ling also had a venerable sovereign. What terrified him the most was that he had a feeling of worship towards that venerable sovereign. How could this be? One had to know that he had an immortal body. Now, seeing the majestic sword slashing at him, Hong Tianting's eyes were in a daze. His heart was shaken. Was he really not invincible in the transcendent realm? He remembered Lin Ling's words. This world was vast and there were many people stronger than him. It was just that those people were more low-key. Thinking of this, his momentum became weaker and weaker. Looking at Lin Ling, his momentum was rising steadily, as if he was going to cut the world with his sword. Not only that sword was sharp, but it also had a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was no longer cutting everything but destroying everything. Chapter 1322. Kill anyone who dares to invade. Surrender. The entire martial stage was silent. When the powerful Hong Tianting faced Lin Ling, he said that he would defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves. However, he did not gain any advantage in the first 2 moves. After the third move, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. However, in that instant Hong Tianting directly admitted defeat. This made his previous arrogance extremely ironic. This made the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Hong mansion extremely embarrassed. Surrender? Lin Ling sneered. His sword had already been drawn. How could he stop just because his opponent admitted defeat? Save me, Martial Pavilion Elder. Hong Tianting was in a sorry state. He anxiously shouted at the elder outside the martial stage. Compared to his previous arrogance, it was a 180-degree change. Lin Ling, stop. The rules are as such. I'm sorry. The Martial Pavilion Elder shook his head helplessly. He also felt that Hong Tianting was too arrogant. He didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name when he fought with him. He even allowed Lin Ling to recover his spiritual energy. Now Lin Ling defeated him without using his spiritual energy. This was simply asking for humiliation. However, the rules of the Martial Pavilion were as such. As long as one admitted defeat, they couldn't die. Therefore, the elder had to intervene in the end. Long. Tens of thousands of spiritual chi turned into a vortex, and a giant palm appeared. It grabbed the Dizun sword in midair. However, the sword's sharpness cut through everything, and the giant palm was also cut in half. The sound of explosions continued, and the Martial Pavilion Elder's expression changed. He had no choice but to release a new burst of energy to barely block the sword. I'm afraid that not many saints of the first layer can block this sword. The Martial Pavilion Elder's heart trembled. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. A transcendent 6th layer cultivator could shake a saint. What if he reached the 7th layer? It was unimaginable. Of course he was shocked in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. As for Hong Tianting, he had already escaped from the martial stage. Bai Yi was in an even more sorry state. Around the martial arts platform, everyone's jaws dropped. In the battle between Hong Tianting and Lin Ling had won. He had won 10 consecutive battles and reached the top of the list. He had completely created the first-place record in the Martial Pavilion. They couldn't help but look at Hong Tianting, who was panting heavily. His face was pale, which made them feel even more ironic. With such strength, Hong Tianting dared to let Lin Ling recover his spiritual source. Fortunately, Lin Ling hadn't recovered, or he would have lost even more face. Then, everyone felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They didn't think highly of Lin Ling before, so they all lost money. However, despite losing money this time, they did not dare to show any anger because Lin Ling's previous performance was too dazzling. So what if he fought 10 battles in a row? So what if he ran out of spiritual source? So what if Hong Tianting came out to fight? Lin Ling was invincible. This battle had already proved that Lin Ling was a great hero, and he was a top expert among the great heroes. This little guy hid his strength well. He actually won. Old man Dong Fu said with a smile. He had been extremely nervous before. Brat, I was worried for nothing. No, he must compensate me. Lu Susu also smiled, but she was still curious. After all, Hong Tianting had a divine physique from the Hong dynasty, an ancient country. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of his divine physique. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent surpassed Hong Tianting's? However, it couldn't be seen on the surface at all. She could only see that he had an earth-grade divine physique. She could only say that Lin Ling was hiding a secret that even she didn't know. That Dizun looked familiar, but it was too blurry. Only the area between his arms was clear, so I couldn't see it clearly. Lu Susu said in a low voice. Luo Xueman, what else are you proud of? At this moment, on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling looked at Luo Xueman indifferently. Luo Xueman's beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she still couldn't believe that Hong Tianting had lost. Then she kept shaking her head. It was impossible. Lin Ling was only from the insignificant 8-star holy region, but Hong Tianting was from the Hong residence. How could Lin Ling defeat him? However, although she shook her head, she already knew that her pride and her man had lost, and he had admitted defeat in a humiliating manner. She couldn't accept it, she couldn't accept it. She had been so proud before, wanting to see Lin Ling kneel. However, in the end she had lost again. This time she was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead she was like a shrew. I said that if you lose, you can die, Lin Ling said again. The crowd also looked at Luo Xueman with a cold smile. It was a fair bet, and one had to accept defeat. Moreover, Lin Ling had won as the weaker party, so Luo Xueman had nothing to say. I am the second leader of the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace. Luo Xueman's heart trembled as she gritted her teeth. So what? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Luo Xueman wanted to kill him, so how could he show mercy? Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them back. It was that simple. Lin Ling, spare my life. Seeing Lin Ling's murderous gaze, Luo Xueman's body trembled. She quickly ran out and knelt at the side of the martial arts platform. Then she kept kneeling in front of Lin Ling, begging for mercy. She knew that Lin Ling wouldn't give face to the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace, nor would he treat her as the 9 Heavens Maiden. Spare my life. Luo Xueman had already knelt in front of Lin Ling and licked his feet. Just as she said, Lin Ling had lost, so Lin Ling wanted to lick her feet. Now that she didn't want to die, she hoped that licking his feet would make Lin Ling let her go. Disgusting, is this still the 9 Heavens Maiden? Around the martial arts platform there was an uproar. The young people were all angry. Luo Xueman was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead she was extremely ugly. She actually licked Lin Ling's feet. She was a spineless toad. Lin Ling looked at Luo Xueman condescendingly. His first impression of Luo Xueman was the second dream. However, the second dream was much better than Luo Xueman because the second dream wasn't as ugly as Luo Xueman. Moreover, the second dream was often helpless and even saved him at critical moments. Luo Xueman provoked him for her reputation. The second dream wouldn't do such a boring thing. Do you know what are the 2 things you did wrong in your life? Lin Ling said indifferently as he lowered his head and looked at Luo Xueman. Luo Xueman raised her head. Her eyes were filled with respect and fear. What are they? First, you thought too highly of yourself. I never liked you, but you kept telling others that I liked you. Second, you shouldn't have provoked me again. As the last sentence fell, Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with murderous intent. Around his right leg, a small world exploded. It was as if he had kicked out fiercely like an emperor. Boom. His foot landed on Luo Xueman's body and sent her flying like a cannonball. Just as she was about to say something, a terrifying force exploded, causing her body to explode in mid-air. Blood rained down. The 9 Heavens Maiden had fallen here. Moreover, she died in an extremely ugly manner. After that, Lin Ling slowly walked down the martial arts platform. To him, Lin Ling could forgive a mistake once, but he would never forgive a second time. She died just like that? The hearts of the crowd trembled inexplicably. Luo Xueman was kicked to death by Lin Ling. This death was too ugly. They stared at Lin Ling with fear in their hearts. This man was like an emperor. Anyone who dared to offend, humiliate, and kill. Chapter 1323. Reaching the top at this moment, Hong Tianting's face was pale as he witnessed the death of his lover. He wanted to save her, but his legs were weak. His cowardly appearance made many people shake their heads in disdain. Previously, Hong Tianting was so domineering, teaching Lin Ling a lesson for his lover. However, Luo Xueman died in front of Hong Tianting, and the latter didn't even dare to move. This so-called love was, in fact, just a joke. Hong Tianting trash. An ancient cultivator from the 3 mysterious realms mocked. Hong Mansion, shame on you? Similarly, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Kuan Palace sneered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he shouted angrily, Lin Ling, I haven't lost yet. Because I couldn't use the demon god in the previous battle, if I used the demon god, you would have died without a doubt. If you have the ability, let's fight outside of the yellow board. He stood up and regained his previous confidence and pride. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said in a cold voice, Sure, the next time you lose, you die. As soon as the word, die, came out, Hong Tianting's confidence and pride instantly vanished. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Ling directly. Obviously, Lin Ling's previous display of strength had left a deep impression in his heart. He's still trash. Lin Ling's words scared him. Such a cultivator, what's the point of talking about the martial Dao? Just like Lin Ling said, Hong Tianting's strength comes from his bloodline. He's trash. Many people shook their heads again. Hong Tianting was actually scared by Lin Ling's gaze. It was simply disappointing and humiliating. Lin Ling is currently at the Transcendent 6th stage, but he can already threaten a Saint Realm expert. If he reaches the Transcendent 7th stage, then I'll definitely die. I have to kill him. Staring at Lin Ling's dazzling light, the Three Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. Watching Lin Ling grow stronger step by step, the pressure on him was getting heavier and heavier. I'll go with you. At this time, someone said coldly, "Count us in." The Thrice-World Ghost King looked over and laughed coldly. Ninely Tribe. Voidstar Heavenly Palace. Not bad. In addition to that Hong Tianting, he is also determined to kill Lin Ling. There is also the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. Someone laughed sinisterly. After that, the few of them left the martial stage. Lin Ling received 1,000,000 primordial stones from the martial pavilion elder, which made him smile. With these primordial stones, his martial Dao of fire could also be improved. Through the previous battles, Lin Ling knew that as his strength increased, the experts he faced would also be older and stronger. His Earth-grade Holy Ground talent would no longer be able to display its prowess. Hence, he had to find a way to improve it. Fortunately, he had the Fiend God Overlord physique, and this physique cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Lin Ling, well done, your name has appeared in the first place of the yellow board. Many people looked at Lin Ling and said. These people had all placed their bets on Lin Ling. Witnessing Lin Ling soaring in the sky, they were all extremely happy at this moment. Thank you. Lin Ling replied politely to those who supported him. As for those who mocked him before, Lin Ling replied with a gloating look, which made those people grit their teeth. They had placed huge bets before, but they had lost everything. After that, Lin Ling and Lu Susu left the martial stage. At the same time, on the peak of the martial pavilion, the flame on one of the stone tablets dimmed. Then a new flame was born. After the flame, a brand new name appeared, Lin Ling. Moreover, this name appeared in the first place of the yellow board, which was extremely dazzling. This guy really did it. Around the yellow board, many people were waiting for the news quietly. At this moment, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling, reaching the top in 10 battles, his name shook the Black Pen continent. Even some of the hidden super sects and experts were shocked at this moment. Lin Ling? They had never heard of him, but such a nobody actually became the first place of the yellow board? They knew how difficult it was to become the first place of the yellow board. Even these hidden Saint Realm experts did not have the strength to reach the top when they were at the Transcendent 6th Realm. Reaching the top represented the strongest person in the same realm and era. In the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, all the 7-colored armored generals received the news. As expected of Lin Ling. He just became a hero not long ago and now he is at the top of the list. Haha, amazing. Haha. The 7-colored armored generals of the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture had heard of the yellow board and the splendid mountains and rivers. However, they were not qualified to enter with their strength. Now, Lin Ling represented the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture to create a miracle. Moreover, the news was also passed to the Rainforest Sacred Ground through Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, which made thousands of people excited. Through Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, they already knew that the so-called Yellow Board was the strongest of the 3 profound realms in Shenping Province. Reaching the top would bring glory to one's ancestors. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know this at all. He left the martial pavilion with Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu. It's really strange. Your innate saint physique is only at the earth grade, but you are not afraid of an innate saint physique? You should know that once an immortal physique appears, thousands of saint physiques will have to kneel down. Unless their realm is much higher than their opponents, they will only be able to use 50% of their strength. However, you actually made Hong Tianting, who has an immortal physique, afraid. That's too strange. Moreover, the appearance of the venerable sovereign you displayed is very familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Along the way, Lu Susu talked non-stop. Lin Ling followed behind her and stared at the enchanting woman's curvaceous back. He smiled helplessly. He knew that this profiteer was suspicious by nature, but she was able to see through some small details. Of course, Lu Susu felt that it was familiar because that vague venerable sovereign appearance had the shadow of the star-plucking great emperor. The star-plucking great emperor was one of the 4 ancient venerable sovereigns. It seems that your master's background is not small, right Linling? Lu Susu said with a smile. She wanted to find out the details of Linling's background from his words. As expected of Hall Master Lu. In fact, I don't know what it is, but my master told me to cultivate a martial art, and then that illusory figure appeared. Linling said with a serious expression. He lied and pushed all the blame to his mysterious master. Amazing, I already knew that he was not ordinary. Lu Susu immediately nodded. Linling's expression was too serious, so he was definitely not lying. She asked curiously, I wonder who that old man is? Although he gives people the feeling that he is old, he is actually very young. Hearing this, Linling's heart skipped a beat. Lu Susu was too powerful. She had also noticed this. Because that mysterious person was him, Linling. After that, Linling did not explain anything. He let Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu guess by themselves. Moreover, Linling was also feeling emotional. He did not expect his acting talent to be so strong. When he became serious, Lu Susu also fell for it. Moving forward again, the old man of Dongfu and the old man of Dongfu bid farewell to Linling and left. Linling pondered for a moment. He planned to go to Groping Heaven Hall, one of the 10 halls of Xianxia. Currently he wanted to reforge the Tyrant Song sword. He could buy all the other materials, but he had to obtain the life scale and the feather of the vermilion bird. Moreover, when he wanted to increase his talent in the future, the Tyrant Song sword would definitely be of help. Chapter 1324. Touching the Heavens Palace, touching the Heavens Great Sage, one of the 10 palace masters of Xianxia. His strength is comparable to the Golden Armor King, so he must be extremely difficult to deal with. However, if I miss this chance, I won't be able to get my natal scale. Linling flew towards one of the splendid mountains and rivers. While Linling was heading towards the Touching the Heavens Palace, a large number of experts had gathered in a hidden valley in the splendid mountains and rivers. Kill him. This brat insulted me. He must be killed. My Shui was actually killed by him. He was so ruthless. His heart is too cruel. 2 voices sounded first. They were Hong Tianting and the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens. At this moment, the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens had naturally received the news that her beloved disciple had been killed. How could she not be angry? She thought that Linling was vicious and had to be killed. Of course, she had never thought that Luo Xueman would die because she had provoked Linling. Mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens, will the Golden Armor King step in? Someone asked. It was Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. These experts had gathered to discuss the matter of killing Linling. Linling was too arrogant, and his growth was too fast. If they didn't kill him this time, they might not have another chance. What kind of person is the Golden Armor King? He's even more powerful than the 4 people who recommended the human emperor. He won't step in. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens shook her head. Linling and the Golden Armor King were not on the same level. In addition, there was no good excuse, so the Golden Armor King wouldn't step in to kill Linling. After all, it would have a bad impact on the Golden Armor Palace. There's no need for the Golden Armor King to step in. We're enough. Another old voice sounded. A carriage came through the clouds in the distance. Then a fat old woman walked down from the sky, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. It was the 9 Li Holy Mother. However, Linling had killed Li Fenggu. How could the 9 Li tribe let Linling go? Enough, there are enough masters here. Linling is just a trivial transcendent. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to cause any trouble. The 3 Lives Ghostly King swept his gaze across the crowd and laughed excitedly. Of course, he was also lamenting in his heart. The puny junior of the past had grown to such a terrifying extent today. They had to mobilize so many experts just to kill Linling. Linling, you sure have a lot of face. This time, I don't believe that kid can survive. An elder from the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect and a prince from the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace also spoke. They were extremely confident. It's just Linling, yet so many experts have to be mobilized. Could it be that he has some sort of backer? Hong Tianting stared at the experts and frowned. In the past, he didn't even care to know Linling's name, but now he was curious about Linling for the first time. From what we know so far, Linling and Temple Master Lu are very close. However, Temple Master Lu is a merchant, so I guess she's cooperating with Linling. She won't help Linling. The only big shot left is Senior Shui Wu, but Senior Shui Wu is only optimistic about Linling. If we join forces, Senior Shui Wu will probably pretend not to see us. The last one is Heavenly Venerable Si Kaming. This person's strength is comparable to mine, so he's not worth worrying about. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing explained, analyzing Lin Ling from various angles. Lin Ling is actually from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Black-White Dao Palace. Many people gasped. They didn't know this. I'm also from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Hong Mansion. How can Lin Ling's status be higher than mine? I'll kill him all the same. Hong Tianting didn't care. After all, the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars were also filled with countless geniuses. How could Senior Shui Wu place so much importance on Lin Ling? Unless Lin Ling was one of the 4 great referrals, or if he was Senior Shui Wu's eldest disciple. Unfortunately, none of these were possible. Then today we will join forces and vow to kill Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent. They believed that Lin Ling would undoubtedly die this time. Once Lin Ling separates from Temple Master Lu, we can kill him. Of course, it's even better if we can lure him out alone. I have a way. I heard that he has a close female friend in Splendid Landscape. If we capture her, why should we worry that Lin Ling won't come out alone? Good. Lin Ling is a sentimental person. If we capture his close female friend, I want to anger him to the point where his heart is filled with anger. At that time, let's see how arrogant he can be. Everyone separated one after another, and the valley regained its tranquility. It was said that there was a huge spiritual vein hidden under the ground in Splendid Landscape. Therefore all the super sects had branches here. The Langya 10 Halls and the Carefree 10 Halls were also established here. Langya 10 Halls and Carefree 10 Halls were the 2 great powers of Heaven and Earth Hall. They were above all the other experts and were only below the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. At this moment, on top of a mountain peak, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. There were clouds and mist, and the sun hung high in the sky. Incomparably bright golden light shone down, enveloping 20 towering mountain peaks that reached into the clouds, making the other mountains look small. Those 20 mountain peaks were Langya 10 Halls and the Carefree 10 Halls. The spiritual energy here is even denser. To be able to establish a sect here, as expected of Langya 10 Halls and the Carefree 10 Halls. Lin Ling was secretly envious. He took a step forward and shot towards one of the directions. Heavenly Touch Hall wasn't hard to find. To be able to become one of the Langya 10 Halls, the hall's name was given by the Hall Master himself. It possessed supreme authority, and Heavenly Touch represented touching the blue dome of heaven, unparalleled in the world. At this moment in Heavenly Touch Hall, a large number of figures were entering and exiting one after another. These people were all arrogant and every one of them was a top-notch genius. 7th layer transcendence could be seen everywhere. These were the disciples of Heavenly Touch Hall. Not only were they powerful, they were also blacksmiths. Who is it? When Lin Ling stepped on the stairs, someone on the mountain peak shouted angrily. I'm Lin Ling, here to pay a visit to Heavenly Touch Sage. A clear voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the eyes of the young men on the mountain peak to flicker. Lin Ling? What a familiar name. Could it be the Huang Rankings #1 Lin Ling? A voice came down, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. The news spread so quickly. He had just reached the top of the Martial Pavilion and there were already people here who knew about it. The Martial Pavilion was indeed an extremely valuable ranking. Yes. Lin Ling quickened his pace and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking around, this place was grand and magnificent. A dazzling golden palace sat there, and the entire palace was actually a heavenly weapon. The surroundings were filled with mysterious runes, and there were at least 99,000 of them. Of course, in Lin Ling's eyes, these runes were full of loopholes. For example, the auspicious gold rune could borrow the sharpness of metal to force the enemy to retreat. However, there were dozens of karmic fire runes placed next to the auspicious gold rune. These runes could absorb the karmic chi in a cultivator's body and produce a powerful force. However, the karmic fire rune belonged to fire and fire-suppressed metal. When the 2 runes were placed together, the auspicious gold rune was obviously ineffective. Nonsense, Lin Ling thought. Moreover, he could see that Heavenly Touch Sage was proficient in divination, so he added this Dao into the runes, causing the 4 odd beasts. You're Lin Ling? You think you're qualified to pay a visit to Heavenly Touch Sage? In front of the palace, more and more people gathered. There were both men and women, and all of them curiously looked at Lin Ling. I heard that the #1 of the Huang ranking is quite powerful. However, I'm also on the Huang ranking, but I'm on the 7th layer Transcendent Realm list. How about we exchange some pointers? A handsome young man walked out with a smile. His face was filled with anticipation. If he could defeat the #1 of the Huang ranking, then it would be a great achievement. Chapter 1325. Heaven-touching demon subduing art. I'm not interested. I'm here to visit heaven-touching great sage. Lin Ling said indifferently. Are you not interested or do you not dare? Let me tell you, how can Lord Temple meet a junior like you? Of course not. Of course not. Lin Ling, you don't deserve your reputation. You can only be arrogant in Shenping province. You're like a dog when you meet the 10 halls of Langya. If you want to meet Lord Temple, you have to kneel down and call him father. Seeing Lin Ling's rejection, many young people couldn't help but laugh proudly. Many young girls couldn't help but laugh as well. The people of Heaven Touching Hall were indeed powerful. Lin Ling didn't dare to speak when he met them. After the young girls laughed, the young men became even more proud. Heaven Touching Hall was a powerful force under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Lin Ling naturally couldn't be proud. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He knew that being a disciple of the 10 halls of Langya meant that his status was naturally higher than others. However, he didn't have time to care about these clowns. He continued to move forward. Stop. One of the young men shouted coldly as he walked out from the crowd. Many people saw the young man and immediately called him eldest senior brother respectfully. This young man was as handsome as jade. Although he wasn't the strongest, Heaven Touching Hall was also a gathering place for blacksmiths. The young man's Tao of blacksmithing was proud of the crowd, so he was also their eldest senior brother. The young man was Zuemo Yun. Senior brother Zue is here too. I heard that he went to the Pill Forging Union to take the test. He should have passed and greatly raised the prestige of Heaven Touching Hall. Many people thought in their hearts after bowing. Lin Ling looked over and naturally recognized the other party. I was still looking for you but you ran out on your own. However, I didn't expect you to be Lin Ling. You can't judge a book by its cover. At this moment, Zuemo Yun seemed a little excited. He was still brooding about losing to Lin Ling in the past and had always wanted to take revenge. Who knew that Lin Ling would jump in front of him? If he didn't teach Lin Ling a lesson, then his surname wasn't Imo. It's you? Lin Ling nodded calmly. I'm here to pay a visit to Heaven Touch Sage. I hope you won't stop me. Ha shitty, did you hear that? He's come to pay a visit to Hall Master Darren. Such big words, he really thinks he's something. Zuemo Yun was shocked and then couldn't help but roar with laughter. The crowd also roared with laughter. Lin Ling, did he not see through himself? Did he think that he could just visit whenever he wanted to? Without our agreement, you won't be able to see Lord Palace Master. I've said it before, try calling me father a few times. Someone shouted, causing the atmosphere on the mountain peak to become even more clamorous. Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with their taunts and continued forward. So stupid. If you want to see the Palace Master, you won't have any chance unless you defeat me. I think the number 1 on the yellow board is just a piece of trash. Someone shouted coldly. The more Lin Ling remained silent, the more they thought Lin Ling was unworthy of his reputation. Maybe Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but he was only invincible in the Transcendent 6th stage. Therefore, when he saw them, he immediately shut his mouth like a coward. You're right. Heaven Touch Palace is so big. Rather than going to find him, why don't I let him find me? At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. He also had an idea. If he went to pay a visit to Heaven Touch Sage as usual, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, he had to find another way. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He shot towards the laughing young man like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. In midair, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being absorbed by him. His fist became huge like the fist of an ancient god. Devour the mountains and rivers. A cold shout was heard, causing the crowd to stop talking. They didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. As for the disciple who mocked Lin Ling, his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling actually dared to attack him? One had to know that he was a Transcendent 7th stage expert, ranked 75th on the yellow board. Heaven Touch Demon Subduing Art. That disciple instantly grew taller. His aura was like the sea, and a great law of subduing appeared. It was a mysterious force field that was 100 meters wide. With a bang, the ground exploded. It was said that when this great law of subduing appeared, anyone would have to kneel down. Even the power of martial arts would be reduced by 40%. It was similar to the great law of gravity of the earth element. Boom. Apart from that, a brown light screen appeared around the disciple's body. The shadow of Heaven Touch Sage was extremely thick on his body. Senior brother Jianghu, defeat him. How dare he be so arrogant in my Heaven Touch Palace? After being stunned for a moment, angry voices rose one after another. Gravity? At this moment, Lin Ling was still shooting towards that disciple. He was secretly surprised. Such a strange great law of power. This guy actually cultivated a transcendent martial art to the transcendent realm. At the same time, Elder Z's voice sounded, "Your Majesty, this is a type of subduing force. It's not considered gravity, but it has the same effect as gravity." Lin Ling secretly nodded. The world was so big, martial arts were indeed useful. It was undeniable that with this great law of subduing, that disciple had few opponents in the transcendent 7th stage. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Unstoppable. Not only did his speed not slow down, it actually increased by a bit. To Lin Ling, his body was everything. No matter how strong the gravity was, if it didn't surpass his body's strength, then everything would be useless. How is this possible? What kind of martial art are you using? That disciple's pupils constricted. He saw with his own eyes that Lin Ling entered his great law of power, but he was safe and sound. Lin Ling wasn't suppressed by his great law of power? One must know that once he used his great law of power, his opponent's spiritual energy would be suppressed and he would be lying on the ground, unable to move. However, Lin Ling was like a demon king in human form, fearless. A martial art that you don't understand. Lin Ling had already appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. His fist was like a battering ram, landing on that disciple's brown light screen. Instantly the light screen cracked like glass. In the next moment, that disciple's body flew backwards and crashed into the ground far away, spitting out blood. A transcendent 7th stage expert of the yellow board was defeated in one move. This meant that Lin Ling could challenge another yellow board expert. The clamoring faces of the crowd froze in disbelief. You want to stop me with just this? A bunch of trash. As his feet landed on the ground, Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. At this moment, his previously silent image had quietly changed. He was showing off his ability and arrogance. The heaven-seeking palace's disciples stared with their eyes wide open. All of them were unconvinced, but they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength. Great, you dare to be arrogant in Touch Heaven Hall. At this moment, Zuemo Yun's angry voice drifted out. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the angrier he became. He had not expected Lin Ling's strength to be able to enter another yellow board. Come at me then. You lost to me in the previous assessment of the Pill Crafting Guild. Today you will lose again. Soul Force or martial arts, you can choose. I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Zuemo Yun as though he was all-powerful. He'd decided since a long time ago that instead of looking for the heaven-touching sage himself, it would be better to get the heaven-touching sage to look for him. So, how could the heaven-touching sage not know if he caused a huge commotion? Moreover, this disciple of Touch Heaven Hall was so arrogant that it made him unhappy. You. Zuemo Yun's face twisted. Lin Ling was looking down on him. Chapter 1326. Old trash. Moreover, soul power and martial Dao, you can choose. I'll even give you 3 moves. This meant that Lin Ling could crush Zuemo Yun in every field. Zuemo Yun was speechless. He wasn't Lin Ling's opponent in these 2 fields. Even if he had the chance, he couldn't and didn't dare to use it. A piece of trash. Is Touch Heaven Hall full of trash like him? Seeing Zuemo Yun's silence, Lin Ling said indifferently. This made the high-spirited disciples of Touch Heaven Hall gnash their teeth in hatred. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He could crush the entire Touch Heaven Hall by himself. Don't be too arrogant. My master is here. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zuemo Yun didn't want to lose face and shouted angrily. Then ask your master, that old trash, to come out. Lin Ling laughed loudly. Everything he did was to wait for Touch Heaven Great Sage to come out himself. What? Old trash? He's crazy. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and their angry voices were like waves. Touch Heaven Great Sage was in existence of the Langya 10 halls. His strength was unparalleled. Lin Ling, a junior, actually dared to call Touch Heaven Great Sage an old trash? He was simply courting death. Sir, how dare you? If you can leave here today, Touch Heaven Hall will disappear from this world. Sure enough, Lin Ling's big commotion had finally attracted the main character, and all the disciples of Touch Heaven Hall were in high spirits at this moment. Lin Ling, you're dead. My master is a top Saint Realm expert. No matter how arrogant you are, you'll definitely die. Zuemo Yun also laughed loudly as if he was elated. Then he tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Now, I just want to know, do you have anything to say before you die? Haha, eldest senior brother, we also want to know. The others looked on coldly, waiting for the show to come. At this moment, a tall and mighty figure appeared in the sky, looking down on everyone. His strength was earth-shattering. He was Touch Heaven Great Sage. Master. Hall Master. At this moment, Countless people looked at the man with worship in their eyes. This was their legend, heaven-touched great sage. This person was also a genius of heaven and earth. He could cover the sky with one hand. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he had also reached great heights in the way of pill refinement. He had been designated as one of the 10 rising blacksmiths in Shenping province. Even the 4 beams and 8 pillars gave him face. "Old trash, you're finally here." Just as the crowd was filled with anticipation, an insolent voice drifted out once again, causing the eyes of the crowd to narrow. Their legend had arrived. Lin Ling was actually still cursing the old trash. He was dead meat. He was dead for sure. As one of the 10 palaces of Xianxia, Heaven Stroker Great Sage had a tyrannical temperament. If others dared to look down on him, he would not show any mercy. There were once people who questioned his qualifications to be one of the 10 palaces of Xianxia. However, the saint realm where those experts resided was taken down by him. Thus, there were hundreds of millions of people who were unconvinced. And that was the result of their doubts. At this moment, Lin Ling was not doubting him but cursing him. Moreover, compared to those experts, Lin Ling was only ranked first on the yellow list. In terms of background, he was not comparable to them. "You called me an old trash?" Up in the sky, heaven-touched great sage's eyes turned cold. Previously he was forging a heavenly weapon. However, the commotion outside the palace made him furious. Subsequently he rushed out. In the end, as soon as he came out, someone scolded him as an old trash. It had been a long time since someone dared to cause trouble in his heaven-touched palace. "Do you want me to call you that again? Old trash?" The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched slightly as he coldly spat out a sentence. It was to tell heaven-touched great sage that he was an old trash. "You're courting death." Heaven-touched great sage's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was definitely going to die. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, but in the next moment, there was surprise in his eyes. Was him. Not long ago, the heavenly elder of Spiritual Mountain's grandson's soul was seized by the heavenly weapon of star-picking nation. He was invited to help, but he failed. Instead, a mysterious young man appeared during the process and turned the tide, saving the grandson. The young man even told him that his heavenly weapon, the heavenly staff, was about to be destroyed. After that, he kept looking for the mysterious young man. He also knew that the heavenly elder of Spiritual Mountain was also looking for him. Who knew that the young man would appear here? Moreover, he also said that if the mysterious young man could help him reforge the heavenly staff, he would be willing to be the young man's disciple. At the thought of this, heaven-touched great sage's eyes kept flickering. "Master, he's so arrogant. Kill him." Hall Master, heaven-touch Hall is the largest power under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. How can we tolerate his arrogance? At this moment, Zuemo Yun and the others didn't know what heaven-touch great sage was thinking. They were laughing coldly and shouting. Lin Ling dared to scold their master, so there would definitely be a good show to watch. At this moment, heaven-touch great sage walked down from the sky, causing Zuemo Yun to be excited. He hurriedly ran over and kept talking about how arrogant Lin Ling was. Slap. However, Zuemo Yun hadn't finished speaking when heaven-touch great sage swung his palm and directly slapped Zuemo Yun to the ground. "Shut up. I'll kill you if you continue speaking." The crowd was like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck and they couldn't say anything. What exactly happened? Zuemo Yun had almost been knocked unconscious. His master didn't deal with Lin Ling but hit him instead? Heaven-touch great sage paid no attention to them and walked towards Lin Ling with a complicated expression instead. He still remembered what he'd said. If Lin Ling helped him reforge the Heaven's Arrival Rod, then he would take Lin Ling as his master. Even though he still doubted Lin Ling until now, he still believed Lin Ling a little. After all, Lin Ling really was mysterious. "Master, you're finally here." Heaven-touch great sage arrived before Lin Ling and spoke indifferently. Bang! The hearts of everyone exploded. Lin Ling had actually become their master's master, their hall master's master. How could this be? Zuemo Yun lay on the ground while his pupils narrowed. He'd originally thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure once heaven-touch great sage showed himself, but who would have imagined that the legend in his heart would actually call Lin Ling his master? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have definitely thought that he was dreaming. Lin Ling chuckled softly. Previously he'd arrived arrogantly. First, he'd drawn out heaven-touch great sage. Second, he knew that heaven-touch great sage didn't really trust him, so he'd been arrogant before. Otherwise, if he kept a low profile, others would also doubt his ability. After all, pill refiners were the most arrogant. How could they tolerate being humiliated by others? On the contrary, pill refiners with no ability were the ones who kept a low profile. You're getting more and more arrogant. You asked me to come to you personally, but you sent your disciples to stop me? Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Heaven Touch Great Sage to frown. He looked at the disciples and said, "Those who disrespected Master before will all face the wall and reflect on their actions for a year. Now get the hell over here and apologize." The disciples opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They wanted to apologize. Chapter 13:27. Rotten Lin Ling waved his hand. "Forget it, I don't care. As for Master, I've already said that you're not qualified to be my disciple." What? The hearts of all the disciples rumbled again. Their legend had acknowledged Lin Ling as his master, but Lin Ling wasn't happy at all. Instead, he said that the other party wasn't qualified to be his disciple. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, Lin Ling's words had another meaning for Heaven-Touching Sage. The more arrogant Lin Ling was, the more Heaven-Touching Sage believed in Lin Ling. After all, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't a fool. If he dared to be arrogant here, then he must have true ability. "Master, you're right." Heaven-Touching Sage hurriedly bowed. Lin Ling nodded. "I only have one purpose in coming here. I heard that you have a natal scale, so hand it over now." Natal scale. Heaven-Touching Sage's eyes flickered. He did have this treasure, but was he going to give it to Lin Ling? "Your heaven-reaching staff needs to be reforged, but because it's a treasure left behind by the ancient star-picking nation, you don't know how to forge it. However, I know how to forge it. You're currently lacking 5 materials. Once you've gathered them, you can come to me. The 5 materials are called Jasper Cold Silkworm, Teeling or Mother, Whirlpool Essence Brain, Ice Soul Cold Crystal, and Rhinoceros Wings." Lin Ling also knew that if he wanted Heaven-Touching Sage to be willing, he had to reveal a trump card. As expected, Heaven-Touching Great Sage sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of these heavenly treasures before. Lin Ling was indeed capable. He asked curiously, "I can find other heavenly treasures, but the rhinoceros wings? Does the rhinoceros use wings?" Of course, there are 24 types of rhinoceros. One of them is the white rhinoceros wing demon. "It has wings," Lin Ling said lightly. Lin Ling had been bitterly training in the Purple Mansion. Apart from training, Lin Ling had also often heard Purple Elder talk about ancient matters. Therefore he was extremely clear about them. "I've never seen such a Lingxi before." Heaven-Touching Great Sage spoke with a solemn expression. He truly couldn't figure out why Lin Ling would know about these ancient things even though he was younger than him. However, even though he trusted Lin Ling more in his heart, he was still slightly hesitant. After all, natal scales were extremely rare, and it would be letting Lin Ling off too easily if he just handed them over. "Master, what do you think of my palace?" He took a deep breath and looked into the distance, his voice filled with pride. His palace was a heavenly weapon with countless runes. He had spent a lot of effort to set it up. Moreover, ordinary people could not see the secrets hidden in the palace. Now he wanted to test Lin Ling. The people in the surroundings also understood this layer of meaning, and they all sneered, especially Zuemo Yun. He had always thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things, and now he could tear apart Lin Ling's mask of hypocrisy. After all, even he could not understand the mysterious Heaven-Touching Hall. There were so many formation patterns that it was enough for him to study for a lifetime. "Senior Lin Ling, what do you think of the palace? Your master's master, so you should have some opinions about it." Zuemo Yun's eyes glowed brightly. "I do have some opinions, but I lack some interest right now. Of course, if Brother Zuemo Yun can take out some origin stones, then I might be interested." Lin Ling spoke calmly. How could he not know what Zuemo Yun was thinking? Zuemo Yun was definitely waiting for him to lose face and even wanted to hit him when he was down. Once Zuemo Yun doubted his Tao of forging, then the outcome would definitely be death. "Zuemo Yun, take out all your origin stones and let Master take a look at Heaven-Touching Hall." Heaven-Touching Great Sage roared furiously when he heard this. So long as he could test Lin Ling's ability, then Lin Ling would satisfy any request of his. "I have 100,000 origin stones, but Master, these origin stones are mine." Zuemo Yun suddenly regretted it. He wanted to hit Lin Ling when he was down, but Lin Ling seemed to have set his eyes on him. "Only 100,000 origin stones? That's really little, but I'll reluctantly accept it. Hand it over and I'll take a look at Heaven-Touching Hall. Of course, if my opinion is wrong, then I won't take the 100,000 origin stones." Lin Ling's heart jerked. He was tempted by the 100,000 origin stones because he was short of money right now. "All right." Zuemo Yun revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying, and he hated himself to death in his heart. Lin Ling smiled, and then he walked towards the hall with large strides while the others followed behind him. They didn't believe that Lin Ling could become their legendary master. Master, what do you think of this hall? Heaven-touching great sage seemed to be respectful, but he had ill intentions. Whether Lin Ling had the real materials would depend on this moment. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was asking a tiger for its skin. He was in such a situation now. So long as his imposing manner was slightly weaker or his ability was slightly weaker, then heaven-touching great sage would kill him. When he thought up to here, Lin Ling didn't intend to give him any face. Rotten. A light sentence floated out, causing heaven-touching great sage's face to turn ugly. This was his proud work, but Lin Ling didn't say it was average, nor did he say it was good. Instead he said it was rotten. This evaluation was too low. I wonder why Senior Lin Ling would say that? Heaven-touching great sage suppressed the anger in his heart and asked indifferently. Formation runes can appear on weapons and ancient formations, but they appeared in this hall. Are you trying to prove your luxury? Also, that formation rune was carved using the 10,000-year Thunder Clam Pearl, which is extremely rare. Don't you think it's a waste to use it to carve a low-level heavenly soldier? The carving of the formation runes doesn't depend on the value of the treasure, but on the appropriateness of the treasure. Look at the auspicious gold formation runes. This formation rune is very beautiful and dazzling with golden light, but is it suitable to be carved in this hall? Could it be that you want to use the auspicious gold formation runes to protect the entire hall? Moreover, you actually carved the karmic fire formation runes. I have to say it's indeed very luxurious. However, fire restrains metal, so the auspicious gold formation runes are useless. Lin Ling walked along the hall, constantly reprimanding. The Tao of formation runes is the same as the Tao of martial arts. The most powerful thing is not its magnificence but its practicality. Heaven-touching great sage's pupils constricted as he recalled Lin Ling's words. He vaguely understood something. In the past, as long as he obtained an ancient formation rune, he would immediately learn to carve it. After learning it, he would feel a strong sense of accomplishment. However, he had never figured out why those formation runes appeared and what kind of formation runes matched perfectly. Master, please explain further. At this moment, heaven-touching great sage's voice was filled with reverence from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The heaven and earth formation runes are divided into 99,990 low-level ones, more than 300,000 mid-level ones and countless high-level ones. However, you don't have to learn every formation rune. The real key is to fuse them together. When you know that the world's formation runes are divided into 7 types, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, you can deduce 3 from 1. With that, Lin Ling shook his head the more he looked at the palace. This palace is getting worse and worse. Then, his 10 fingers moved slightly and actually began to dismantle the palace's formation runes. Lin Ling, how dare you? The disciples of Heaven-touching Hall were furious. Lin Ling actually dared to dismantle the palace. Let him dismantle it. Chapter 1328. Reforging, I'll let you see what a low-level rune is. Lin Ling's voice was filled with disdain. After dismantling the excess runes, his hands fluttered like butterflies as a large number of runes landed on the palace. Dazzling rays of light continued to bloom. The disciples of Heaven-touch Hall sucked in a cold breath. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying method of inscribing runes. There are actually more than 99,000 types of low-level runes. Why do I only know 50,000? Heaven-touch great sage sucked in a cold breath. He was even more in awe of Lin Ling. When he looked at Zuamo Yun again, his mouth was wide open. In the previous assessment, he thought that Lin Ling was only powerful in soul force. Who knew that in terms of the Tao of forging, Lin Ling still surpassed him? It's not that more runes are better but that they can be fused together. It's best if they complement each other. Lin Ling's hands constantly danced with a focused expression. His handsome face had the demeanor of an expert. Heaven-touch great sage and the others watched without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. So the wood elemental runes can be inscribed like this. Amazing. Look, the earth and gold runes have fused together. The karmic fire runes are indeed useless. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Finally, the palace's 5 elemental runes were completed. Wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth gave birth to metal, metal gave birth to water, and water gave birth to wood. The 5 elements supported each other, and the palace's defense became stronger. Wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, fire restrained metal, and metal restrained wood. The 5 elements restrained each other, and the palace's attack greatly increased. At the same time, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The heavenly weapon tribulation had arrived. Master, be careful. Haven't touched great sage anxiously said. He sensed that this was the heavenly weapon's great tribulation. Lin Ling had reforged his heavenly weapon and attracted the heavenly tribulation again. It's fine. The runes will protect themselves, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused Heaven Touch Great Sage to be shocked. A heavenly weapon could actually resist a heavenly weapon? One had to know that when the heavenly tribulation arrived, an ordinary heavenly weapon wouldn't resist it, but this palace could? Rumble. 81 heavenly tribulations fell from the sky at the same time. The crowd exploded. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This also meant that the palace was a rarely seen heavenly weapon. But what shocked them even more was that the palace emitted 5 types of divine light. It was as if the runes in the palace were absorbing spiritual energy from the air. The 5 lights shot into the sky, fusing together into a massive curtain of light that resisted the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Rumble. The sound was deafening. Even the other palaces in the distance heard it. All of them looked at the heaven-touching palace in astonishment. However, the god's trial came quickly and disappeared quickly as well. It was extremely unreal. That's it? This was the only thought in everyone's mind. 81 bolts of heavenly tribulation were blocked just like that? The crowd turned their gazes towards the palace. The palace was still unscathed. Instead, the light it emitted was even more resplendent than before. Beside the palace, the young man was clad in a long robe, with a great sword behind his back. He seemed to be the person behind all of this. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled violently. The palace that Lin Ling had reforged easily blocked the heavenly tribulation. Senior Lin Ling, what level of heavenly soldier is this palace? Zuamo Yun asked nervously. At this moment, how could he not be convinced? He was willing to give those 100,000 yuan stones. Middle stage heavenly soldier, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Middle stage heavenly soldier, it was actually a middle stage heavenly soldier. One had to know that treasures of this level could only be auctioned in the universe main hall. And Lin Ling, with a flip of his hand, a middle stage heavenly soldier appeared. It's just a casual arrangement. It's not very good. Lin Ling looked at the palace and said with some unwillingness. If not for the fact that the palace had been engraved with array patterns from the beginning, he could only make a small change. Otherwise he would have been able to do even better. Hearing this, everyone's foreheads broke out in cold sweat. Their faces were pale white. Casually laying down a middle stage heavenly soldier was not even considered good? Lin Ling's requirements were too high. At the same time, after the palace blocked the heavenly tribulation, multicolored light shone brightly, making the heaven-touching hall look like a celestial palace. Even Langya and the unfettered 10 halls in the distance could clearly see it. Many people could not help but be secretly envious. Heaven-touching great sage was the only blacksmith among the hall masters, and blacksmiths had this kind of benefit. The difference between array patterns and martial arts was that array patterns were slower and not as convenient as martial arts. Moreover, it consumed a lot of materials. However, once it was successfully engraved, it would be of great help in defense and attack. Plop. Heaven-touching great sage did not hesitate. He knelt down on both knees and offered his life scale at the same time. The current him was sincerely convinced. One had to know that even though he was one of the youngest blacksmiths in the Xianping region, he had always been self-taught, and no one had given him guidance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally paid a visit to old man Dong Fu to ask for guidance. Now he'd encountered a mysterious master. Even though the master was much younger than him, he definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. As for the disciples outside the palace, they felt that it was unbelievable. Their master, heaven-touching great sage, actually knelt down in front of a young man in his 20s and respectfully called him master. This kind of thing was too strange. However, the disciples were only surprised for a moment before they knelt down one after another. They did not want to miss this opportunity. A large number of people knelt down and the scene was spectacular. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He only wanted to prove himself and then obtain the life scale, but he did not expect everyone to have such a big reaction. In the ancient era, the star-picking country was destroyed, but there was a blacksmith who left alive. Therefore he gave me some pointers and made me more familiar with the ancient formation patterns of the star-picking country. Now that I have this ability, I don't dare to be called master. We are of the same generation so we can study the formation patterns together. Lin Ling said. He also knew that heaven-touching great sage would be curious about his forging path, so he found an excuse. After all, the purple mansion came from the star-picking country. Many people wanted to obtain this treasure. Now that he was not strong enough, it was natural for him to hide this secret. Especially when Lin Ling thought about the unfettered Prince of Heaven, one of the 10 halls of Yao Yao country. If that mysterious person knew about the Purple Mansion, he would not let him go. I see. Heaven-touching great sage's doubts were solved, but he was still shocked. Master has received pointers from an expert. But because of his talent, he was able to learn the forging path of the star-picking country. We are stupid. Even if we received pointers from an expert, we will never reach Master's level. That's right, Master Lin Ling. Everyone agreed and flattered because they knew that it was 1,000 times better to have someone to guide you on the forging path than to fumble around on your own. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Talent? He had cultivated in the Purple Mansion for dozens of years. Where did his talent come from? Your Majesty, there is no need to belittle yourself. Although your Majesty has cultivated for a long time, your Majesty's eyes are extremely mysterious. You can see through many things and learn formation patterns faster than anyone else. Even the former emperor could not compare to your Majesty. At this moment, Elder Zi's voice sounded. Lin Ling's talent was amazing, but the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was also very diligent. Rise. Chapter 1329. Seeking the Martial Tao. Oh right, do you have Qinghuan wood, thunderbolt flower, spirit water steel, thunderleaf spirit stone, and rootless water? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile, causing everyone to be puzzled. Heaven-touching great sage asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Lin Ling's smile carried a hint of cunning. Naturally, it's to refine a middle-stage heavenly soldier. He suddenly remembered that there was a middle-stage heavenly soldier called Wind Thunder Lightning Feather recorded in the Violet Palace. It was a powerful weapon that could increase one's speed, and in the star-picking nation, many generals had such treasures. Although the materials used to refine this heavenly soldier were expensive, they were not rare, so Lin Ling planned to refine it now. Of course, the most important thing was that someone was providing the materials for free. Middle-stage heavenly soldier? We have these materials right away. Heaven-touching great sage was shocked. To be able to see a master refine a heavenly soldier was a rare opportunity, but he was even more puzzled. I've heard of the other materials, but the rootless water? This seems to be a heavenly material used to recover spiritual energy. Master, could it be that this kind of heavenly material can also be used to forge weapons? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was curious. Everyone had naturally heard of the rootless water. In the past, when the star-picking nation opened, there were many such treasures. Naturally, the rootless water can't be used to forge weapons. I'm just using it for cultivation. Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone, cold sweat dripped down heaven-touching great sage's forehead. Lin Ling seemed to be plundering him, but he was willing to do so. To be able to see Lin Ling forge, not to mention the rootless water, even if he gave the heaven-touching palace to Lin Ling, he wouldn't mind. Alright, let's find a quiet place. I'll temper my body and forge a middle-stage heavenly soldier. Lin Ling took a large step forward and entered the palace. Cultivating and forging at the same time? The pupils of the people outside the palace trembled violently. This was too crazy. How could they know that in order to save time, Lin Ling would often forge and cultivate at the same time? Not long after, the great sage of heaven-touching gathered all the treasures he needed and allowed Lin Ling to personally forge a middle-stage heavenly soldier. As for the middle-stage heavenly soldier, the current Lin Ling had already reached perfection. All this time, he had only lacked the materials to forge, so the great sage of heaven-touching had benefited greatly. Most importantly, Lin Ling was indeed cultivating his body while forging. With the help of great sage heaven-touching's rootless water, Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique had reached a higher level, and he wasn't far from the 4th level. Zephyr Lightning Feather, the former heavenly soldier of the star-picking nation. It increases speed by a huge margin and has the power of great loss. Unfortunately, it consumes a lot of spiritual source, so most martial artists who use Zephyr Lightning Feather don't have the ability to attack. Lin Ling said indifferently. Between his hands, a pair of wings made of thunder appeared. Amazing. The great sage of heaven-touching sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the heavenly soldier of the star-picking nation, the user could actually possess the great laws of wind and thunder. One had to know that great laws were the symbol of heavenly pattern martial arts. From the momentum of heaven and earth to the great laws, ordinary martial artists might not be able to comprehend them in their entire lives. But now, a heavenly soldier was able to possess great laws. Heavenly soldiers have their advantages and disadvantages. For example, Zephyr Lightning Feather consumes a lot of spiritual source. Lin Ling reminded. After all, heavenly soldiers were only used as support. They were not as good as their own strength. That was what truly belonged to them. Master is right. The great sage of heaven touching nodded. However, Linling did not say anything. The middle stage heavenly soldier consumed a lot of resources. Only the great sage of heaven touching Hall had a rich family background and could gather enough heavenly treasures. The others might not be able to. Did you understand anything this time? Linling asked. The great sage of heaven touching Hall shook his head awkwardly. Master carved the runes too quickly. This disciple did not see it clearly. Apart from him, there were many other disciples in the palace. They also shook their heads. Linling was multitasking. No, it was multitasking. His 10 fingers could carve runes separately. How could they understand? Sai, then prepare the materials. I'll show you next time. Linling shook his head. If you want to reforge your heaven-reaching staff, you must prepare all the materials. I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Linling strode away, causing heaven-touching sage to be extremely reluctant to part with him, and he secretly slapped the back of his head. His master had personally forged something for him to see, yet he hadn't been able to discern anything in the end. He truly disappointed his master. Moreover, he was the youngest blacksmith in Blackping region, yet his natural talent was simply like the difference between the clouds and mud when compared to his master. Right, prepare more rootless water next time. Linling's voice floated again, causing the great sage of heaven touching Hall's heart to skip a beat. Then he laughed excitedly. Linling's words meant that Linling would definitely come again. Haha, disciples, let's have a big feast today. After Linling left, the great sage of heaven touching Hall shouted excitedly. He had a feeling that he would definitely become one of the top 10 blacksmiths in the future. After leaving the heaven touching hall, Linling nodded inwardly. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he improved his fiend god overlord physique, but he had also obtained the life scale. Moreover, while he was cultivating, he had also swallowed the last black and white Dao fruit. It was only a matter of time before he reached the transcendent 7th stage. Are you Linling? Come to the Heaven Mountain Pass quickly. Good things are waiting for you. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice came from the mother-child sound-transmitting bug. Linling frowned. Only his friends and family knew about his mother-child sound-transmitting bug, but this person was a stranger? Who are you? Linling asked indifferently. I am Elder Jean of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. This time I want to discuss martial arts with you. Therefore, come to the Heaven Mountain Pass immediately. The geniuses of the Blackping Empire have gathered there and are waiting for you. The other party's voice was domineering. It seemed that Linling had no choice but to go. Sorry, I'm not interested in discussing martial arts with you. Haha, our Three Elements Golden Dipper sect has always won people over with virtue. If you don't want to come, I don't mind. However, Yanggan and Yuman are also discussing martial arts. The sinister voice sounded again, causing Linling's eyes to narrow. No wonder the other party knew about his mother-child sound-transmitting bug. Alright, I'll go to the Heaven Mountain Pass immediately. However, you better ensure that my friends are fine. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect from this world. Dense killing intent rippled from Linling's body. He guessed that the other party had captured Yuman and the others to threaten him. Aha, I've said that this time, the geniuses of the Blackping Empire are discussing martial arts. It's not as embarrassing as you think. Get over here. The mother-child sound-transmitting bug left behind a sentence and then disappeared. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, this super sect, has a grudge with me, but it's not a great enmity. Why did it attack me? Linling's body moved and flew towards the sky. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although I'm not a top expert at the moment, I have a small reputation in Shenping province. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect won't dare to provoke me easily. Therefore, there is a mastermind behind them, and the mastermind has a powerful identity. Therefore, the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect is unscrupulous. However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Linling shouted coldly. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect had done something they shouldn't have done. That kind of thing was enough for Linling to cut the sky and burn the earth. Because that kind of thing was Linling's reverse scale. Chapter 1330. Xianping Racing. The Tianyu Pass was located at the edge of the beautiful mountains and rivers. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was once an expert named Tianyu. During the invasion of the demons in ancient times, General Tianyu guarded the pass alone and slew millions of demons. He protected the peace of the area and became a legend. Although great General Tianyu still fell here in the end, his fighting spirit was not extinguished. From then on, this piece of land was called the Tianyu Pass. His hair stood on end in anger as he leaned against the railing, resting in the drizzle. He raised his head to look at the sky and let out a long howl. As long as it was a martial artist or commoner living on this land, they would all know this song's lyrics. It was soul-stirring. The Tianyu Gate was located at the edge of the splendid mountains and rivers. There was a type of plant that grew there that was fiery red, causing the entire land to be dyed red. It was extremely gorgeous. However, the Tianyu Gate was currently overcrowded. The experts of Xianping province had gathered there, and the various geniuses had also arrived. This was because today the Hong residents, in the name of the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars, had convened the martial path of heaven stage. To put it bluntly, it was a competition ground for the geniuses of Xianping province. As long as they were dazzling enough, they would be able to enter the Hong residence, one of the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. And to countless young people, this was a great opportunity. The 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Hong residence was stronger than Langya residence in the 10 halls of heaven and earth. It was only second to the 7 emperors. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted to go there to learn martial arts. I rushed over from the 6-star Saint Domain. Fortunately, I didn't miss it. TSK Xianping Genius Competition. I'm looking forward to it. Look, Kongzhua is here too. He's the newest rising genius of Xianping province. And Lang Jun. Red plants covered the land. On the hills, many experts and geniuses were shouting excitedly. They looked around and saw many famous geniuses. Oh my God, Wuyun, the flower of the yellow board of splendid landscape, is a genius on the yellow board. He is even more powerful than the geniuses of Xianping province. The crowd realized that not only were there geniuses from Xianping province, but there were also experts from the splendid mountain and rivers heaven, earth, black and yellow rankings. To the martial artists from Xianping province, experts who could enter the splendid mountain and rivers heaven and earth were even more valuable. So handsome. Many young girls' hearts jumped as they stared at the elites in all directions. At this moment, a white-clothed figure walked over from afar. His appearance seemed to dim the starlight in the sky. Every single one of his movements carried a carefree and unfettered aura. Is that the host of this competition, the legendary Hong Tianting? Even more people sucked in a breath of cold air. Hong Tianting was a famous character for many years. It was said that he was a monstrous genius among geniuses. When he reached the first level of the transcendent realm, he was invincible in the same realm. When he reached the second level of the transcendent realm, he was also invincible. Not only that, his status in the Hong clan was extremely high, he could be said to be a heaven's chosen. The Zhili tribe. Everyone looked behind Hong Tianting and realized that there were many ancient warriors behind him. Void Star Divine Palace. 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace, those disciples are so beautiful. The 3 Elemental Golden Dipper Sect and the West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace have too many powerhouses. The Xianping competition this time will definitely be spectacular. Many people were excited when they saw the arrival of the ancient powers. They couldn't wait to shine and become famous in Xianping province. Xianping province is vast and boundless, there are as many geniuses as carps in the river. Therefore, I am representing the Hong clan to organize the Xianping competition in order to uncover the talents of Xianping province. This time, not only is the Hong clan hosting the competition, there are also experts from the Nanyang Palace and Shadow Door Palace from the Langya 10 palaces. Hong Tianting said proudly as he landed on the ground and stared at the crowd in the distance. Boom. Waves of emotions surged in everyone's hearts. The geniuses of the Langya 10 palaces and the Carefree 10 palaces were also here. To them, the geniuses of the 2 palaces were as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. Everyone had lofty aspirations. They even felt honored to be invited, as if they had also become famous martial artists in the great Xianping region. The Xianping competition this time is under the order of the heavens. Everyone should try their best to show off their abilities. When you become powerful in the future, you will look back and realize that the Xianping competition is the moment you first rose to prominence. Hong Tianting waved his hand, causing everyone on the hills to fall silent. In the next moment, loud cheers erupted. Yes, they were only slightly famous at the moment. However, after the Xianping competition today, they would soar into the sky like dragons. Moreover, at the end of the competition, I will also appear and spar with all of you. Hong Tianting smiled faintly as if he was an emperor who controlled the world. Hee, Senior Hong, it doesn't count as a spar. If you can give us some pointers, we will all benefit greatly. That's right. Although warriors are born with pride and shouldn't admire their opponents, we all admire you at this moment. However, it is only admiration. We will definitely surpass you. The young people also shouted with high fighting spirit. With Hong Tianting as their goal, they wanted to surpass him. Good, I will wait for you to surpass me. Hong Tianting smiled faintly. His robe fluttered in the wind, making him seem approachable. This made even more young people and experts shout crazily. This was the top genius of the Hong residence. He treated people kindly and had the demeanor of a strong expert. What a good, under the order of the heavens, just trash. I didn't expect you, Hong Tianting, to be so thick-skinned. Cheers. However, when everyone was cheering on the red ground in the distance, a slender figure slowly walked over. He was wearing a blue and white robe with an ancient sword behind him. His eyes were cold. Just a glance was enough to make people feel that they couldn't underestimate him. The whole ground suddenly became silent. The person who came was very arrogant. He disregarded the whole world and reprimanded the Xianpeng competition. From another point of view, that person also thought that all of them who participated in the Xianpeng competition were trash. Courting death. Cheers? Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to comment on the Xianpeng competition? Cheers? Brat who is still wet behind the ears, take back your words. Otherwise Lai Dao can kill you alone. Cheers? On top of the hills, everyone angrily stared at the person who came. That person really didn't know how to appreciate favors. Am I wrong? Hong Tianting, you're just a loser, but you actually have the face to call the winner of the Xianpeng competition. Do you still have any shame in your heart? Stop. However, the person who came ignored the crowd and calmly walked forward. That kind of aura was fearless and intimidating. Some of the passers-by who were just here to watch a good show at this moment, their hearts fiercely trembled. At this moment they seemed to have seen the ancient myth of Tianyu. Tianyu, this was a well-known expert in the Tianyu Pass. He was also a genius who was respected by everyone. He was furious, leaning against the railing, resting in the rain, looking up to the sky and roaring fiercely. And now they seemed to have seen the shadow of that myth. Lin Ling. Stop. Staring at the figure coming from the distance, Hong Tianting coldly snorted in his heart. He knew that Lin Ling had come, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After arriving, he mocked him. The ninth heaven mystical maiden and the others sneered. Lin Ling really came, worthy of being called righteous. Chapter 1331. Everyone's fury. Sir, you're also an invitee of the Blackping Arena. Who gave you the guts to look down on everyone so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of provoking public anger? Heavenly Venerable Su Xing said indifferently, pushing Lin Ling into the limelight. His intentions were extremely vicious. Moreover, he didn't call out Lin Ling's name because he didn't want to announce Lin Ling's identity and make everyone respect him. Lin Ling, who was in the distance, did not pay any attention to him. His indifferent voice drifted out. Where is my man? You're too arrogant. Today is the Blackping Arena, and you say where are your people? Are you ignoring all the geniuses and masters in the world? The Three Lives Ghost King's eyes flashed as he roared. He didn't say a word about Yumun Yun and the others because he wanted to provoke Lin Ling. Where are my people? You. However, Lin Ling still said fearlessly, if you don't hand over my people, don't blame me for causing misery and suffering. Ha ha ha. Ah. Ha ha ha. Everyone on the Three Lives Ghost King's side laughed. There were a lot of Saint Realm masters here, and Lin Ling dared to say that he would cause misery and suffering. What right did he have to say that? However, Lin Ling was obviously enraged, which was even better. Sure enough, everyone on the surrounding hills was stunned for a moment. Angry voices rang out like waves. This young man was actually ignoring them. He was too arrogant. Kneel down or you'll die. Ha ha ha. When the 9 elders of Southern Mountain dominated Xianpeng province, you were still breastfeeding. Today you dare to cause trouble alone? Ha ha. Today is the day we geniuses become famous, but for your own reputation, you dare to provoke all the geniuses. Ha ha ha. Angry shouts rang out, stirring the clouds. Everyone was angry at Lin Ling and no one remembered who Lin Ling was. This guy is so bold. The spectators in the distance shook their heads secretly. That young man was too arrogant. Even if he had some secret relationship with Hong Tianting, he could have spoken nicely. Why was there a need to be so arrogant? This would naturally incur the wrath of everyone, and the consequence of inciting public anger. Then he would definitely die. The path of martial arts isn't about proving yourself to others, nor is it about fame. It's about challenging yourself, challenging the heavens and the earth. All of you gathered here for the sake of your so-called fame in Xianpeng province. If you're not trash, then what are you? Lin Ling shouted angrily. How could he not know the intentions of Hong Tianting and the others? But he did not care at all. So what if everyone was angry? Could it be that he, Lin Ling, had to speak nicely? What's more, Hong Tianting and the other experts had used a scheme to lure him here. Naturally, they would have thought of a countermeasure. Even if he begged them nicely, the other party would have another way to make things difficult for him. And there was only one outcome, which was to kill him. Therefore, there was no need to be polite. If it was necessary to break, then break. If it was necessary to be resolute, then be resolute. Worst comes to worst, I'll just kill them all. No one was allowed to touch his reverse scale. Your Excellency, you should be one of the invited geniuses. Why don't you calm down and spar with the other geniuses? It's better to convince them. You're so arrogant. Even I can't help you. An old monk from the Heavenly Dragon Temple said calmly. That's right. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Why be so aggressive? An expert from the Celestial Phenomenon sect also spoke. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He also knew that there were countless experts there and many of them were stronger than him. It would not be difficult to kill him, but he still came. That was because Yumun Yun was his person. Even if she went to hell, he would take her back. Just like the second dream, because she saved Lin Ling once, Lin Ling dared to enter the ghost realm and go to hell to save her. It was the same today. You want us to get lost? Do you know who I am? The eyes of the two experts narrowed. This person was out of control. They tried to persuade him nicely, but he did not give them any face at all. Little did they know that Hong Tianting and the others had already formed an alliance. They had captured Lin Ling's people, so why would Lin Ling give them any face? They did not know this at all. They only knew that Lin Ling actually told them to get lost based on their seniority. How were they supposed to put down their pride? Then you'll have to fend for yourself. The two old men said indifferently. Even the Chan master of Devanaga and Heavenly Taoist won't give them any face. If this kid doesn't die, what justice is there? The crowd became even more furious. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. However, Empyrean Void Star and the others sneered even more. Right now, even if Lin Ling announced his identity, they probably would not let him go, as Lin Ling's arrogance had already incurred the wrath of both humans and gods. I only have one thing to say today. I've come for my lover. If gods stand in my way, I'll kill them. If Buddhas stand in my way, I'll destroy Buddhas. This is my final warning to you. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He was in a hurry to save his lover, so he no longer paid any attention to the schemes of Empyrean Void Star and the others. However, he still gave them his final warning. Lover. Your lover is probably already dead. If you're so domineering, how can your lover still be alive? This is the Black Peng Arena. It's sacred and grand. You've come here to find your lover? Are you an idiot? Kill him. Kill his lover too. For the sake of a femme fatale, he actually dares to provoke us experts. Everyone completely ignored Lin Ling's warning. Instead, they were furious. Of course, there was no lack of people who were extremely calm. Although they valued the reputation of the Black Peng Arena, they did not think Lin Ling was a domineering person. He definitely had his reasons for coming here. However, guessing was guessing. They would never speak up for Lin Ling and incur everyone's wrath. I'll kill him. I'd like to see what you can do for your lover. Trash. At the same time, someone finally erupted with a huge amount of spiritual energy. His body turned into an afterimage and shot towards Lin Ling at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. It's Fei Xianxia. What a powerful extreme martial art. I'm afraid that it has reached the pinnacle. That's the heaven-crippling fist. The crowd cheered. Fei Xianxia was only 25 years old. He was one of the geniuses who would definitely shine in the Black Peng Arena today. Boom. Fei Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. Countless afterimages could be seen as he sliced apart the red plants on the ground. In the next moment, his fist landed on Lin Ling's body. Countless red plants soared into the sky like flower petals. It was extremely dazzling. How is it? Everyone stared at the scene. However, their line of sight was blocked by the red plants, causing them to be filled with anticipation. It's definitely Fei Xianxia's victory. You have to know that he's very powerful. Even the great heroes of Shenping province are not his match unless they encounter an expert from the splendid mountain and rivers heaven, earth, profound, and yellow rankings. An old man said with certainty. Then let the Black Peng Arena continue. Many people laughed loudly as if they had already forgotten about Lin Ling. However, at that moment, the sky was filled with flower petals. On the ground, two figures appeared. One of them was still in a punching posture. Boundless power smashed onto the other person's body. However, what shocked everyone was that the other person was actually standing there like a mountain, not moving at all. Tell me, what can I do for my lover? Then I'll tell you now. Kill everyone in the world. Finally, a firm and cold voice drifted out. A punch was thrown out. Under countless gazes, Fei Zhangzi was blown apart by the punch. His blood interweaved with the flower petals in the sky. It was extremely ironic and dazzling. Chapter 1332. Kill them all. His name would shake Xianping province. This was even more ironic. If he couldn't even block a single punch, how could he be famous? How could he be ambitious? On the hills, the eyes of countless people trembled fiercely. That young man was actually so strong? It's getting more and more interesting. Only Empyrean Void Star's side had cold smiles on their faces. They knew that Lin Ling would definitely win, but the more this was the case, the angrier Lin Ling would be. It might even cause the entire Xianping province to be filled with killing intent. At that time, no matter what kind of backer Lin Ling had, he would still die. Sure enough, just as this thought appeared in their hearts, murderous voices erupted from the numerous hills, becoming even crazier. Such a brat is crazy enough. Could it be that you want to go against the entire world for a woman? Kill him. On the hills, majestic auras erupted, shaking the earth. Countless figures shot towards Lin Ling from all directions. He's dead. This kid is too arrogant. Why doesn't he lower his head and speak? Sigh. As for the spectators in the distance, they sympathized with Lin Ling. In the entire Xianping province, who would dare to provoke the anger of the masses? However, under their gazes, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop, as if he didn't know what danger lay ahead. What a determined guy. Now, I'm a little envious of his partner. He's so angry for a woman. More people said in admiration. Do you have to work for them? Is the so-called false reputation that important to you? Also, why didn't you wait for me to confront Hong Tianting before attacking? Sigh. Still moving forward, Lin Ling's cold eyes looked at the people around him and said indifferently. Is it your turn to speak? Sigh. No need. We believe in him. Sigh. Cold voices came from all directions. It was just as Lin Ling had guessed. Even if he gave them a chance, no one would listen to his explanation under the anger of the crowd. They only wanted to become famous and shine brightly in the great Xianping region. The mountain and sea thousand crack spear. In the sky, the phantom of the mountains and seas appeared, blocking out the sun. And within the phantom of the mountains and seas, a dazzling figure shot towards Lin Ling like a shooting star. A single spear could shake the mountains and rivers. Clang. The spear shot down, but Lin Ling did not stop moving. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the spear at a tricky angle, but the tyrannical force still pushed him back. After retreating more than 10 meters, that force was finally stopped. He raised his eyes and looked at the old man holding the spear and said, Ignorant. Ah, my spear isn't easy to catch. Moreover, so what if I'm ignorant? I'm still better than a dead man like you. I'll let you have a taste of my peak supreme martial arts, Great Splitting Mountain. Buzz buzz buzz. The spear vibrated, and if it was inserted into the ground, it could cause the mountains and rivers on the ground to split open. It was extremely powerful. Your martial arts are nothing much. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still as cold as ever. His body was extremely powerful. It was basically impossible to shatter his body. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful attack, someone had already launched a sneak attack from behind. Myriad falling leaves palm. The sky was filled with falling leaves, forming an extremely beautiful scene. However, every single leaf contained an extremely terrifying power that could not be underestimated. Cutting field. At the same time, another expert arrived and formed a majestic force field. As long as it was within a 10-meter radius of the force field, everything would be cut apart by the void. This person controlled the power of the void and was extremely powerful. Although the warriors of Xianping province were slightly weaker than the splendid mountain and river sect, they could not be underestimated. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Haha, you want to kill me? You can't. The old man who attacked first abandoned his spear and retreated. His face was filled with a complacent smile. His attack did not kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling could not do anything to him because Lin Ling had to face too many experts. Sect leader of the mountain and river sect, back off. I'll kill him. Indeed, just as the old man's body floated 100 meters away, a young genius arrived. Although it's the Blackping Arena today, it's too ugly for so many people to surround and kill a young man. It makes people doubt the fairness of the Blackping Arena. Yeah, it hasn't even started and there's already so many people bullying him. If it starts, I'm afraid the rules will be set by individuals. That young man knew about this beforehand, so he didn't bother to participate. The onlookers kept shaking their heads and saying, Blazing sea flame. Lin Ling growled. His left hand turned into a flaming fist, and the raging flames swept out. A large number of leaves behind him collided with the giant flaming fist, and those leaves exploded one after another. So powerful, but you can't kill me? The warrior who used the myriad falling leaves' palms sneered and retreated. He looked extremely pleased with himself. I'll stop him. South Mountain has a pagoda that suppresses the heavens and earth. At the same time, another figure arrived. A dazzling light bloomed in midair, and it turned into a huge golden pagoda that descended from the sky. Rumble. After the golden pagoda descended, it seemed to be impregnable. No flames could burn it, and it blocked Lin Ling's majestic flaming fist. Within the golden pagoda, a tall and sturdy man maintained his posture with both hands raised to the sky. His face was filled with a proud smile. You're only SOSO. It's Nan Badian. Amazing. That extreme martial art has the strongest defense and it has reached the pinnacle. The crowd cheered. With Nan Badian blocking the young man's flames, the others could attack to their heart's content. I've said it before. You're all ignorant. Now die. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He glared at them and his killing intent surged. At this moment he didn't hold back anymore. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they dared to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. Flames began to burn at this moment. Under countless gazes, the young man raised his left hand. There, the blue flames were as dazzling as the heavenly flames. In the next moment, flame birds and fire beasts flew out from his palm. They were densely packed and burned the sky. Blazing sea world. The flames that filled the sky were like a red mountain, exploding on the ground. Not good. This aura. Could it be the extreme martial art transcendence realm? Retreat quickly. Nanshanba, block him. The expressions of those proud experts changed drastically. They were afraid. The flames were too terrifying. The young man had erupted with the wrath of the heavens. However, it was too late to escape now. Flames burned the earth, and a blue light soared into the sky. Within a 1,000-mile radius, all the martial artists who had attacked Lin Ling had died. Those martial artists who had been gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune and thought that they couldn't kill him and that Lin Ling couldn't do anything to them were now filled with deep regret. They shouldn't have been so complacent, because after being complacent, what they received was the wrath of the flame god. In a few breaths, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. Facing these ignorant people who only wanted to make a name for themselves, the only way to be clean was to kill them. You actually killed our sect master? Our sect master is one of the strongest experts in Xianping province. In the distance on the hills, a large number of people were roaring. This young man's strength was too terrifying. He wasn't an ordinary transcendent at all. Chapter 1333. Who dares to kill? You dare to kill us. Those who were previously enraged all sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the flames approach. This young man was arrogant. If he dared to show any dissatisfaction, he would be killed. As the flames fell, the surrounding hills exploded, incinerating everything in its path, causing countless people to die. Those in the distance trembled in fear. What did he not dare to kill? This young man simply wanted to incinerate the world with his flames. I'll stop you, Thousand Ice Love. At that moment, a powerful master took action. At this moment, only masters were qualified to take action. Like the geniuses from Xianping province, everyone who went would die. High up in the sky, a vast expanse of ice appeared, forming a white-haired figure. This person was tall and powerful, holding the crystal palace in his hand as he rushed towards the blue sea of flames. What a cold ice intent! That's right, water and fire are incompatible. Water can restrain fire. Many people's hearts suddenly filled with anticipation. Do you think you can stop me? However, under countless gazes, the crystal palace did manage to barely block the burning of the blue flames. However, the young man coldly shouted and pulled out an enormous ancient sword. Looking at the sky, he slashed and split the crystal palace into two, causing the ice crystals that filled the sky to scatter. Invincible in the transcendent realm? The master's eyes narrowed. One had to know that he was a transcendent 7th-stage master, an invincible existence in this realm, yet he couldn't even block a single sword strike from this young man. More importantly, he was already more than 60 years old, yet the young man in front of him was only in his 20s. Such a genius, how could he not know who he was? Your Excellency's strength is heaven-defying, this one admires it greatly. If you want to stop the Blackping Arena today, this one will not stop you. The master finally compromised. no longer trying to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling's combat strength was too terrifying. Die. Lin Ling coldly spat out, his sword majestic. A pillar of sword light shot out and beheaded the master. Compromising now, it was too late. He's crazy. The crowd in the distance was stunned, all of them shocked. Even if he compromised, he would still be killed. That young man was truly someone who would kill gods and Buddhas if they blocked his path. For the sake of a beauty, he would burn the heavens with fury. Lin Ling continued to move forward, but at this moment, no one dared to obstruct him. Everyone looked at him with reverence in their eyes. Previously, the young man had said that the Black Ping Arena was just a gathering of trash. And now, looking at it now, it was indeed so. All the geniuses and experts couldn't stop a single person. You're still going to kill him even after compromising? Aren't you being a little too overbearing? However, there was still someone who couldn't stand it anymore, so he shouted in a low voice. His voice was very soft and only the people nearby could hear it. Whoosh! Lin Ling stepped on the ground and shot towards the hill. At the same time, the Sea of Fire world exploded, causing the person who spoke to be burned to death. Furthermore, it implicated the entire hill. Domineering. That's right, it was that domineering. Lin Ling had already given him a chance. Now, let alone stopping him, even if he said a word, Lin Ling would kill him. There was no need for Lin Ling to show mercy to these ignorant people who only wanted to become famous. The entire earth became even more silent. Was there anyone who dared to speak? No. Today, the Black Ping Arena was convened by the mandate of heaven. Can this person stop the mandate of heaven? At this moment, Hong Tianting's indifferent voice rang out. Think about it. If you kill this person, your name will definitely spread throughout Shanping province. His voice was bewitching, causing the eyes of the people on the hill to flicker. That's right, the Black Ping Arena was held today to become famous. If they could kill that young man, their name would probably spread throughout Shanping province. Only the spectators in the distance saw a flaw. One had to know that there were countless experts on Hong Tianting's side, but they didn't make a move. Instead, they bewitched the experts and geniuses of Shanping province to make a move. What were their intentions? That's right, they wanted to kill with a borrowed knife and let the young man offend more enemies. This time, if they still couldn't see through Hong Tianting's intentions, then they would be fools. When they thought about how the young man only came for a beauty, they suddenly felt that there must be something hidden in their hearts. Perhaps the young man did come for a beauty, but the crowd overestimated themselves and tried to stop him in order to make a name for themselves in Shanping province. Then what was the use of not dying? If you want to die, come. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His cold voice rang out mightily. He looked at the hills, causing the hearts of those who were ready to make a move to tremble violently. What a terrifying gaze. If they really made a move, they would probably be killed to the last one. They were scared. They were scared. They were scared by Lin Ling's tyrannical killing. Today, Lin Ling blocked their chance to make a name for themselves in Shanping province. This made their hearts burn with anger, but even if they were angry, there was nothing they could do. This was because they didn't dare to make a move. They didn't even dare to say a word. If they did, they would die. Lin Ling was that arrogant. How mighty. One person can intimidate Shanping province. Sigh. Those who were watching from afar gasped, especially those of the younger generation. Their hearts were beating violently, and their eyes were filled with admiration and envy. Once upon a time, they had also dreamed of a scene where millions of people would die when an expert was angry. Unfortunately, to them that was just a dream. But now, a young man of the same age as them had done it. Hong Tianting, you were defeated by me. You created the Black Ping Arena, which is extremely embarrassing. Is this the genius of the Hong residents? Not only is he ignorant, but he is also shameful. Sigh. Still walking forward, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Hong Tianting's side. Celestial Venerable Su Xing, the third-generation Ghost King, the Holy Mother of Jiuli, and the Shen Envy of the Nine Heavens. A bunch of hypocrites. If you want to kill me, come and kill me. But instead, you captured my lover, Yumun Yun, and created this embarrassing Black Ping Arena to confuse everyone. But in reality, the Black Ping Arena is fake. What's the real deal? His cold voice drifted out, causing the eyes of the people on the hills to flicker. The Black Ping Arena was fake. The real deal was to kill the young man. They were all being used as pawns? Nonsense. You guys go and kill him. Celestial Venerable Su Xing's face turned ugly as he shouted. Lin Ling was very smart. He had guessed their intentions. However, on the surrounding hills, the crowd fell silent. They had already been killed so many times that they didn't dare to kill anymore. They even distanced themselves from this troublesome place. A bunch of trash. Celestial Venerable Su Xing's people all had gloomy expressions when they saw the crowd fall silent. They hadn't expected that their plan would be interrupted by Lin Ling's tyranny. One sword and one flame. Whoever came forward would be killed. Whoever kills him, even if it's just a palm strike, I can represent the Hong residents and recruit you. Hong Tianting smiled faintly as if he was toying with Lin Ling. He didn't believe that everyone was afraid of Lin Ling. Sure enough, when the generous reward was announced, many people's eyes flickered. The Hong residence was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. If one could enter the Hong residence, it meant that one had supreme status. In Shenping province they were only below the 7 emperors. I'll do it. Someone seemed to be unable to restrain himself. However, before he could do anything, Lin Ling coldly sneered. He waved his left hand and a sea of flames surged towards the hills. The sea of flames instantly submerged that person and burned him alive. It even burned everyone on the hills to death. Come, let me see who isn't afraid of death. Chapter 1334. Challenge Lin Ling, who's going to kill him? Lin Ling's domineering voice once again floated out from his mouth. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. I'm not coming. It's too scary. Provoking him will not only result in one person's death, but also the destruction of the entire sect. At this moment, even the rewards of the Hong residents could not tempt the crowd. Hong Tianting, what other tricks do you have? Seeing everyone trembling in fear, Lin Ling indifferently looked at Hong Tianting, causing Hong Tianting's face to become extremely gloomy. He and Lin Ling could be considered to be facing off against each other before, to see who was more powerful, but Lin Ling actually won a match with tyrannical strength. Senior Hong, this child's strength is too powerful. We are not his match and you are the host of the Black Peng Arena. Only you can defeat him. Everyone hid far away and couldn't help but shout. Although they were a little suspicious of Hong Tianting's intentions, the words from before were still Lin Ling's words, so they didn't really believe it. That's right, you are the genius of the Hong residents. Defeat him and let the Shenping tournament reconvene. More people shouted in anticipation. Now, only Hong Tianting could suppress Lin Ling, and they had blind worship for Hong Tianting. As for Lin Ling, they still didn't know who he was, but they were sure that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was no match for him. Come loser. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up into a sneer as he beckoned to Hong Tianting in the distance. Loser, you think you can do that? In your dreams. Seeing how arrogant Lin Ling was, the crowd shouted even more disdainfully. Hong Tianting stood up with a smile in his eyes. Since things had come to this point, it was time to end everything. He slowly floated out and said, as expected of Lin Ling. In fact, I thought that you wouldn't dare to come. However, you are a righteous person. Even though you know that there are tigers in the mountain, you still chose to come. Finishing his words, he glanced at the surrounding hills, opened his arms and said in a free and easy manner, That's right, I was defeated by him and he is Lin Ling, the current number 1 on the yellow board. He's Lin Ling? On the surrounding hills, the faces of the crowd changed dramatically. Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. Although they had never seen Lin Ling before, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? Lin Ling was a genius of the new generation in Shenping province. He had won 10 matches in a row twice and reached the top of the list. Previously, they had overestimated themselves and challenged Lin Ling. One must know that Lin Ling had even defeated Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting was satisfied with the expressions of the crowd. The reason why he announced Lin Ling's identity was simple. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone to wash away the humiliation. Although Lin Ling is the number 1 on the yellow board, he is arrogant. Everyone has seen how arrogant he was previously. Since young Master Hong Tianting will help us regain our dignity, Hong Tianting will challenge Lin Ling again. Emperor Master Su Xing knew Hong Tianting's thoughts and immediately shouted. In fact, when they formed an alliance to kill Lin Ling, Hong Tianting had said that he wanted to kill Lin Ling personally. Therefore, Emperor Master Su Xing and the rest allowed Hong Tianting to make the first move. They had absolute confidence in Hong Tianting. Indeed, although Lin Ling is the number 1 on the yellow board, he is too arrogant. Lord Hong Tianting, defeat him. The crowd fell silent for a moment before thunderous cheers drifted out. No matter what, Hong Tianting was still the host of the Black Peng Arena, while Lin Ling was the troublemaker. They obviously supported Hong Tianting. Chan Master Devanaga, Heavenly Son, you will be the judges this time. Lin Ling and I want a fair battle, and this is a battle to the death. Before one side dies, no one is allowed to interfere. Can you do that? Hong Tianting looked at the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son. The two of them were highly respected in Xianping province. Their words held great authority. At this moment, the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Sun did not expect the young man before them to be Lin Ling. They could not understand. Lin Ling had clearly defeated Hong Tianting. He should be satisfied, so why did he come to cause trouble in the Black Peng Arena today? As a result, when they heard Hong Tianting's words, they nodded. Don't worry. Everyone knows about our reputation. As long as the battle is not over, no one will disturb us. All right, everyone will be watching this battle. Hong Tianting yelled out heroically. He stared at Lin Ling with the raging flames of battle. You only took advantage of the rules on the yellow rank martial stage. However, the battle outside is the real battle. You are not my opponent. Good luck. Lin Ling sneered and nodded. He did not explain much. Was that good luck? Last time he had completely crushed Hong Tianting. However, if Hong Tianting wanted to wash away the humiliation, then it would depend on whether he had the ability. Wait a moment. You won't run away, right? Hong Tianting added, this is a battle to the death. Everyone will be watching. If you run away, will you still have the face to stay in Xianping province in the future? If you want to fight, then fight. What's with the nonsense? Lin Ling shook his head sarcastically, then yelled out. Run away. Who was the one who ran away in the last battle of the yellow rank? However, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. Right now he wanted to save Yuman Yun and Luo Feng. Therefore he wanted to fight with Hong Tianting. Alright, that's enough. Everyone has heard it. No one is allowed to disturb this battle. Moreover, only one of us can survive. This is also my battle to avenge my wife, Shui. Lin Ling, you will never understand the pain of my wife's death. Of course, if you win, I swear here that you can leave. Hong Tianting took a step forward and floated towards Lin Ling like an emperor. In this battle, he would tell Xianping province that he, Hong Tianting, came from the Hong mansion. He would always be number one. In this life, other than his brother, no one could surpass him. Tianyu Pass had attracted more people. Even the experts from Splendid Landscape had come. When they saw Lin Ling and Hong Tianting fighting again and heard Hong Tianting's words, their faces were full of sarcasm. How could Hong Tianting still have the nerve to mention Luo Shuaman? Lin Ling killed Luo Shuaman in front of Hong Tianting. Where was Hong Tianting at that time? He didn't dare to say a word. Right now, when there were countless experts, Hong Tianting seemed to be the most infatuated man in the world. He was only deceiving some ignorant people. Lin Ling is much better than Hong Tianting. I have a friend in Su Xing Divine Palace. He said that Celestial Master Su Xing and the other experts captured Lin Ling's confidant. As for Lin Ling, he gave up his own safety and went alone. This is a true infatuated man. An ancient expert said with admiration. However, I'm afraid Lin Ling will be in danger in this battle. When Hong Tianting lost to Lin Ling last time, he didn't use his demon god. His demon god was extremely powerful and ranked 6th. Although Lin Ling also has a demon god, it's ranked lower than Hong Tianting's demon god. The others shook their heads. They also admired Lin Ling's courage. This is bullying. Lin Ling doesn't have anyone behind him. That's why they are so arrogant. The experts discussed animatedly. They were all from Qian Temple, and Lin Ling also came from Qian Temple. Therefore they subconsciously sided with Lin Ling. Chapter 1335. The terrifying Yamada no Orochi. One is a genius from the Hong Mansion, the other is a new generation genius from a tiny saint realm. Who will be more powerful? It must be Hong Tianting. His voice was like thunder, drifting from all directions, but it did not affect the two young men in the sky. This time you will lose without a doubt. You will understand my strength more deeply now. A calm voice drifted out from Hong Tianting's mouth. Indeed so, please enlighten me. Lin Ling said calmly, making it impossible for others to know what he was thinking. You're a little scared. Seeing Lin Ling's silent appearance, Hong Tianting looked into the distance and shook his head. Don't worry, you don't have to be afraid of anything. If you can defeat me, you can leave safely and I will return your people to you. Lin Ling remained silent and did not explain much, causing many people to sneer. They knew that Lin Ling was indeed afraid. You should be afraid. Hong Tianting withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked straight at Lin Ling. Last time I lost to you, you were just lucky. This time you will have the chance to see my powerful demon god. Come out, Yamada no Orochi. Boom. Purple clouds spread out in the sky as thunder rumbled. The yin and yang auras also became chaotic at this moment, becoming extremely violent. When the clouds dispersed, as long as a cultivator smelled it, they would bleed from their 7 orifices. Their faces were filled with horror as they frantically retreated. Long. In the sky, lightning constantly smashed down, as if it wanted to baptize the world and annihilate all living beings. At this moment, a giant purple snake bathed in lightning descended to the world. With a loud roar, a giant 8-headed, 8-tailed snake as large as a mountain appeared in the sky. This snake was covered in purple scales and exuded an innate pressure that caused even Saint Realm Masters to tremble. Yamata no Orochi ranked 6th among the 72 demon gods. Yamata no Orochi is said to be the guardian of the 5-star Saint Realm Dragon Snake territory. I wonder how Hong Tianting obtained it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The 6th-ranked demon god of heaven 72 was definitely comparable to a Saint Realm Master. No wonder Hong Tianting said that Lin Ling won last time by luck. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the giant purple 9-headed snake. He could feel a strong pressure coming from it. This snake was the true emperor of wild beasts, even more terrifying than a wild beast king. Moreover, the guardian of the 5-star Saint Realm Dragon Snake territory? One had to know that his ancient flame devil was merely an 8-star Saint Realm guardian deity, and not the only one. It was only one of the 6 guardian deities. From this point of view, the ancient demon god, Yamata no Orochi. With this fiend god here, even a first heaven saint wouldn't be able to stop Hong Tianting. You didn't run when you saw my Yamata no Orochi. In the sky, the 8 heads and 8 tails covered the sky. The 8 heads were like the heads of the Dragon King, full of malevolence. Why should I run? Lin Ling slowly raised his sword. The current Hong Tianting was no longer a transcendent 6th-stage master but a true Saint Realm Master, but he still chose to fight. He had to face a Saint Realm Master eventually. If he retreated here, how could he, Lin Ling, reach Shenping Province? How could he find Yu and the others? How could he protect his family? So fight. Raging flames erupted from Lin Ling's body like a tide, causing many people's eyes to narrow. Previously, when Lin Ling was silent, they thought Lin Ling was really afraid, but Lin Ling's inextinguishable flames told them that he was still burning with fighting spirit. That's more like it. Yamata no Orochi let out a low growl. One of its heads looked down and said indifferently, "Using this demon god consumes a lot of my strength, so I need to constantly replenish it. The nourishment I need is naturally from a Saint Realm Master. Only those with a Saint C in their dantian can satisfy me." Yamata no Black Wheel. One of the ferocious snake heads revealed a sharp light as it opened its mouth and spat out a mysterious black vortex. A violent and powerful suction force was produced. At this moment, a Saint Realm Master's face changed. Yamata no Orochi had made a move against him? With a roar, a majestic world energy erupted from his body. The Saint C in his dantian was vast and mighty, as if it could suppress the world. You want to kill me? Dream on. Lunar Sun Demon Buddhist Force. A crescent moon and a blazing sun intertwined, forming a huge image of a demon god and a Buddha. The sun and moon grand principles were also displayed, causing the crowd to feel a sense of worship. Long. However, a terrifying thing happened next. Above the sky, the mysterious black vortex seemed to be able to swallow everything. The invisible force turned into a vortex and actually absorbed the power of the sun and moon as well as the power of the demon Buddha from the sky, causing the Saint Realm Master's face to change dramatically. In the next moment he let out a terrified cry. He couldn't control himself and was sucked into the black vortex. "Now save me." A panicked voice drifted into the ears of the crowd, causing their hearts to tremble. In the end, the master was swallowed up and died. A Saint Realm Master died just like that. A Saint Realm Master was a peak master, comparable to a master like the sea-calming heavenly sovereign, but he died just like that. Yamata no Orochi was indeed terrifying. TSK not bad. The Saint C's power has filled me with strength. Yamata no Orochi said coldly. All 8 heads looked at Lin Ling. "I said you were lucky last time. This time you won't be so lucky." Yamata no Smoke. One of the snake heads opened its mouth and spat out smoke, as if it wanted to contaminate the entire world. At this moment, the sky was completely covered by the smoke. The most terrifying thing was that all the cultivators who came into contact with the smoke were corroded. No extreme martial arts could do anything against it. The smoke was like a tide rushing towards Lin Ling. He's dead for sure. Hong Tianting can easily kill a first-layer saint. Lin Ling is only a 6th-layer transcendent. How can he resist? The crowd retreated even further and sucked in a breath of cold air. World of Flames. Staring solemnly at Hong Tianting, Lin Ling raised his left hand high and a fierce flame gushed out. It was as if his palm had blossomed into a beautiful firework, forming a ray of light in the gloomy world of smoke. Is it useful? Yamada no Orochi let out a deafening laugh. Then the crowd saw that the terrifying smoke was corroding everything, even the blue flames were corroded. One must know that Lin Ling's world of flames was a transcendent realm extreme martial art, but it still couldn't stop the invasion of the smoke. However, the crowd felt that it was normal. Lin Ling was just struggling before his death. So close yet so far, 8 snakes swallow heaven and earth. Yamada no Orochi seemed to be toying with Lin Ling. He didn't instantly kill Lin Ling. Perhaps only by doing so could he wash away his shame and make Lin Ling feel fear and know that he won last time by relying on luck. Pop, pop, pop. Of the 8 snake heads, one of them suddenly lengthened and shot towards Lin Ling at an inconceivable speed. It opened its mouth and swallowed the world. What a fast speed. Lin Ling couldn't even block the smoke signal. Now he has to face the second attack of the Yamada no Orochi. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. The demon god of Hongtian court was too strong. Swallowing mountains and rivers. Chapter 1336. The Battle of Demons, Uprooting the Heavens. Unstoppable. Lin Ling roared as he held the sword in his hand. The venerable sovereign form behind him moved, shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom. As the sword slashed out, an unparalleled power erupted. The sword actually swept away the surging smoke. Its power was extremely great. However, just as the terrifying smoke was swept away, the snake head in the distance arrived. At the same time, a cold laughter sounded. Are you afraid? Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword to block. The moment the sword collided with the snake head, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What a stiff scale armor. His sword couldn't cut through it? Crack, crack. The huge snake's head smashed into the sword like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It maintained its momentum and actually forced Lin Ling to retreat continuously. The venerable emperor's appearance also became extremely dim at this moment. Now do you know how strong I am? The purple snake head spat out a mocking voice. It closed its huge mouth and bit Lin Ling's sword. Then it swung it violently. Lin Ling flew out like a meteor and smashed into the ground. A large number of people were smashed to death by him. He's no match at all. Staring at the overwhelming battle, many people shook their heads. They knew that Yamada no Orochi hadn't used its true strength. It was just killing Lin Ling slowly. However, even so, Lin Ling couldn't fight back. Shake. More people shook their heads. The result of this battle was obvious. Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Bang. However, at this moment, the ground exploded, and the fallen venerable sovereign stood up again. Above the sky, a figure floated under the sky like a meteor. He wore a blue robe and held an ancient sword in his hand. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but in his eyes, the flames of war burned even more fiercely. Lin Ling can still fight? Wow! The crowd was stunned and shocked. Facing such a powerful Yamada no Orochi, Lin Ling could still stand up. Moreover, he wanted to continue fighting. How crazy! What do you think? Yamada no Orochi's eyes were filled with anger. It seemed that Lin Ling's stubbornness made him unhappy. However, he soon let out a gloomy voice. The genius of the Hong family was defeated by me in the yellow board. Today you used the demon god, but I used my own body to fight. However, you still didn't cause me any fatal injuries, let alone kill me. I don't know where you're getting your pride from. How dare you ask me what I think? Hong Tianting, I'm ashamed of you. Roar. A low roar came out from Lin Ling's mouth, accompanied by an unyielding fighting spirit. It made many people's mouths dry. Lin Ling was able to become the number 1 on the yellow board because he had an extraordinary willpower. No matter how strong his opponent was, how terrifying his background was, or what kind of trump card he had, Lin Ling would still choose to fight. Even if he was on his last breath, Lin Ling would still not back down. You have a strong backbone. Yamada no Orochi's 8 head stared coldly. He thought that by showing his powerful strength, Lin Ling would be afraid, beg for mercy, or even show a dispirited look. However, Lin Ling didn't. The more he fought, the braver he became. He wanted to kill Lin Ling slowly, but Lin Ling didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Most importantly, he had used the demon god. Alright, your luck is over. Yamada no Orochi finally didn't want to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone. Yamada no heaven and earth. With a roar, the 8 heads looked up at the sky. Endless ferocious flames burst out. Each of the heads spat out terrifying laws of heaven and earth. There was smoke, thunder, fire, storm, and frost. The most terrifying thing was that these extreme powers were the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. That place had become a forbidden area. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Lin Ling could still sense the billowing aura of destruction. His eyes turned even colder. At this moment, smoke slowly spread out from the surface of his body. It was so mysterious and so mysterious. The smoke spread out and covered this part of the world. Many people stared at Lin Ling's side. It was so beautiful, like the moon in the water. Some of them knew that Lin Ling was finally going to use his trump card. The 72 demon gods in the sky, the ancient flame devil. The battle of the demon gods is finally here. I wonder who is more powerful. Thousands of experts felt their blood boiling. Lin Ling won the yellow list battle. Now it was the battle of the more powerful demon gods. Could Lin Ling still win? Of course, they knew that although Lin Ling used the demon god, the ancient flame devil's ranking was too low. It shouldn't be a match for Yamada no Orochi. It's out. Finally, someone shouted out in agitation. A white-haired man with 9 tails slowly stepped out from the smoke. His footsteps seemed to be able to break through the void. His eyes were filled with evil as he looked at the world. Looking at him, those cultivators who supported the Hong Heavenly Court were all trembling with fear at this moment. Luck? A hoarse voice drifted out. Many people were puzzled. What did the ancient flame devil mean by saying that? Swoosh. At the same time, billowing smoke like ribbons streaked across the sky. He made his move. Lin Ling made his move. Everyone's eyes widened. They saw that Lin Ling took the initiative to make his move after using the ancient flame devil. However, could Lin Ling's ancient flame devil be compared to Yamada no Orochi? If he made his move first and rushed into the forbidden area of Yamada no Orochi, he would definitely die. You defeated me last time because of luck. Yamada no Orochi also sensed that Lin Ling was rushing over. He was very fast, but he sneered. Lin Ling was just courting death. If he approached him, he would have to face his Yamada no Orochi. And this world was filled with great laws. Who could invade it? Rumble. Sure enough, when Lin Ling got close to Yamada no Orochi, a terrifying power erupted. Storms, lightning, flames, ice, and snow swept across the world. Clang, clang. The rumbling continued. The sky and earth seemed to be about to shatter. Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. With his white hair and 9 tails, he actually cut off a large amount of power laws. It's useless. However, Yamada no Orochi was in the great laws. He sneered. Destroy him. Destroy. Rumble. Even more terrifying was the boundless power of heaven and earth that swept towards Lin Ling. Ice and snow surrounded the ancient flame devil from all directions. In an instant, Lin Ling was frozen. Then the ice and snow exploded, turning the ancient flame devil into dust. The sky was filled with ice crystals. He died just like that. Many people didn't want to miss any exciting scene. At this moment they were muttering to themselves. Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. He was already close to Yamada no Orochi, but in the end, it was just a flash in the pan. Crack. However, at this moment, smoke spread out in the sky again, forming a new white-haired 9-tailed youth. He fearlessly pounced on Yamada no Orochi. What, he's not dead yet? Many people's eyes widened. They suddenly realized that Lin Ling's 9 tails had turned into 8. What was going on? Chapter 1337. What? Interesting, but in the end it was short-lived. Yamada no Orochi let out a furious roar, and a world of thunder and lightning erupted, intertwining and blocking Lin Ling's path. Fire. Went. Furthermore, Yamada no Orochi didn't show any signs of stopping. It was as though he was in control of all the powers in the world. Let's see how many lives you have. Die. The world became even more chaotic. On the ground, a large number of martial artists were implicated and killed. In the sky, the white-haired youth was still as resolute as ever. His 8 tails swayed as he charged fearlessly towards Orochi. Rumble. Lightning surged over and wrapped around its body, causing another tail of the ancient flame devil to explode and vanish. The second one. The third one. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling's battle intent was crazy. He wouldn't give up until he saw the coffin. Even if he died, he would still stay close to Lin Ling. If the 9 tails disappeared, Lin Ling would definitely die forever. The funny thing was that Hong Tianting actually thought that Lin Ling would run away because he didn't dare to face his Yamada no Orochi. But now, Lin Ling had proven everything. Not only is this child powerful, but his martial heart is also extremely determined. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely become a top venerable one in the future. Many ancient warriors secretly admired him. Rumble. The sky was dazzling, and tyrannical energy swept in all directions, causing the 9 tails of the ancient flame devil to continuously explode. When there was only one tail left, everyone became nervous. Lin Ling should be retreating now. If he continued to walk forward, only death would await him. Kill. A firm killing intent gushed out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone to gulp. Lin Ling still chose to fight. Yamada no Kurosawa. At this moment, Yamada no Orochi was also affected by Lin Ling's resolute battle intent. Panic appeared in his eyes, and one of his heads spat out a black vortex. This was the power of the black vortex that could kill a Saint Realm Master. It was a kind of dark law. The rolling vortex tore Lin Ling apart, but Lin Ling's body didn't stop. His tyrannical physical strength actually blocked the suction of the vortex. Impossible. Orochi no Orochi shouted. His Yamada no Kurosawa could kill a Saint Realm Master. How could Lin Ling block that terrifying suction? Suddenly, he remembered that during the Battle of the Yellow Board, Lin Ling's strength was already able to shake a Saint Realm Master. Now that the ancient flame devil had appeared, coupled with the fact that demon gods and cultivators had reached the transformation stage, Lin Ling's current strength was even stronger than a Saint Realm Master. This was inconceivable. As far as he knew, demon gods ranked below 20 were only invincible in the transcendent realm at their peak, but Lin Ling's ancient flame devil had reached the Saint Realm. While he was thinking about this in shock, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of him. Smoke filled the air as he stared at the mountain-like 8-headed purple snake. You said I relied on luck? With a cold shout, he slashed out with his sword. Rumble. That slash contained Lin Ling's Emperor Realm strength and the powerful physical strength of the ancient flame devil. It wanted to cut through the sky. Under the slash, a large amount of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning principles were cut apart. The sword landed on Orochi's head, and 3 heads were cut off. The mountain-like body smashed into the ground like a meteor. Bang, bang, bang. Moreover, the snake flew parallel to the ground, flattening a large number of hills. There were countless casualties. In the sky, Lin Ling only had a tail left, but he held his sword diagonally and pointed it at Orochi. His white hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. Amazing! The people in the distance stared at Orochi on the ground, and then at the white-haired man in the sky. Their hearts were about to explode. Lin Ling had actually sent Orochi flying. One had to know that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil was only in the 60s, while Orochi was 6th. In other words, 10 ancient flame devils were no match for Orochi. But now Orochi was sent flying. This slap was resounding and beautiful. What? Who dared to say that Lin Ling was just lucky? Fear. Was Lin Ling afraid now? Orochi heavenly wheel. At this moment, a desolate beast's angry roar came from the ground. The remaining 5 snake heads opened their mouths and spat out 5 huge black vortexes. They crazily absorbed the surrounding warriors' energy to recover their strength. Crazy. Those who supported Hong Tianting were filled with regret at this moment. Hong Tianting didn't treat them as humans at all. What made their hearts cold was that they actually thought Hong Tianting was fighting for them, fighting for the Shenping arena. This was simply a joke. You injured me. As expected of the 6th-ranked Orochi, he quickly recovered a portion of his strength after devouring others. Following that, he floated out from the ground. The remaining snake heads were ferocious. Lin Ling had actually injured him. This was something that was impossible. It's just luck. In the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. You. Orochi roared angrily. Lin Ling's words were filled with mockery. Was it luck? Not at all. It was Lin Ling who relied on his resolute will to approach him and send him flying. This made his previous words sound like a slap to his own face. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright. I admit that I underestimated your ancient flame devil. I didn't expect such a low-ranked trash demon god to be so capable. Unfortunately, your all-out attack only managed to cut off 3 of my heads. And the price you paid was that 8 of my tails disappeared. If the remaining tail also disappeared, then you would definitely die. Now, I don't know what right you have to be proud of. As I said before, your luck has come to an end. Orochi's aura flourished once again. The remaining 5 heads did not maintain a defensive state this time. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Devouring the heavens and earth. The 5 snake heads intertwined together and wriggled like worms. They fused together and formed an even larger snake. The snake opened its mouth and wanted to devour Lin Ling. A snake devouring an elephant. Everyone thought of this phrase. A huge snake could devour an elephant, but Orochi could devour heaven and earth. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling only had one tail left. He could not win the battle. Could it be that his previous strength was just a flash in the pan? Is that so? Then I will cut off 4 of the remaining 5 heads. However, under everyone's gaze, the white-haired youth said indifferently. He pointed his sword at the sky. If the other party wanted to devour heaven and earth, then he would cut off heaven and earth. Boom. Billowing killing intent erupted. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and headed straight for the huge snake's mouth. Obviously, Lin Ling also knew that Orochi's great law was extremely terrifying. If he wanted to defeat the other party, the only way was to get close. Looking from afar, the difference between the two parties was like heaven and earth. One was a huge mouth that could devour heaven and earth, while the other was a tiny but proud ant. As he reached the peak, everyone felt their mouths go dry. The blood in their hearts began to wildly boil. To be able to see such an intense and shocking battle in their lives had not been in vain. Lin Ling must die. Everyone. Over at Empyrean Void Star's side, everyone had grim expressions. When Lin Ling erupted with the ancient flame demon, all of them had been scared witless. But what couldn't be denied was that if Lin Ling used his full strength, killing them wouldn't be difficult at all. Because of this, they were afraid. Thus, they hoped that Hong Tianting would be able to kill Lin Ling. Of course, they were also sure that Hong Tianting would succeed. This was because the current Lin Ling was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Chapter 1338. Another admission of defeat. Is he finally going to die? The third life Ghost King laughed coldly, but his smugness didn't last long. His eyes narrowed as he shouted anxiously, "Oh no, be careful." He had forgotten. How could he forget? He remembered that Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, and that trump card had almost killed him last time. What? Empyrean Void Star and the others were shocked. Could there be more changes? Lin Ling still has a powerful trump card. The third life Ghost King said with a pale face. The Tri-Era Ghost King said with a pale face. However, just as he finished speaking, the world in front of him suddenly changed. Rumble. The earth trembled. Nobody knew when this terrifying demon had been hiding. At this moment, it rose from the ground and its shadow surged out. It was as if it had crawled out from the depths of hell. Its majestic and pitch-black body appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing their faces to freeze. Xianxia King had arrived. The tall Xianxia King seemed to be bathed in shadows. His horns and fangs were sharp and he looked majestic. The moment he appeared, a hellish aura erupted. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. He was rushing toward Yamada no Orochi. At this moment, Yamada no Orochi's mouth was still wide open, swallowing the world. Naturally, he could feel the terrifying aura erupting from below. This shocked him. Another demon god? Lin Ling, this is a life and death battle. How dare you ask someone to help you? An angry voice came from Yamada no Orochi's mouth. Many people who didn't understand the situation blinked. That hellish demon god was someone else helping Lin Ling? However, Xianxia King ignored Yamada no Orochi's voice. His arms were like ancient dragons as he hugged the giant snake in the sky and smashed it to the ground. Normally, Xianxia King wouldn't be able to succeed. After all, Yamada no Orochi was ranked higher. But now, Yamada no Orochi's attention was on Lin Ling, so it was impossible to guard against him. Boom. With a loud bang, it was as if a giant had crashed onto the ground. Under countless shocked gazes, the Xianxia King hugged the giant snake with both arms. On the ground, layers of earth waves surged and froze the giant snake's body. The lower half of the snake's body was turned into a stone statue. This was Xianxia King. As long as he stepped on the ground, he seemed to be omnipotent and controlled the power of the earth. Lin Ling, how dare you rely on others to help you? Yamada no Orochi shouted angrily. Orochi shouted anxiously, causing the referee, Zen Master Heaven Spirit and Heavenly Z, to frown. They also shouted, Lin Ling, don't go overboard. As for Xianxia King, this is a battle between Lin Ling and Hong Tianting. Do you dare to offend the Hong residents? As soon as they finished speaking, they wanted to take action and help Orochi. However, at this moment, a deep voice came from the ground, I am Lin Lin. That. Another Lin Ling? Yamada no Orochi's remaining snake heads also separated. The eyes of the 5 snake heads were filled with shock. Is this also Lin Ling? As for the people on the ground, their eyes were wide open. Lin Ling actually hit such a trump card. It was unbelievable. With 2 demon gods in his hands, even if Yamada no Orochi was ranked higher, it would be difficult for him to resist the joint forces of 2 demon gods. Impossible. Yamada no Orochi shouted crazily as if he had suffered the heaviest blow in his life. Things had gone beyond his imagination. He had always wanted to scare Lin Ling and asked Lin Ling if he was afraid. But now he was the one who was afraid. At this moment, a mysterious smoke drifted over. A white-haired man with a devilish charm appeared in front of Yamada no Orochi. He had a slender figure and a sword in one hand. His demonic eyes were cold as he looked at Yamada no Orochi coldly. I will defeat you with luck. Devour the mountains and rivers. Spiritual energy surged crazily and flowed into the body of the white-haired man, causing the image of an ancient emperor to appear. It was as if he was going to conquer the world and kill all enemies. Wait a minute, this battle doesn't count. Yamada no Orochi shouted anxiously. The sword was right in front of his 5 snake heads. It was too close and the sword was too sharp. He was a little panicked. Unstoppable. However, what answered him was a resolute voice. He waved the sword, and the sword light was like a pillar, slashing fiercely at Yamada no Orochi's snake heads. If Yamada no Orochi was not entangled with Xianxia King, he would definitely be able to block the sword. However, he was facing 2 demon gods at the same time. Swoosh. With a sweep of the sword, 4 of the snake heads were chopped off. Smelly blood and spiritual energy splattered in all directions. The remaining snake head looked at Lin Ling with fear. It was scared, completely scared. Hong Tianting had never thought that Lin Ling had hidden such a terrifying trump card. He thought that the reason why he lost last time was because he could not use the demon god in the yellow board. Lin Ling had taken advantage of the rules, but now the truth was that he had taken advantage of the rules. If he used the demon god he would lose even faster. Hong Tianting, tell me, did I defeat you with luck this time? Lin Ling shouted coldly as he pointed his sword at the remaining snake head of Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi's eyes were ferocious. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. The surrounding crowd swallowed their saliva when they saw the white-haired man pointing his sword at Hong Tianting. Luck. This time Lin Ling still relied on luck? This time, Lin Ling used his powerful strength to kill Hong Tianting's snake head. Or was it luck? This time, whether Hong Tianting lived or died, it all depended on Lin Ling's sword. Or was it luck? Speak. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with sharpness and his aura was fierce. It's not luck. You defeated me with your strength. In the last yellow list battle, I thought you won only because I couldn't use the demon god. But now I know that if you use the demon god you can win faster. Yamada no Orochi shouted crazily. He admitted his defeat. He had to say it because the sword was pointed at him. If he didn't say it he would be killed. I admit defeat. Yamada no Orochi said again. As soon as he said that, his heart was filled with shame. Last time he admitted defeat. This time he admitted defeat again. The most ironic thing was that he thought he would definitely win this time, so he called for the Black Pung Arena. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of all the heroes of the world to wash away his previous humiliation and prove himself. However, he was humiliated again in front of all the heroes of the world. Lost. Hong Tianting lost. Many people muttered to themselves. This result was beyond their imagination. The 6th-ranked demon god also lost. Although his ranking was high, he didn't have as many as Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling's demon god ranking wasn't high, but his control over demon gods was definitely stronger than Hong Tianting. Chapter 1339. Ghost Claw. An ancient expert saw through the situation. This also meant that Lin Ling's talent wasn't great, but he could kill a first-layer Saint Realm expert if he went all out. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer Saint Realm expert. I admit defeat. Yamada no Orochi shouted again. He had no choice but to shout because he discovered that Xianxia King's mysterious power was getting stronger and stronger. It actually wanted to turn him into a stone statue. Now that all 7 of his snake heads had been severed, the remaining snake head clearly couldn't withstand Xianxia King's power. Admit defeat? You said before that this is a battle of life and death. No one is allowed to interfere. It will only end when one side leaves alive. So you're not dead, so the battle isn't over. Lin Ling shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Sir, release Hong Tianting. You can leave this place. In the distance, Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock, but they both shouted at the same time. The battle isn't over. Lin Ling said without even looking at them. The crowd also surged. Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z had both said that they were the fairest referees. But now, before the battle was over, they wanted Lin Ling to leave. They were planning to end the battle. Wasn't this refereeing a little too unsightly? What fairness? What credibility? What a joke. Where are my people? If you don't tell me, kill them. Kill? Lin Ling ignored Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z and looked at Yamada no Orochi. The reason why he agreed to the battle was because he wanted to capture Hong Tianting and take back Yumun Yun and the others. Otherwise it would be very difficult for him to do it alone. Hand over Lin Ling's people. Kill? In the distance, someone immediately brought Yumun Yun and Yang Gan over, causing many people's hearts to tremble fiercely. They knew that Lin Ling was here to ask for them, but they had always thought that this was just an excuse. Lin Ling wanted to cause trouble in the Blackping arena, but the scene in front of them told them that Hong Tianting had indeed captured Lin Ling's people. This also meant that the so-called Shenping arena was indeed an illusion, and everything was for the sake of killing Lin Ling. We've been fooled. I sensed it a long time ago because Hong Tianting was really fighting for the Blackping arena, then he wouldn't have killed us before. His goal was Lin Ling and we all became his chess pieces. Hong Tianting, how hateful. Many people shouted angrily. The feeling of being deceived was very uncomfortable, but Lin Ling didn't even look at them. Only now did they know that they had been deceived. Who could they blame? If they had to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for being too eager for quick success. They wanted to shake the Shenping province with their names. Instead of becoming stronger step by step, they wanted to rise up overnight. However, on the path of martial arts, who could rise up overnight and shake the world with their names? Which one of them had not gone through thousands of battles to become famous? Even he, Lin Ling, had experienced countless battles when he came to the Blackping region, and he had only gradually revealed his talent. Lin Ling. In the distance, the Three Lives Ghost King brought Yumun Yun and Yang Gan over. Yumun Yun and Yang Gan both shouted anxiously, their faces filled with guilt. They had also seen the battle earlier. Lin Ling had gone to the gathering alone, facing all the heroes of the world without fear. It was all because of them. Say no more, come over immediately. Lin Ling shouted softly. In fact, he knew that Yumun Yun and Yang Gan were implicated because of him. All right. Yumun Yun and Yang Gan glanced at the Three Lives Ghost King behind them, then quickly ran towards Lin Ling. The Three Lives Ghost King's eyes were filled with a sinister light. After releasing Yumun Yun and Yang Gan, he strode away. Only he knew that he had hidden a terrifying killing intent on Yumun Yun. As long as he got close to Lin Ling, he could definitely kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling only had one tail left. If that tail disappeared, Lin Ling would definitely die. Your Majesty, be careful. There is the power of the Ghost Dao. Just as Yumun Yun got close to Lin Ling, Elder Z's anxious voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. At the same time, an old woman dressed in white suddenly appeared behind Yumun Yun. She had black hair and a white face. She let out a sinister laugh and clawed at Lin Ling. Her speed was extremely fast, and she actually possessed the power of a heavenly pattern martial art. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Yes. If it was any other time, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't be affected. However, at this moment Lin Ling was too close to Yumun Yun. In addition, he also believed in Yumun Yun, so he couldn't react in time. Bah. The Ghost Claw heavily clawed at Lin Ling's chest, as if it wanted to claw out Lin Ling's heart, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. He sensed that his vitality was rapidly fading away, and there was a kind of power that engulfed everything in his body. Ah, good. This is the Three Lives Ghost King's Ghost Dao. Well done. Hong Tianting was the closest to Lin Ling. At this moment he couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that his lover had returned, Lin Ling relaxed his mind. Now he was about to die. How despicable. Seeing this scene, many experts from Shenping province shouted angrily. Lin Ling didn't come to cause trouble or challenge Hong Tianting. He came for his lover and friends. He fought the heavens and the earth to take back the people he loved the most. That heart of his could illuminate the sun and the moon. However, Hong Tianting and the others were too despicable. First, they bewitched the experts of Shenping province. Then they challenged Hong Tianting to a life-and-death battle. When they saw that Hong Tianting was no match for them, they even launched a sneak attack. Soul-sealing seal. At this moment, Lin Ling's tiger-like eyes were wide open. A terrifying killing intent bloomed in his eyes. In his left hand, soul power fiercely pressed out, forming a huge soul-sealing seal. Kiki. The ghost let out a frightened sound. This was the king of forbidden nannies, the soul of a top expert. After being sealed with the means of the Ghost Dao, it was tortured for 100 years before finally giving birth to a terrifying demon. This demon killed without any form. The only thing it was afraid of was soul power. With a slap, the king of forbidden nannies disappeared like smoke. After that, Lin Ling stroked his chest, Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. This shocking scene made people nervous. Was Lin Ling going to die? Involuntarily, many people thought of General Tianyu. Bristling with anger, he leaned against the railing and rested in the rain. Looking up, he roared to the sky with great vigor. In the past, General Tianyu guarded the Tianyu Pass and blocked thousands of demon gods alone. That scene was the same as now. However, General Tianyu didn't retreat. In the end, the demon gods were shocked by General Tianyu's fearless will to die. They resorted to conspiracy to kill General Tianyu. Lin Ling was the same. For his lover and brother he killed the world alone. In the end, he was framed by the Trailokyama Ghost King. Lin Ling. Yes. Yumun Yun and Yang Gan anxiously ran over and supported Lin Ling. Their hearts were in pain as if they were being cut by a knife. In the distance, Empyrean Void Star and the other experts sneered. Good, this was the scene they wanted to see. No matter how arrogant and proud Lin Ling was, he would die today. Chapter 1340. What can you do? You said before that no one is allowed to interfere in a battle of life and death unless one side dies. But now, the battle of life and death has yet to end, yet someone has launched a sneak attack on me. Judges, where is the justice you uphold? His cold bellow erupted from Lin Ling's mouth like the might of the heavens. He's not dead. Umph. Many people's breathing quickened. Lin Ling seemed to have dodged the attack. In reality, if it were not for Elder Z's quick warning, Lin Ling probably would have died already. Lin Ling's body was tough, so he could control the miniature world in his body. As a result, under Elder Z's warning, he immediately controlled the miniature world in his body and directed it towards the sneak attack. Only then did he avoid the possibility of his vitals being destroyed. And in order to stop the evil power in his body, Lin Ling had wasted a total of 500,000 miniature worlds, choosing to take the evil power down with him. As a result, the miniature world he had cultivated from Great Sage Heaven Touching had all been wasted. Of course, he could cultivate back the power he had lost, but how was he supposed to take back the injustice before him? The entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at the proud king before looking at the Chan master of Devanaga. Their faces were filled with deep disdain. Yeah, where is the justice you uphold? The Chan master and Elder Z's faces were rather ugly. They really did not have the right to be judges, as the rules were set by Hong Tianting himself. He had said that no one was allowed to interfere in a battle of life and death. Only when one side died would it end. And Lin Ling had won, so he could leave safely. But now, everything he had said was a joke. Let go of Hong Tianting. He comes from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. He's not someone you can provoke. Umph. The two of them glanced at each other. Since they had already made a mistake, they could not be bothered with it anymore. As compared to Lin Ling, Hong Tianting's background was even more terrifying. They've gone too far. They're actually shameless enough to be judges. Umph. The crowd was thrown into an even greater uproar. The Chan Master and Elder Z were openly siding with Hong Tianting. The Chan Master and Elder Z's faces were cold. They ignored him and said indifferently, "You can leave now. We'll let bygones be bygones." Let bygones be bygones? Do they have the nerve to say that? They had almost caused Lin Ling to die. Seeing that they were about to fail, they pushed the blame away with a single sentence. The two of them had simply lost face for Heavenly Dragon Temple and Heavenly Phenomenon Sect. Haha. Lin Ling laughed maniacally. At this moment he was even more charming than before. His white hair fluttered in the wind, as though he was a king who wasn't afraid even in the face of all the enemies in the world. He tilted his head. You are saying that if I release Hong Tianting and leave, you guys will let bygones be bygones? That's right. There was an unforeseen event in this battle. The reason was that you suddenly summoned a great demon god, which was a violation of the battle rules. Therefore you didn't win. Indeed, but you can arrange to fight again next time. The two of them said indifferently. This meant their battle had not ended, and Lin Ling had unleashed his trump card. If they fought again next time, how could Hong Tianting not be wary? Coupled with Hong Tianting's powerful background, as long as he became even stronger than Lin Ling and fought again, Lin Ling would definitely die. Lin Ling did not have a tremendous background like Hong Tianting. Many people shook their heads. How could the Chan Master and Elder Z have the nerve to mention such an unfair battle to the death? Alright, I didn't win. Let's fight again next time. Lin Ling laughed louder and louder. His voice shook the sky as if he was mocking the unfairness of the world. He raised his sword high into the air. It was so dazzling and so decisive. Then Hong Tianting is no longer here. How are we going to fight again next time? I'll kill Hong Tianting no matter what. I'd like to see what you can do. Boom. With a slash of the sword, it carried Lin Ling's firm killing intent and rage as it chopped off the last snake head of Hong Tianting. Since it was an unfair battle, why did they have to follow the rules? Kill. Directly kill him. Don't you dare kill me. My elder brother is one of the 4 candidates for the human emperor's nomination. Hong Tianting's eyes were filled with panic, fear, and even regret. Lin Ling wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill him before so many people. Moreover, Lin Ling definitely could not leave alive after killing him. He still had a chance to leave if he did not kill him, but Lin Ling was still determined to kill him. He found this to be unbelievable. Unfortunately, he had no idea how many powerful experts Lin Ling had faced and how many life-threatening situations he had faced in order to reach where he was today. As a result, how could there be anyone he did not dare to kill? In the moment the battle to the death began, Lin Ling's killing intent had become firm, as Hong Tianting had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. The reason why he did not kill him in the beginning was because Lin Ling wanted to save Yumen Yun and Xiangyu first. As a result, no matter what Hong Tianting's background was, no matter what kind of situation he would face if he killed him, Lin Ling would not hesitate at all. Even if the sky collapsed, he would hold it up with his backbone. This was Lin Ling's calm heart of martial arts. Crack. Wherever the sword passed by, extremely beautiful flowers of blood blossomed. Under countless gazes, Hong Tianting's final snake head was severed. Lin Ling extended his left hand and produced a tremendous suction, actually sucking in the demon god of Octahed's flesh and blood. This was a demon god that ranked 6th. Its essence was enough for Lin Ling's cultivation of the body to reach a whole new level again. Hong Tianting has been killed. Currently, on the red ground, countless people felt like their hearts had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling sure was decisive. He killed without hesitation. The Chan Master and Xiangyu widened their eyes. Lin Ling had said before that no one in the entire world could save Hong Tianting. He had to kill him, but what could they do? Yet now Hong Tianting had died right before their eyes, and there really was nothing they could do. The more they told Lin Ling not to kill him, the more Lin Ling wanted to kill him. As for Empyrean Void Star and the other powerful cultivators, they squinted their eyes as well. They stared at the proud white-haired young man in the sky. At that moment, the young man shone with endless glory. In particular, Empyrean Void Star had never thought that the junior who had stubbornly faced him in the past in the puny sacred land of the rainforest would already stand above him today, and he was doing something that even he was afraid to do. They had laid down a trap, getting the powerful cultivators of Xianping province to vent their anger on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had shocked everyone with his domineering aura. They got Hong Tianting to fight Lin Ling originally. They believed that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but Lin Ling had swung his sword through the sky. Not only had he defeated Hong Tianting, but he had even killed him. The entire process of Hong Tianting challenging Lin Ling to a duel was actually a joke. He had fought for a woman, but he had lost and begged for mercy. Lin Ling had also fought for a woman, but it had shaken up the world. No one was willing to accept it. In terms of camaraderie, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Alright. You really are bold enough to kill him, and you've killed him right in front of us. How are we supposed to explain this to Emperor Hong Tianting? How are we supposed to face the Hong clan? The 2 old men of the Chan Master of Devanaga murmured to themselves. Their aged faces were actually filled with crazy killing intent. My heavenly dragon temple in Xianping province is known for delivering all living beings from torment, but this is the first time I've seen a junior as arrogant as you. My heavenly phenomena sect is also respected by the heroes of the world through divination, yet you dare to ignore our words. The 2 seniors called out coldly. In their eyes, Lin Ling was already a dead man. Kill him. Empyrean Void Star and the other powerful cultivators also called out coldly. Everything before had failed. However, although Lin Ling had not died, he had provoked an even more terrifying existence, which was the Hong clan of the Kuan Hall. Of course, Lin Ling probably could not face the Hong clan right now as everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. Chapter 1341. Wings of Thunder, Kill Him. The profound maiden of the 9 heavens, the 9 Li tribe, and the 3 elements Golden Dipper sect all roared out furiously. The stronger Lin Ling was, the more he had to die. He had to die. Voices rose and fell. They were no longer the same as the cultivators of Xianping province in the beginning. Instead, they came from the peak powerhouses of splendid land, which made many people shake their heads and sigh. Lin Ling was shockingly talented, but he had offended far too many people. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling had to die. All they could say was that Lin Ling's origins were rather ordinary, which led to his fate of dying rather horribly. In this world, strength represented everything. If a genius rose to prominence without the support of powerful people, they would shine too brightly, which would lead to the encirclement of others. They all want you dead. You've clearly committed a heinous crime. The Chan Master Devanaga said nonchalantly. The killing intent in his aged eyes thickened slightly, as if he was complacent about Lin Ling's fate for not listening to him. However, Lin Ling's eyes were even colder than theirs. His killing intent was even heavier, suppressing his anger and unyielding spirit. Whether it was the Xianpeng competition or the battle to the death, they were all illusions. The true objective was to kill him, so it all depended on who could kill him. Mengyun Yanggan, leave here immediately. Lin Ling called out, which made Yuman Yun immediately shake her head. She did not want to leave. Even if she had to die, she wanted to be with Lin Ling. Yuman Yun, let's go. If you stay here, you'll only distract Lin Ling, and right now, everyone's attention is on Lin Ling. They won't pay any attention to us. If they fail to kill Lin Ling later, they'll do something to us again. Yang Gan was even calmer than Yuman Yun, immediately calling out coldly. It was because they had been captured that Lin Ling had come alone. If they were captured again, how could Lin Ling fight in peace? Yuman Yun nodded in the end. She bit her lip and flew off into the distance with Yang Gan. However, she glanced at his proud, aloof figure deeply. She knew that her man would never admit defeat. Today he would fight the world. Many people watched them leave, but no one stopped them, as everyone's target was only Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was here, Yuman Yun and the others would be useless. You want to kill me? Come. Lin Ling raised his sword and roared towards the sky. In that instant, a crazy killing intent and battle intent erupted. That unyielding battle intent caused the onlookers to clench their fists tightly. Lin Ling had already fought so many people. Up until now he had not fallen. On the contrary, he was becoming more and more courageous. Kill. Celestial Venerable Void Star and the other experts attacked madly this time, and they all lunged towards Lin Ling. These experts were all saints. The weakest among them were the elders of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect and the Dragon Chilan Palace of the Western Sea, as well as the Trail World Ghost King. However, they had all reached the peak of the 7th layer. Any one of them was enough to kill Lin Ling, let alone the other experts. Among them, the most terrifying was obviously the Nine-Li Holy Mother. The only ones who did not attack were the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Sun. Right now, the two of them were still like referees watching this scene from above. Xianxia King returned. With great enemies looming over him, Lin Ling recalled the Xianxia King and maintained his appearance as the ancient flame demon. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he wielded his ancient sword, looking down on everyone. Lin Ling is still fearless. His aura made many people's eyes flicker. The sky, the ground, and everything else was filled with majestic auras, all lunging towards Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling's white hair and ancient sword seemed to be singing a song. Bristling with anger, he leaned against the railing and rested in the rain. Looking up, he let out a long roar at the sky. At that moment, the legendary General Tianyu had officially merged with the white-haired young man. Fight! On the vast ground, countless red plants were swept up by the power and surged into the sky. It was as if the sky was raining blood, dyeing the ground red. Within the red rain, the white-haired young man wielded his sword and weaved through the petal-like rain. In the next moment, a pair of wings of lightning suddenly appeared on his back. Lin Ling has grown wings. How handsome! Many people gasped. In his ancient flame demon form, Lin Ling already seemed like the most devilish man in the world, possessing evil charm and handsomeness. Now that a pair of magnificent wings of lightning had appeared, he seemed like the descendant of a god or demon. Lin Ling die. The elder of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect realized that Lin Ling had appeared in front of him. He immediately sneered. His luck was not bad. Lin Ling actually pounced towards him. If he could kill Lin Ling, then he might be rewarded by the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect or even the Hong residents. Three Elements Restoration Qi. Rumble. The elder exploded with terrifying strength. The great rules of Yuan Qi appeared, and a vacuum wave appeared in mid-air, shrouding the area around him. If Lin Ling rushed over, he would definitely die. However, Lin Ling's wings flapped, and he disappeared without a trace in the next moment. This made the elder's pupils dilate. The great rules of lightning? Borrowing the speed of lightning? You can die now. Just as his horrified voice fell, a devilish voice came from behind him. A sword slashed fiercely, and the sword light was like a pillar. The elder anxiously looked back and could only see the last scene of his life. It was the handsome white-haired young man. Boom. One sword and he was split into two. Before he died, he had mixed feelings. Originally, he did not dare to touch Lin Ling, but he heard that there was an alliance of powerhouses that wanted to kill Lin Ling. That was why he had the courage. However, everyone knew that not just anyone could kill Lin Ling. At least he was not qualified. Terrifying. So many powerhouses joined forces, but Lin Ling is still alive. Instead, the elder of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect has fallen first. How ironic. The crowd stared at the scene in the sky and their blood boiled. Lin Ling was not without the ability to fight back. Bastard. Heavenly Lord Su Xing and the other powerhouses shouted angrily. Lin Ling's actions were like a resounding slap to their faces. So what if so many powerhouses joined forces? Whoever dared to kill, they would kill. Not good, he has his eyes on me. At this moment, the Three Generations Ghost King's expression was ugly. He sensed that Lin Ling was smiling evilly at him. This meant that Lin Ling was coming to kill him. Lin Ling, I was only invited by them. I didn't really want to kill you. The Three Generations Ghost King shouted in panic. The crowd below felt that this was unreal. The Three Generations Ghost King was actually begging for mercy? Lin Ling, you dare. Nine Li Saint Mother and the other powerhouses had fierce expressions. Lin Ling had obtained a powerful celestial weapon from who knew where. It had actually grasped the great law of thunder, and its speed was so fast that they could not catch sight of Lin Ling's figure. And that celestial weapon was clearly terrifying. It had to be known that the great law of thunder was a heavenly pattern martial art. A martial artist might not be able to grasp it in their lifetime. However, Lin Ling's celestial weapon had touched upon that domain. This celestial weapon was naturally terrifying. Save me. At this moment, the Three Generations Ghost King's body exploded, turning into tens of thousands of ghosts that fled in all directions. In the sky, thunder flashed and countless afterimages appeared in all directions, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Each afterimage was Lin Ling, but the truth was that they were not afterimages, but phantoms formed when one's speed surpassed the void and surpassed the speed of thunder. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling seemed to be walking on a steel rope. As long as he was caught by any one of the powerhouses, he would die without a doubt. But even though it seemed like a crisis, Lin Ling seemed to be handling it with ease, barely avoiding it. The crowd couldn't help but feel their blood boil with excitement. Chapter 1342. Heavenly Emperor Hong's arrival, damn brat. As for the Nine Li Holy Mother and the other masters, they were furious. It seemed that it would be difficult to kill Lin Ling in a short period of time. Of course, they were still top masters, so it was only a matter of time before they could kill him. As long as they could find the trajectory of Lin Ling's lightning speed, there would definitely be a way. A powerful heavenly weapon consumes a lot of spiritual yuan. He won't be able to hold on for long. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing also saw Lin Ling's weakness and shouted coldly. Indeed, Lin Ling was using the Wind Thunder Lightning Feather that he had forged himself. This heavenly weapon was a mid-rank heavenly weapon. Although it was powerful, it consumed a lot of spiritual yuan. If he continued using it, his spiritual yuan would run out. Sure enough, as time passed, Lin Ling's speed slowed down. Most importantly, the entire sky was sealed off by the masters. Terrifying great principles shrouded the area, making the space where Lin Ling appeared much smaller every time. Lin Ling, this time no one can help you. Seeing this, Heavenly Venerable Su Xing shouted excitedly. A bunch of hypocrites. You've all cultivated for 100 years, but you can't kill me even if you join forces. Instead, you're relying on delaying tactics. You've all lost face. Lin Ling's cold voice came from the sky, causing many to nod in agreement. Every one of them had cultivated for a longer time than Lin Ling, and their cultivation was higher. However, they still failed even after joining forces. They had to rely on despicable delaying tactics to win. Wasn't that shameful? You're just trying to show off. Anyway, you're going to die. It's just a matter of time. In this world, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing shouted and sneered. As long as he could kill Lin Ling, it didn't matter if he was scolded and mocked by others. Who killed my brother? At that moment, an even more terrifying aura arrived from the distance, causing the void to explode like firecrackers. Another Saint Realm Master had arrived, and judging from his aura, he was no ordinary Saint Realm Master. He was definitely in existence with an immortal body. Hong long long long. The clouds parted, and a terrifying Emperor's aura pressed down, making the millions of people on the ground feel like kneeling down. They raised their eyes to look at the sky, full of reverence. Over there, a man was walking forward. His speed seemed to be very slow, but in a few steps he appeared above everyone's heads. His tiger eyes were wide open as if the heavenly emperor was angry. Behind him, the ancient and majestic imperial jade seal also appeared. Hong Qiandi had arrived. It's him. Many people were shocked. Even Hong Qiandi from the Hong residence had come? Among them there were some peak experts from splendid mountain and river. They knew that Hong Qiandi's innate immortal physique was very powerful. It was the mysterious Heavenly Emperor's imperial jade seal. Following the arrival of Hong Qiandi, a large number of experts from the Kuan Hall also arrived. Today Shenping province seemed to have been turned upside down. A large number of experts rushed out, and the only one who could change the color of the sky was Lin Ling. Hong Qiandi, it was Lin Ling who killed your brother. However, he is now trapped by us and will die for sure. Heavenly Sovereign Su Xing was the first to shout excitedly. More and more people were coming. No matter how powerful Lin Ling's wings were, he would not be able to escape from the encirclement of everyone. Lin Ling, is he the trash who ranked first on the yellow board? Courting death. Hong Qiandi. Hong Qiandi roared. The anger on his face seemed to tear the sky apart. He pointed at the sky and said, "Kill him. Kill him." Previously he just happened to be out training. Then he saw Hong Qiandi's life jade break. He immediately knew that someone had killed his brother, so he rushed over frantically. What an arrogant junior. You're just borrowing the power of the heavenly soldiers. Go to hell. Die. Those experts from the Kuan Hall shouted coldly. One by one they walked towards Lin Ling's direction. Their killing intent spread across the entire sky. Witnessing this shocking scene, everyone on the red ground sighed. Lin Ling had shown brilliantly today, fighting against the world alone. However, even Hong Qiandi had come now. Even if any of the experts stepped forward to help Lin Ling, it would be useless. Hong Qiandi was from the Hong clan, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars after all. He could easily get a large number of experts from the Kuan Hall to support him with a wave of his hand. Moreover, as long as they were not idiots, no one would help Lin Ling right now. Like I said, this kid has angered everyone. He has committed treason. How can he not die? In the distance, Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Sovereign Su Xing sneered. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. No one in the world could save Hong Qiandi. And now the situation had fallen on Lin Ling. No one in the world could save Lin Ling. Right now Lin Ling's eyes were cold. More and more experts had arrived. It seemed like he would not be able to escape today. Kill one, earn one. If you're not afraid of death, come and kill me. Lin Ling roared madly. His eyes had become completely red. He would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. However, just as he was about to charge over, another powerful aura rolled over from the sky. In the distant sky, the sea surged over like waves. A large number of people stepped on the waves and arrived in a grandiose manner. Their aura was magnificent, surging forward with great momentum. A bunch of shameless people. I'd like to see who's bold enough to kill Lin Ling. A cold bellow rang out in everyone's ears with surging fury. It made many people's eyes tremble violently. More experts had arrived. Today, a slight move in one part could affect the whole situation. And by the looks of it, these people seemed to have come to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not alone. Despite the situation, there were still people who dared to come and help him. Venerable Sea Calming. Celestial Lord Su Xing's eyes narrowed. The newcomer was an old acquaintance of his. It was Lin Ling's former superior, Venerable Sea Calming. In addition to Venerable Sea Calming, there were also people from the Lu Mansion, the South Pole Celestial Peng and the Northern Mountain Tiger clan. They had a large number of people and were very powerful. Of course, they were still weaker than Celestial Lord Su Xing's group. Get lost. If you dare to get involved in this matter, I'll wipe out your entire clan. After Venerable Sea Calming and the other experts arrived, Hong Qiandi's eyes shone with a domineering light. His roar reverberated throughout the world. Even if there were experts helping Lin Ling, so what? Did Hong Qiandi need to give face to them? If the other party dared to be arrogant, it would be easy for him to wipe out their entire clan. After all, how could Venerable Sea Calming and the other experts compare to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars? How domineering. Many people gasped. Venerable Sea Calming and the others were here, but it seemed that they were of little help. If you want to kill Lin Ling, you'll have to step over my dead body. However, to everyone's surprise, Venerable Sea Calming didn't retreat. Instead, he took a big step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling. The turbulent waves rolled around his body. He was risking his life for Lin Ling. He even boldly said that if you want to kill Lin Ling, you'll have to step over my dead body. Lin Ling, today I'm here to return the favor. If I die in battle, I'll have no complaints. At the same time, the experts from the Northern Mountain Tiger clan also took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling. Their actions proved what it meant to fight side by side. It should be known that although they had arrived, they would definitely not be able to stop the experts on Hong Tiandi's side. It was even possible that they would all be wiped out. However, none of them frowned. They even hesitated. They were determined to protect Lin Ling. Is he worth it? Hong Tiandi roared. The Heavenly Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal seemed to be suppressing Venerable Sea Calming and the other experts. Is he worth it? Chapter 1343. Wind and Clouds Rolling Worth it? Venerable Sea Calming said without any hesitation. If there was anything, it would be the thick fighting spirit in his eyes. He had brought Lin Ling out of the rainforest Holy Land. In the past he had asked Lin Ling to help him do 3 things, and Lin Ling had agreed to each of them. He had even allowed his Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture to become a subsidiary of the Black-White Dao Palace. Lin Ling had done a lot for him. How could he, Venerable Sea Calming, take a step back? Good friendship. Many people secretly admired him. From this point of view, Lin Ling was indeed someone who valued friendship and loyalty. He was worthy of others sacrificing their lives to protect him. Unfortunately, this world was extremely heartless. Friendship was not as important as strength. Then all of you can die. Flood Sky Emperor's killing intent erupted. Slaughter. Those people must all die. Since they dared to kill his little brother, even if the 9 Heavens God Emperors came, they would still kill Lin Ling. No one would give them any face. He wanted to be recommended to the human emperor. He was also a descendant of the ancient Flood dynasty. He had this supreme authority. Then I'll kill them. Right at this moment, a steel ship arrived in a mighty array, and a man in golden armor stood at the bow of the ship and stared proudly ahead with his hands behind his back. His eyes revealed an imposing aura that seemed to look down upon the world, and it seemed like nothing in the world could shake him. This person was the Golden Armor King of the Langya Temple. It was said that this person had an immortal body that surpassed the 72 demon gods. He was one of the 18 Sky Saints. The crowd went crazy. Another top powerhouse had appeared, and this powerhouse had come to kill Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had stirred up a storm in Shenping province. Kill Shui. Lin Ling, you must die. Golden Armor King's eyes were cold as he indifferently stared at Lin Ling. He had been in seclusion and only learned of this news after coming out. Luo Xueman was the disciple of his wife, the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens. How could he not do anything? Golden Armor Clear Void Fist. A light punch punched out, overbearing and arrogant, causing the void to explode. The blazing sun in the sky also dimmed at this moment, as if it was blocked by his fist intent. Who could compete with the fist of the Golden Armor King? They're dead. Even the Golden Armored King has made his move. Venerable Sea Calming and the others are all going to die. Many people could already see the outcome. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was cold. There was no trace of fear on his face. His heart was filled with anger, but at the same time he was touched. Facing the terrifying giant golden fist, the Venerable One, the Old Man of the South Pole, and the others did not retreat. It was as if they wanted to die with him. You dare touch my master? Dream on. Through the heavens 90,000 strikes. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a giant pillar separated the clouds and smashed down majestically. This rod was like the rod of an ancient demon king. When it collided with the giant golden fist, it formed a terrifying void vortex that caused cracks to appear on the ground. It was terrifying. However, the newcomer's strength was also extremely terrifying. He actually managed to block the giant golden fist. Through the heaven's rod, heaven touched sage. The Golden Armor King frowned and stared into the distance. He naturally knew who the newcomer was. At this moment, under the clouds, a tall figure stepped on the purple clouds. He held a long rod in his hand and the corners of his mouth curled up. He stared at the Golden Armor King indifferently and said, "Today my master Lin Ling will not die." His overbearing voice shook the 9 heavens and spread thousands of miles away. Boom! The hearts of the crowd exploded. Another ancient expert had appeared. It was Heaven Touch Sage, the Palace Master of Heaven Touch Palace. He had come for Lin Ling. This was too crazy. One had to know that during the Black Pen competition, only a few disciples of Langya and the carefree 10 palaces had appeared. Today, however, 2 palace masters had appeared. How could they not be shocked and stirred? Is that so? What if this old woman wants to kill him? Heaven Touch Sage, your strength is on par with the Golden Armor King, but you can't stop this old woman. At this moment, the 9 Holy Mother, who had been silent all this time, spoke coldly. Many people looked at her and their hearts trembled. They had forgotten about this ancient figure. The Nine-Li Holy Mother was also extremely terrifying. She came from the ancient era, but she was not good at speed. That was why she did not kill Lin Ling in a short period of time. What she said made sense. Although Heaven Touch Sage was powerful, the Golden Armor King could stop him. However, who could stop the Nine-Li Holy Mother? Could it be Venerable Si Kaming and the others? It was simply impossible. At this thought, many people's breaths became heavy. Lin Ling was really difficult to kill. The martial artists of Shenping Province could not kill him. The martial artists of Splendid Land could not kill him. In the end, they had to mobilize the Langya 10 palaces. Nine-Li Holy Mother, I should be able to stop you. However, just as the Nine-Li Holy Mother finished speaking, another expert arrived. It was an ordinary-looking old man, and beside him was a young man. At this moment he was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling also looked at him in surprise. Wasn't that young man the young master he had saved? Not long ago, Lin Ling went to a mysterious villa and helped a young master whose soul was trapped by the heavenly soldiers. That young master was the person in front of him. What surprised Lin Ling was that the old villa master seemed to be very famous. Little friend, this old man has been looking for you for a long time. If not for today's incident in Shenping Province, this old man would not have been able to find you for a long time. This old man has always wanted to repay your kindness. The old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled faintly. In the past, Lin Ling had saved his grandson and then disappeared. He had been searching for him all this time. If it wasn't for great sage Ma Tian's reminder, he wouldn't have been able to find him. Heavenly Elder of Spiritual Mountain. The Nine-Li Holy Mother cried out in shock. Like her, this old man was an ancient figure. However, he came from the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom, one of the 4 great ancient kingdoms. He was also a terrifying existence. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he was indifferent to fame and fortune, he would have been one of the 4 pillars of Shenping Province by now. Furthermore, this old man had come to help Lin Ling. Where did Lin Ling get the ability to summon so many ancient figures? In that instant, the faces of Celestial Master Voidstar, Emperor Hongtian, and the other experts turned very unsightly. How could this be? Lin Ling was just a nameless junior. How could he have so many people respond to his call? In front of him was Heaven Touch Sage, behind him was Celestial Master Spirit Mountain, and behind him was Lin Ling. It was unbelievable. Could it be that this Lin Ling could not be killed? Enough. Enough. However, this wasn't the end of their shock. At this moment, the mist filled the air and thousands of rays of light shot out. A slender figure appeared in the air, and his indifferent eyes were filled with anger as he ruthlessly swept his gaze over everyone. Just one glance was enough to cause everyone to tremble in fear. Even Empyrean Void Star was no exception. Black-White Dao Palace, Lord Watermist. Lord Watermist. Everyone forgot how to breathe when they saw the indifferent man. This expert was even more terrifying. It was Lord Watermist of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Why is he here? Lord Watermist. Empyrean Void Star and the others paled. They had already guessed who Lady Watermist was, but they didn't think that she would come for Lin Ling. After all, the Black-White Dao Palace didn't have any geniuses, so how could Lady Watermist pay attention to a newcomer like Lin Ling? And it was because of this that they dared to come kill Lin Ling. But, who would have imagined that Lady Watermist would appear? Chapter 1344. Hidden Fog Country. Greetings, Lord Watermist. At this moment, Hong Tiandi couldn't be arrogant anymore. His face was gloomy. The other party's identity was even more terrifying than his. Her strength had reached the peak, and she was comparable to the top experts in Hong Mansion. Hong Tiandi, you're quite bold. How dare you kill my men? Lord Watermist glanced at Lin Ling and said coldly to Hong Tiandi. At this moment, her heart was filled with anger. Lin Ling was her man and she valued him greatly. These people dared to touch Lin Ling? Lord Watermist, it's not like that. We were holding the Blackping battle, and Lin Ling came to cause trouble and killed many people. That's why we wanted to capture Lin Ling. Moreover, we didn't want to kill Lin Ling. Hong Tiandi didn't say anything. He didn't know what had happened either. However, an elder from the West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace said anxiously from Celestial Venerable Void Star's side. He was scared. He was completely scared. Therefore, he quickly found an excuse to shirk responsibility. As long as he pushed the blame to Lin Ling, even if Lord Shui Wu was angry, she wouldn't make things difficult for them. She might even hand Lin Ling over to them. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's position in Lord Watermist's heart. Did I allow you to speak? Foggate. Lord Watermist looked at the elder indifferently. With a flick of her finger, an invisible force shot out. No one could see through that force. The elder from the West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace was shocked. He knelt down in the air and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! A mysterious force erupted, and a hazy mist bloomed. The elder's body exploded, turning into a mist that scattered across the world. Dead. A top expert died just like that. He was killed by Lord Water Mist in front of everyone. Moreover, Lord Water Mist didn't care about any excuses. She killed whenever she wanted to. That domineering aura made the crowd freeze. You're bullying him alone, right? Now, I'd like to see who dares to kill Lin Ling. A soft voice drifted out from Lord Water Mist's mouth. This seemingly refined man had an indescribable domineering aura. Many people gulped. How could they not understand the meaning behind this? Lord Water Mist was telling everyone that if anyone dared to touch Lin Ling, then he would kill them without mercy. The crowd quieted down. No one dared to say anything. Too many experts had been dispatched to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling wasn't weak either. Even Lady Water Mist had come. Lord Shui Wu, he killed my brother. Although you are powerful, you can't bully the weak. Even if you can protect him today, how are you going to answer to the Hong residents? Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian was unwilling to give up. He finally spoke, but in reality he was also exerting pressure. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian, one of the referrals. You have the immortal physique of the Heavenly Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. No wonder others don't dare to speak, but you dare to. Lord Water Mist narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian forced himself to calm down and nodded indifferently. That's right. I'm indeed one of the referrals. Although I'm not as good as Lord Water Mist now, I won't be any weaker in the future. Moreover, in the Hong residence, because I'm one of the referrals, I've received a lot of attention. He exerted pressure again. He was also saying, Lord Water Mist, I can't afford to offend you. However, for a mere Lin Ling, is it worth it to offend me in the Hong residence? I understand what you mean. You're saying that you're very noble and I shouldn't offend you for Lin Ling. However, I don't know where your confidence comes from. Lord Water Mist suddenly laughed. Because I'm one of the referrals of the Kuan Palace. In the future, I'll meet the human emperor and become an existence of the unfettered 10 halls. I might even surpass the unfettered 10 halls. Hong Qindi shouted proudly. He was filled with ambition. He wanted to tell Lord Shui Wu the difference between him and Lin Ling. I'm very sorry, but Lin Ling is also one of the referrals. However, just as Heavenly Emperor Hong Qian's voice fell, Lord Water Mist laughed once more. Bang! Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by thunder. They were all shocked. Lin Ling was also one of the referrals? Empyrean Voidstar and the other powerhouses all had ashen complexions. The reason they had dared to form an alliance to kill Lin Ling was because Lin Ling didn't have a powerful background. But now, Lin Ling was actually one of the referrals. It had to be known that if they dared to touch a referral, that was the same as provoking the entire Black-White Dao Palace. The Black-White Dao Palace could be destroyed, but a referral could not be destroyed. Looking at it from another angle, Lin Ling alone was nobler than all of them. Impossible, he is nothing but trash. How can someone from a holy land with earth-step talent be a referral? Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian roared, unable to believe what he was seeing. Could it be that a referral from my Black-White Dao Palace needs your approval? Lord Water Mist coldly snorted. The pressure of a powerhouse enveloped Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that Lord Water Mist was enraged. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian felt as if a knife had pierced through his heart. Before he had been so arrogant. If he said he would kill Lin Ling, then he would kill Lin Ling. Because he had a referral, he considered everyone else beneath him. But now Lin Ling's status was no lower than his. Good. Today I will endure. However, the enmity of my little brother's death is not over. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian didn't dare to look directly at Lord Water Mist. He could only look at Lin Ling. He also knew that Lord Water Mist didn't dare to kill him. This was because killing him would be the same as provoking the entire Hong Mansion and triggering a war between the Black-White Dao Palace and the Hong Mansion. This was not what Lord Water Mist wanted to see. Let's go. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian waved his hand, leading the powerhouses of Kuan Hall to leave. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian, you said you would kill him, but now you want to leave? But at this time Lord Water Mist's cold voice rang out. Did these people think she didn't exist? You said you would kill him, but now you want to leave? Could it be that Lord Water Mist wants to kill me? Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian looked coldly at Lord Water Mist, extremely provocative. If you say another word of nonsense, you can try and see if I dare to kill you. Lord Water Mist took a step forward and said coldly. Heavenly Emperor Hong Tian's expression changed drastically. He was a little scared and fell silent for a moment. Lord Water Mist ignored him and looked at the powerhouses of Kuan Hall. The hypocritical alliance, the so-called Black Peng Arena, is actually targeting Lin Ling. Since this is the case, all the people of the alliance must die. After saying this, she looked at Lin Ling, who wanted to kill you. Go and kill them. I want to see who dares to resist. Boom. Hearing that overbearing and arrogant sentence, everyone's ears buzzed. Previously, Lin Ling was alone and was surrounded by powerhouses. But now the situation had reversed. Lin Ling dominated everything. Whoever he wanted to die would die. Are we all going to die? Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling stiffened, pale and bloodless. How did it become like this? They sent so many powerhouses to kill Lin Ling, but they still failed. Instead, they were all going to die? You can't kill me? Golden Armor King coldly shouted. He steered the giant steel ship to leave. However, at this time heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged. A giant water bubble had appeared at some unknown time, enveloping the world. Everyone was trapped by that giant water bubble. This was a mysterious law called the Great Hidden Mist Country. As long as one was sealed within the Great Hidden Mist Country, even gods and devils would not be able to leave. It's Lord Water Mist. Chapter 1345. Eyes of the Gods. It's Lord Shui Wu. Many people stared at Shui Wu, their expressions changing drastically. She was indeed a top expert of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. She had used her tyrannical power to seal the area and allowed Lin Ling to kill the expert of the Kuan Hall. Shui Wu Yu. Golden Armor King's pupils constricted. He was a little afraid of Shui Wu. Although he was one of the 10 halls of Xianxia and was also known as a peerless genius, he was still a little weaker than Shui Wu. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out and glanced at those who had helped him. He was grateful. Venerable Si Kaming and the others nodded. This was Lin Ling's grudge, and it was time for Lin Ling to settle it himself. Lin Ling stepped forward again, pointing his sword forward. Murderous intent surged out. Previously, these experts had bullied him with numbers. Now he wanted to see who would dare to bully him with numbers. He was going to kill them all. With a flap of his wings, Lin Ling shot towards the 3 Lives Ghost King. He wanted to kill this person first. With his current strength and the ancient Flame Devil's fusion with his physical body, he could even kill a cultivator of the first layer of the Saint Realm. 3 Lives Ghost King, you managed to escape last time. This time, where can you escape to? A majestic murderous intent accompanied the voice, shaking everyone's ears. Lin Ling had returned to dominate the world. Help me, everyone, help me. At this moment, the 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely pale, and his body was even trembling. Lin Ling was here and he was terrified because he couldn't escape. Shui Wu had frozen the area, making him like a trapped beast. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? I'll help you. Help. Seeing Lin Ling so arrogant, Nine the old mother's body trembled. How could she let Lin Ling be so arrogant? Pop, pop. However, at this time, a large amount of water mist appeared around her, shooting towards her like needles. A mysterious power erupted, causing the Nine Li Holy Mother to release a sinister cry. Her entire body exploded. She was originally a mountain of flesh, but now she had exploded into a thin person. However, she still did not die. Only her face was filled with shock. She knew that Lady Water Mist had made her move. I said, who dares to resist? Lady Water Mist's eyes were ice cold. They were not allowed to resist, nor were they allowed to despicably join forces. Whoever Lin Ling wanted to kill, he would kill. Seeing this scene, many people swallowed their saliva. This was the strength of the strong. No matter who they wanted to kill, they could only stand there and be killed. They couldn't even resist. It was domineering and magnificent. Third Life Ghost King in the heavens and on the earth, who can save you? At the same time, Lin Ling had already arrived. He raised his huge sword high up in the air. The sword light was dazzling and the killing intent gushed out. He charged forward, never retreating. Rumble. Time seemed to have stopped. In the next moment, a sword with terrifying power slashed down heavily. That sword was so dazzling that it seemed like nothing in the world could block it. The Third Life Ghost King's eyes were blank. Was he going to die? Memories surfaced in his mind. That day he had gone to the Rainforest Holy Land to kill. Who knew that there would be resistance in the tiny Rainforest Holy Land, causing him to go on a killing spree. In the end, a stubborn junior blocked him. 2 great demon gods joined forces and forced him to retreat in defeat. In the following days, that junior's name constantly spread in Shenping province, letting him know that the junior had matured. It was only when the Dark North demon god was killed that he knew that he was no longer the junior's match. In the end, their alliance was confident that they would kill the junior this time. However, the result was like this. He could not even escape in the end. I was so close to becoming the fourth Life Ghost King. I can't accept this. The third Life Ghost King roared, but still could not stop Lin Ling's resolute killing intent. The sword streaked across the sky, and the killing intent rolled in. Boom. Destruction. This sword did not cut him in half, but directly destroyed him. Before the third Life Ghost King died, his eyes were filled with despair, regret, and unwillingness. In the end, he turned into a ferocious ghost head and disappeared from the world. A ghost king of a generation had fallen here. Another member of the alliance to kill Lin Ling had died. On the ground below, everyone stared fixedly at the sky, speechless. Celestial Venerable Void Star, it's your turn. Lin Ling's cold gaze turned. He would settle scores one by one. There was only one murderer left from the massacre of the Rainforest Holy Land. Today he could avenge those dead saints. Lin Ling, kill him on behalf of the saints. At this moment Yumun Yun's eyes were filled with tears. That grudge, after Lin Ling's bitter cultivation, could finally be resolved. Although no one can help me, you may not be able to kill me. At this moment Empyrean Master Void Star sneered. This was a battle of life or death. How could he be weak? If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, perhaps he could kill Lin Ling even more. In the past, you were very insignificant, but you were the only junior who dared to look me in the eye. Today let's try again. Eye of the Void Star Heavenly Wheel. Roar. A roar rang out as the endless night descended. Under the ancient night, a pair of eyes seemed to slowly open, looking down at the world. Empyrean Master Void Star was extremely powerful. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he would have to ask Lady Water Mist for help. Seeing this, many people secretly clenched their fists. Perhaps Empyrean Master Void Star could kill Lin Ling. They began to look forward to it. Lin Ling, look over here. Roar. A voice filled with heavenly might resounded. In this world of stars, the Eye ruled over everything. In the past, when the God Eye opened, millions of sacred spirits would die. How could this scene be similar? But today things had changed. The God Eye was still the God Eye, but Lin Ling was no longer Lin Ling. In the past, I dared to look you in the eye. What do I have to fear today? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. In the sky, Lin Ling stood with his sword in hand. His eyes were the same as before, stubbornly looking at Heavenly Venerate Su Xing. The ancient majesty of an emperor swept out in an instant. The Eye of Time had appeared. In this instant, even Lady Water Mist's expression changed. Lin Ling actually had a divine ability that made even her feel pressured. What sort of talent was this? Eyes. He actually dares to look Empyrean Master Void Star in the eye. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling actually had such a mysterious trump card. He's just courting death. The Nine Heavens' holy daughter shouted. She knew that Lin Ling was a powerful demon god and that killing them wouldn't be difficult, but if he dared to look them in the eye, then Lin Ling was doomed. After all, Empyrean Master Void Star's God Eye was the most terrifying. Even she didn't dare to underestimate it. But when the two pairs of eyes met, a roar of disbelief and anger rang out. How could this be? Empyrean Master Void Star's face paled, and the God Eye behind him became even more illusory. Lin Ling's God Eye was staring at Empyrean Master Void Star like a divine emperor looking down on him. Lin Ling stepped forward, and with each step, the God Eye behind Empyrean Master Void Star let out an explosive sound. Step by step, he crushed Empyrean Master Void Star's pride. The crowd's expressions froze as their eyes met. Lin Ling was actually suppressing Empyrean Master Void Star. In the past, you were so arrogant that you could kill anyone with your God Eye. My Rainforest Holy Land's Holy Sun died to your God Eye, but today I will cripple your God Eye. Chapter 1346. Settling the Matter of the Heart Rumble. An incomparably invisible strength bloomed from Lin Ling's eyes. At this moment, Empyrean Void Star felt as if he could see an ancient river, as if he could see the end of the world, as if he could see the mysteries of the world that he would never know. At this moment he realized that Lin Ling's most terrifying aspect wasn't his demon god or his mysterious physical strength, but his eyes. Bang, bang. His God Eye shattered, and in the sky, Empyrean Void Star's eyes were bleeding. He was completely blind. What? Countless people found this hard to believe. Empyrean Void Star's eyes had been blinded. Just what secret was Lin Ling's eyes hiding? Its soul strength. Empyrean Void Star's God Eye can attack the soul, but if he doesn't use it, how could he be my master's match? My master's soul strength is over level 40. Heaven Touch Great Sage excitedly shouted, causing even more people to gasp. So that's how a level 40 soul strength is. Although Lin Ling's talent wasn't an immortal body, his soul strength was terrifying. Lin Ling's face was as cold as an iceberg, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through Empyrean Void Star. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Empyrean Void Star. His ancient flame devil form was still there, like a demon king descending. Empyrean Void Star, what else do you have to say? An indifferent voice drifted out, filled with dense killing intent. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. The youth who dared to look me in the eye has grown to such a level. Empyrean Void Star seemed to have aged a lot. His usual I mantra was no longer qualified to be used. This youth was more like a god king while he was like a mortal. He never would have thought that not only would the alliance fail to kill Lin Ling, they would be completely wiped out. He had underestimated Lin Ling, underestimated the unyielding will of the weak. Who was it that gave the order to wipe out the 6 sacred realms? Lin Ling coldly asked. It's the Divine Map Palace, one of the 10 carefree palaces of the Kuan Palace. Their palace master, the Divine Map King, wanted to destroy the 6 sacred realms on a whim. I was only acting on someone's orders. Empyrean Void Star knew that he was going to die, so he didn't hide anything. King of Divine Charts. Lin Ling remembered this name. He sighed in his heart. This was the world of the strong. A moment of excitement could cause millions to be buried with them. This was the sorrow of the weak. You know you'll definitely die. You killed too many of my brothers in the past, so it's impossible for you to not die. Of course you can also choose to resist. However, if you resist, not only will your helpers die, even the sects behind them will die. Try it. Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence. I know. Empyrean Void Star nodded and looked around. Was there anyone helping him? Or rather, did anyone dare to help him at this moment? No, not at all. Lin Ling dominated everything. Since I told you who the mastermind is, let me choose to commit suicide. Empyrean Void Star dejectedly said. The new generation would replace the old. A king of a generation would fall and a new king would rise. He had seen through this. Fine. Lin Ling slowly turned and left. The murderers who had gone to the rainforest Holy Land had all been exterminated today. Those holy sons who had died in the past had not died in vain. Lin Ling had repaid their kindness today. For this day Lin Ling had worked very hard. Thus, everything he had obtained was well deserved. Lin Ling, my God, I can see through the world, but it cannot see through you. Your accomplishments in this life are limitless. I hope that every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't destroy my Void Star Divine Palace. Although this request is a bit excessive, I made them swear a death oath before coming here. If one day I die at your hands, no one is allowed to take revenge. Otherwise they will be struck by lightning and never reincarnated. Empyrean Void Star said as he looked at Lin Ling's back. He then knelt down. This was not a request but a request, a kneeling request. Moreover, he knew that cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots was the law of the world. Lin Ling was no fool and would definitely destroy his Void Star Divine Palace. Conversely, if he won today he would definitely destroy the 6 sacred domains. Thus, he had made the Void Star Divine Palace swear a death oath to prevent them from taking revenge on Lin Ling. He also wanted Lin Ling to let them off. Once the death oath was made, if the Void Star Divine Palace dared to take revenge on Lin Ling, they would definitely die. Moreover, after I die, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace will go to the 6 sacred domains to protect them. They will be slaves for the rest of their lives. This is their mission and it will also be my final compensation. You are very smart. You have them make up for your own mistakes. Although it's just compensation, it's also saving their lives. I agree to this condition. Yes. Lin Ling indifferently said as he continued to walk forward. When a person was about to die, everything else was meaningless. Empyrean Void Star's actions were actually helping the Void Star Divine Palace. It was just that the Void Star Divine Palace would belong to Lin Ling in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Empyrean Void Star finally looked at the world and the youth he had underestimated. With a sigh, his body exploded, turning into endless sparkling light. An ambitious and ruthless character of a generation had fallen here. However, no one sympathized with him. In this world, experts could die at any time. It could only be said that the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. And Lin Ling had overcome all difficulties to reach the end and become a new sovereign. Holy sons, you can all go in peace. Today, Lin Ling has killed all of his enemies. Yes. Yumun Yun looked at the sky, her eyes moist. She also smiled, a proud and gratified smile. Her man had taken back everything he had lost. Profound daughter of the 9 heavens. Kill. At this time, Lin Ling didn't stop his killing intent. He grasped his sword and walked towards the Empyrean fairy. Her eyes widened and she coldly said, "You dare to kill me? Kill." The Empyrean fairy felt as if she were dreaming. Lin Ling was Venerable Si Kaming's subordinate, and Venerable Si Kaming's daughter, Lingshan, had once competed with her for Golden Armor King. In the end, Lingshan had lost and lost all face. She thought that Venerable Si Kaming would carry this shame with him for the rest of his life. But who would have thought that Venerable Si Kaming would help a junior? And that junior was extremely talented. He had defeated her disciple and even killed her. Today he even dared to kill her. All of this seemed unreal. That insignificant existence of the past was now able to face her with his sword. Lin Ling. In the distance, Venerable Si Kaming was excited. With his strength and status, it was impossible for him to approach the Empyrean fairy. However, Lin Ling dared to do something that he couldn't do in his lifetime. "Then why do you dare to kill me?" Lin Ling stopped in front of the Empyrean fairy and said indifferently. He found it very funny. If the Empyrean fairy could come to kill him, then why couldn't he kill her? Could it be that her life was more precious because she was as beautiful as a fairy? And Lin Ling's life wasn't a life? The Empyrean fairy was speechless. She was indeed in the wrong in this matter. "You can't kill her." At this moment, the Golden Armor King's dignified voice sounded. "Then try to stop me." Chapter 1347. "I let you kill me. Actually, I don't have much enmity with you. Your disciple is too arrogant and wants to kill me. Naturally, I won't let her live. Because of this, you formed an alliance with others to kill me. Now you ask me whether I dare to kill you or not." Lin Ling shook his head. The 9th heavenly maiden didn't know what to say. Xianxia's expression was solemn. She finally remembered that Lin Ling was already in control of everything. Lin Ling wasn't an insignificant existence but a noble recommendation. Compared to Lin Ling, the 9th heavenly maiden was like a toad. "I was wrong before. I didn't know you were so strong. I apologize." The 9th heavenly maiden knelt down on one knee in the air. Her fairy-like posture was extremely sarcastic. A dignified fairy actually knelt down? Many people widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. "What you mean is that if I was still insignificant, you could kill me at any time. Now you apologize because I'm strong?" Lin Ling frowned. The 9th heavenly maiden nodded. "Wasn't that the case? If Lin Ling was a piece of trash, she would have killed him long ago." "Then I'm sorry. You're strong and I can't kill you. But now that I'm stronger than you, I can kill you. Remember, how people treat me is how I treat them. This is my principle in life. This principle will never change," Lin Ling said indifferently. He raised his sword and didn't even look at the 9th heavenly maiden. Sword light streaked across the sky and a sword mark appeared on the neck of the peerless beauty. The 9th heavenly maiden was dead. Another expert died. Lin Ling killed decisively. He didn't show mercy just because his opponent was beautiful. "You dare to kill her." In the distance, the Golden Armor King was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill her. "Golden Armor King, you're just a piece of trash who bullies the weak. You can only be arrogant and awe-inspiring in front of the weak. What can you do in front of the strong?" Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the other party, his words filled with sarcasm. "I'm going to kill you." The Golden Armor King released a terrifying killing intent. "Then come and kill me. I'll let you kill me," Lin Ling shouted angrily. His aura was domineering. He just stood there and let the other party kill him. Let's see if the other party dared to kill him. At this moment, the Golden Armor King took a step forward, wanting to kill Lin Ling. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying killing intent enveloped him. It was Lady Shui Wu. Clearly, Lady Shui Wu had said that if anyone dared to resist, she would join forces and kill them. So now, did the Golden Armor King dare? Golden Armor King's face was ferocious. He suppressed his anger and finally stopped in his tracks. He didn't dare. Perhaps before he could kill Lin Ling, he would have already died. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling, but he wouldn't be able to escape death. In the end, he was going to die and he didn't dare to face it. Moreover, there was no need to rush to kill Lin Ling. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The Golden Armor King doesn't dare to kill him. The crowd looked at the forbearing Golden Armor King and shook their heads. The dignified temple master of Xianxia 10th Temple, the peerless genius, didn't even dare to move when his lover was killed. Most importantly, Lin Ling stood there and let him kill him, but he didn't dare to kill him. This was a complete loss of face. Aha, love is stronger than gold. What a joke. You and Hong Tianting are the same. At the moment of death you only care about yourself. The so-called love is nothing but self-deception. Lin Ling laughed boldly. In front of countless people, he suppressed the Golden Armor King and looked down on the world. Even if I stood there and let you kill me, you wouldn't dare, trash. The voice was like a sword, piercing the Golden Armor King's heart. He was actually called trash by a Transcendent Realm Junior, but he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't dare to kill him even if he wanted to. Don't worry, the battle between you and I will eventually come. You will die under my sword. Lin Ling stepped forward again without looking at the Golden Armor King. The other party had almost killed him before, so Lin Ling wouldn't show any mercy. Coupled with the unfair treatment from before, Lin Ling had suppressed the anger in his heart. Now that he had released it, he would kill whoever dared to come. I'll wait for you. The Golden Armor King's face was extremely ferocious as he nodded heavily. He was waiting for Lin Ling to challenge him. Golden Armor King, have you tasted this feeling? Back then, when you betrayed Ling Shan, did you ever think about how she felt? You deserved it. Venerable Si Kaming looked at the humiliated Golden Armor King and sneered in his heart. You. Very good. The Golden Armor King said in a low voice, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. It's your turn, Holy Mother of Nine Li. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out, causing everyone to look at the Holy Mother of Nine Li. Their hearts pounded violently. Another famous character. Today those who came to kill Lin Ling died one by one. The scene was too shocking. Humph, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll die myself. However, Lin Ling, just you wait, I'll definitely get my revenge. The Holy Mother of Nine Li sneered. Her thin and weak body exploded at this moment. The stench of blood filled the air, causing many people's eyes to narrow. The Holy Mother of Nine Li died just like that? Even Mistress Watermist frowned. The Holy Mother of Nine Li was an ancient character after all. She actually didn't resist and killed herself? Your Majesty, the Holy Mother of Nine Li's innate ability is the mysterious body of a hive. It's like a bee. The one who died before was one of the bees, but the main bee is still alive. Therefore, the Holy Mother of Nine Li is still alive. At this moment, Violet Elder's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. What a mysterious immortal body. She's still alive. This old woman has a hive-like immortal body. The main body is still alive. Lin Ling said indifferently. It made the expressions of Mistress Watermist and the others change. The Holy Mother of Nine Li really was powerful. Afterwards they looked at Lin Ling in shock. After all, the Holy Mother of Nine Li came from the ancient era. Lin Ling actually knew about something from the ancient era? At this moment, many people were suddenly convinced that Lin Ling had become one of the recommended candidates. Although Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, he was still mysterious. Chan Master Devanaga, Heavenly Son, it's only you two left. Lin Ling walked towards the two so-called judges step by step. In the crowd below, many people were filled with anticipation. In the life and death battle earlier, the so-called judges were so dark and ugly. Now it was finally their turn. Lin Ling, we were only invited by someone. We didn't know about your lover being kidnapped. The Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son smiled bitterly. They had never thought that with so many experts surrounding Lin Ling, they would still fail. Instead, Lin Ling would deal with them one by one and kill them. Now it was their turn. Chan Master Devanaga, you come from the Heavenly Dragon Temple. You said before that you wanted to save all living beings from suffering. However, where is your so-called salvation? Heavenly Son, you come from the Heavenly Phenomena sect. This sect is renowned for their divination and is revered by all. However, where was your previous self revered by all? Lin Ling walked forward slowly. His words were like thunder, erupting from his mouth. The faces of the two highly respected seniors paled, feeling extremely humiliated. You've always believed that no one in the world can save me. Do you still dare to believe that now? Arriving before the two experts, Lin Ling said indifferently. The two of them shook their heads. Each new generation would replace the previous one. Clearly today was Lin Ling's time to rise up. All of the light enveloped Lin Ling. From being surrounded to being killed, to being surrounded and killed, only Lin Ling could achieve this. Can we use treasures to exchange for our lives? Chapter 1348. I'm overbearing, I'm arrogant, what can you do? Can we use treasures to exchange for our lives? Zen Master Devanaga pleaded. No. Lin Ling shook his head. No treasures could stop him from killing these two because they were too ugly. Then please give us a quick death. Their faces were ashen, but they finally nodded. Right now, they seemed to be surrounded by an army without any chance of survival. I regret. We shouldn't have bullied you because you don't have a backer. We shouldn't have placed importance on the Hong manor. You're a recommendation more noble than Hong Tianting. What's laughable is that we actually sided with Hong Tianting. The two of them smiled bitterly at the same time. Now that they thought about it, they only had themselves to blame for this. Lin Ling did not have any sympathy for them. With a slash of his sword, a surging murderous aura cut off their heads. At this point all those who surrounded Lin Ling were dead. Subsequently Lin Ling looked at Hong Tiendi and said indifferently, "I killed your brother and it was a very pitiful death. All 9 of his heads were chopped off. What do you think?" Lin Ling was rubbing salt on Hong Tiendi's wound. "I will kill you." "Kill?" Hong Tiendi's eyes were red, filled with killing intent. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, "Then you better kill me now or you won't have a chance. Do you dare to come?" "Kill?" Hong Tiendi fell silent. He was a little afraid. His thoughts were the same as Golden Armor King. If he wanted to kill Lin Ling he could do it at any time. But if he killed Lin Ling now, it would be equivalent to perishing together with him. Therefore he didn't dare to take the risk. "Do you dare to come?" "Kill?" Lin Ling bellowed again, pressuring Hong Tiendi. "You're very arrogant. I look forward to the day when all the recommendations are gathered." "Kill?" Hong Tiendi gritted his teeth and finally admitted defeat. He didn't dare to gamble with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was simply a madman. "Haha, if you don't dare to come then scram. On the day we gather, I'll see how impressive you are." Lin Ling laughed heartily and told Hong Tiendi to scram. His carefree voice shook the clouds, causing illusions to appear in the eyes of countless people on the ground. It was the figure of General Tianyu. The entire mountain was red. Today all the red had appeared for Lin Ling. His hair stood on end in anger as he leaned against the railing, resting in the drizzle. Raising his head to look at the sky, he let out a long howl. Lin Ling had used his emotions to move the crowd. He had used his madness and grief to kill all the enemies who had come to attack him. At this moment, no one was willing to submit to Lin Ling. This is the Tianyu Gate. That little guy reminds me of the Tianyu general of the past." Even Lord Shui Wu felt the same way. His words caused Venerable Si Kaming and the rest to laugh. They were more excited than anyone else. Lin Ling was now at the same height as them. And it had only been 2 years. In 2 years, an unknown existence had become a venerable. This was the first time this had happened in Shenping province. From now on Lin Ling will become a hero and a venerable. Lady Shui Wu shouted loudly and allowed Lin Ling to become a venerable. At the same time he was also one of the youngest venerables. However, in terms of growth time, Lin Ling was the shortest. This was because the other venerables all came from splendid mountain and river. In terms of cultivation they were much better than Lin Ling. "Let's go." Hong Tiendi and the others left angrily. Lord Water Mist didn't kill them. Lin Ling had said that these people would be left for him. Lin Ling was the one who wanted to kill Lin Ling. The ground was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. The final winner of today's Blackping Arena was Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, since the enemies are dead, let the Blackping Arena continue." Someone rubbed his hands and shouted in anticipation. Today there were so many strong people here. If the Blackping Arena was held again, it might be able to amaze the world. "Block my fire sea world, then we can continue." In the sky Lin Ling shouted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, flames surged out like a tide and burned those people alive. Lin Ling still remembered how arrogant these people who wanted to become famous were when he had just arrived. They had all surrounded and tried to kill him. Lin Ling had given them a chance but they did not take it. Now they still had the face to mention the Blackping Arena? If they dared to mention it then he would kill them. So domineering. Many people were stunned for a moment, then they sucked in a cold breath. Who would dare to mention that? They deserved to die. However, even more people were gloating. Those people who wanted to become famous were simply courting death. The Blackping Arena was proposed by Hong Tiendi. Now that he mentioned it in front of Lin Ling, if Lin Ling wasn't interested, then it was equivalent to courting death. In this heartless world, Lin Ling was so domineering. If he wasn't domineering he wouldn't have been able to kill Hong Tiendi and Empyrean Void Star. If he wasn't, then he would have been the one to die. So, I'm domineering, I'm arrogant. What can you do? Moreover, when Hong Tiendi was strong these people flattered him. Now they flattered Lin Ling. Lin Ling disliked fence-sitters the most. In the sky, everyone walked forward with smiles on their faces. "Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. However, your demon god has reached its limit. In the end, the path of martial arts still depends on yourself. You can't rely too much on your demon god." Lord Shuiwu smiled faintly. He knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but his opponents were also very strong. There were other referrals and Golden Armor King. Relying on his demon god would definitely not be able to win against them. If Lin Ling's goal wasn't too ambitious, then he would be satisfied now. However, if Lin Ling had a bigger goal, his strength wasn't enough. However, congratulations on becoming a venerable one. Lord Xuewu smiled again, causing Venerable Si Kaming and the others to congratulate him. Every venerable was a great hero, but not every great hero could become a venerable. In Xianping province, only venerables were qualified to establish a sect, and a super sect at that. Whoosh. 2 jade cards shot towards Lin Ling. One was a great hero card, and the other was a venerable card. From now on we will be peers. Venerable Si Kaming was happier than anyone else. His former subordinate had the same status as him now. Thank you, Lord Xuewu. Lin Ling also smiled. This was an acknowledgement of his strength. He also felt a small sense of accomplishment. Venerable Si Kaming, you were the one who helped me in the past. Even though I've become a venerable today, you are still my venerable. Lin Ling looked at Venerable Si Kaming and said. Lin Ling wasn't arrogant at all. You. Venerable Si Kaming was speechless. Lin Ling was fierce to his enemies, but he was very good to his friends and family. To be able to become Lin Ling's friend was a blessing that he had cultivated in his previous life. Alright, in 10 days the 4 referral candidates will gather in the Qin Hall. The purpose of this gathering is to determine the 4 referral candidates. I was worried that you weren't strong enough, but I'm relieved now. However, you still have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Lord Xuewu reminded. Lin Ling nodded. He respected Lord Xuewu from the bottom of his heart. I will prove myself. Lin Ling said confidently. Everyone left one by one. Lin Ling, we did it. Chapter 1349. Returning home, killing their enemies with their own hands, this was the lifelong wish of every martial artist in the 6 sacred domains. In the past, when the 3 great powerhouses arrived, the heavenly meteor era began. The people of the 6 sacred domains had desperately resisted, and a great number of saints' sons had used their bodies and lives to block the evil intentions of the powerhouses. They had not feared death, and this was to prove that although the 6 sacred domains were small, they would never surrender. But today all their enemies had died. Those brothers who had sacrificed themselves, those saints' sons who had fought side by side, they could rest in peace and be reincarnated. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped, his eyes looking into the distance as if he saw familiar faces. He faintly smiled and said, Brothers, rest in peace. Your family, your home, I will protect it for you. In the sky, white clouds drifted. But faintly, young faces seemed to appear. They looked at Lin Ling, smiled, waved their hands and strode away. They believed in Lin Ling. They believed that although they had only met a few times, they had once fought side by side with him. They believed that Lin Ling would protect their loved ones, protect their home. Let's go home. Lin Ling laughed boldly and headed towards the 6 sacred domains. At this moment, his heart was incomparably relaxed, as if he had experienced the baptism of the heavens and earth. The hatred that had suppressed his heart had finally been resolved. Next, he would cultivate for 10 days to increase his strength and prepare for the gathering of the 4 sacred domains. Let's follow Lin Ling. Yumun Yun and Yanggan were excited. Every time the great calamity of the world approached, it was this thin and weak figure that had supported them. And now this man had become a venerable. In Xianping province, the 6 sacred domains had become an existence that could not be underestimated. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land had gradually restored its prosperity. Moreover, everything that had disappeared in the past had reappeared today. The 7 profound martial house, the great serpent mansion, the 4 desolate races, and so on. Moreover, everyone's strength had greatly doubled. There was even a statue in the center of the rainforest sacred land's sacred city. The statue was of a man holding a great sword, the sword pointing to the heavens. Everyone who came here would feel a sense of awe in their hearts. Other than the rainforest holy land, the other 5 holy lands were the same. They all had statues of a man with an ancient sword, and this man was Lin Ling. However, today, a large number of masters had arrived in the rainforest holy land. Taking a closer look, most of these masters were transcendents, with the strongest actually being a transcendent 7th-stage master. Under the leadership of an old man, this group of masters had arrived at the rainforest holy land. The transcendent realm, to the 6 sacred regions, was equivalent to the most powerful masters. One had to know that the 4 strongest desolate race patriarchs in the past were only at the pseudo-mortal realm. Although the strength of the 4 desolate race patriarchs had greatly increased, they were still only at the second stage of Transcendent Realm. It was very difficult to break through to the Transcendent Realm. It could take years or even a lifetime, unless it was one of the super sects of Shenping province with deep heritage. Who is Ancestor Extreme Flame? After those experts arrived, the old man in the lead shouted indifferently. At this moment, all the masters of the Rainforest Holy Land had appeared and gathered together. Ancestor Extreme Flame of the Flame Ancient Ancestor was also there. He said indifferently, "This one is Ancestor Extreme Flame. May I ask why Senior is here? You are the most respected person in the 6 sacred regions. You are very weak, not even at the Transcendent Realm." The other party's leader did not speak, but a large number of young men and women spoke first. Among them, a beautiful woman said disdainfully, "Moo, don't be rude." However, as soon as the woman finished speaking, the old man in the lead warned her, causing her to hold her breath and finally fall silent. "We are from the Void Star Divine Palace." The old man looked indifferently at Ancestor Extreme Flame. What? The faces of Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others changed drastically. Enemies had come to their door? No need to be so nervous. During the great calamity of the 6 sacred regions, the one who took action was our palace master, Heavenly Venerable Void Star. We have nothing to do with this matter, so we have no intention of coming here today. There was a strong sense of pride and superiority on the old man's face. Of course, with their strength, they had the right to be proud in front of Ancestor Extreme Flame. In the past, the palace master left behind an order. If one day he fell, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace had to do 2 things. First, all the slaves of the 6 sacred regions had to return and liberate them. The old man said indifferently. He then waved his hand and a huge ancient ship flew over from the distance. On the ship, a large number of people were cheering. These people were the people of the 6 sacred regions. Back then, when the 6 sacred regions were seized, many people became slaves. Today they were liberated and returned home. It's them. Many people in the Rainforest Holy Land were excited. Who was it that had brought back their friends and family? The people of the Void Star Divine Palace were like otherworldly masters, watching all of this indifferently. It was as if a simple action from them was enough to make these weak people shed tears of gratitude. Second, protect the 6 sacred regions. This is a favor owed by Heavenly Venerable Void Star in the past, so we are here to make up for it. The old man said again. It seemed like they were here to protect the 6 sacred regions, but they were obviously not sincere. They didn't want to come at all. After all, with their strength they had their pride. How could they protect such a tiny place? Wait, you said that Heavenly Venerable Void Star died? Ancestor Extreme Flame's body trembled. The crowd was the same. Their enemy had died? That's right. He died not long ago. Yes. Before the old man could say anything, the proud woman in white spoke first. Her name was Moo, and she was the most outstanding genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. She could be considered the favored daughter of the heavens. However, Heavenly Venerable Void Star had made them swear a death oath. If Heavenly Venerable Void Star died, they would come to the 6 sacred regions as slaves. Although this was unbelievable, they had no choice but to come. That's great. Yes. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others became even more excited. Then Ancestor Extreme Flame said in surprise, "I wonder who killed Heavenly Venerable Void Star? Also, do you owe him a favor? To protect this place?" "We don't know who killed him, but we really did come to protect this place. Next, this place has the densest spiritual chi, so we'll live here. There are also the 100 domains. You can live there. That place is more suitable for you." The old man had already investigated thoroughly, so he was familiar with the 6 sacred regions. What? You want to protect this place or occupy it? Moreover, we just rebuilt the Rainforest Sacred Land. You just came and reaped the fruits of our labor. We don't need this kind of protection. Many people frowned. Since you don't welcome us, we'll leave. In any case, we've already done what we promised. If you refuse, that's your problem. The people of the Void Star Divine Palace laughed. Occupy? With their strength, how could they care about this place? If it weren't for the death oath, they wouldn't have come. Moreover, guarding a group of weaklings was simply a disgrace. Therefore, they were actually waiting for Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to refuse. The strongest is only at the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. You think you're qualified to ask us to protect you? You can't see yourself clearly. Let's go. The woman called Moo said indifferently. She led the crowd away. Chapter 1350. Your slaves' cheers resounded throughout the Rainforest Sacred Land. This is Lin Ling? He's only at Transcendent Stage 6. Mumu's beautiful eyes stared at the sky as she chuckled. His realm isn't bad, but I wonder how strong he is? But I think he's average. After all, he's from the 6 Saint regions and there aren't many resources here. He can't compare to me at all. I can even defeat great heroes. The old man nodded. Of course, although Mumu is only a Transcendent Stage 5, she's the #1 genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. It's not impossible for her to fight someone 2 realms above her. The Void Star Divine Palace's people didn't leave for the time being. Since their master had returned, they would wait for him to let them go. What happened? Lin Ling walked down from the sky with Yumun Yun. Haha, my good grandson, you've been out for a long time. Grandfather missed you to death. Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed heartily as he explained the purpose of the Void Star Divine Palace's visit. Lin Ling looked at Mumu and the others indifferently. He understood their intentions. These people wanted to escape, but did they think they could escape after coming here? He said to the old man, "You were ordered by Empyrean Void Star to protect the 6 Saint regions and make up for your past mistakes. Is that right?" "That's right. However, you don't seem to welcome us, so we don't want to disturb you. We'll leave on our own," the old man said with his hands behind his back. Lin Ling looked at him strangely and didn't say anything for the time being. He ordered someone to bring out a chair, place some tea on the table and began to drink. This casual attitude made the Void Star Divine Palace's people frown. This Lin Ling was too arrogant, actually ignoring them. "If there's nothing else to say, then we'll be leaving." Mumu snorted and was about to flick her sleeves and leave. "Wait, as far as I know, you're not here to protect this place. You're here to be slaves." Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Mumu and the others changed dramatically. Indeed, they were here to be slaves, but they couldn't let go of their pride, so they found an excuse to say that they were here to protect. "As far as I know, you have all sworn a death oath. If you violate this death oath, you will be struck by lightning and never be able to reincarnate. This death oath should be the star oath of your Void Star Divine Palace. The degree of fulfillment of this oath is something you all should know. You are slaves, yet you are still so proud. Your skin is really thick." As the second sentence floated out, the old man and the others trembled. A star oath was made within the 24-star array. It was one of the ultimate techniques of the Void Star Divine Palace, and it had a 90% success rate. This was why they had waited for Ancestor Extreme Flame to drive them away. This way they wouldn't be breaking their promise. For a time, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace were speechless. As for the people of the Rainforest Holy Land, they were whispering amongst themselves. So they had come here to be slaves. But to think that they were slaves with such a sense of superiority, their skin was really thick. "Lin Ling, you're right. We came here to fulfill our promise, but if you want us to be slaves, then keep dreaming. We have as many powerhouses as there are clouds here. How can we be slaves to the weak? Not to mention your strength is inferior to mine, and your status is so low. Do you have the nerve to raise such a condition?" Mumu felt very ashamed, but she was still unwilling to accept this. "Yes, such big words. Be careful that your heart of martial arts isn't stable." The others were also unwilling, but their voices were much quieter. Obviously, they also felt that it was very shameful to be slaves and feel superior. Lin Ling nodded and suddenly laughed. "Slaves? You don't have the qualifications. I'm just lacking a maid to sleep with. You can be maids, but of course I don't want any men. You can be coolies, so none of you can run." Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others also knew that Lin Ling was toying with them. "You lecher. Demon." The female disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace angrily shouted. They were dignified geniuses, but they had to be maids to sleep with someone. Lin Ling was going too far. "Whether you're a lecher or not, none of you can escape from my grasp. Especially you, the prettiest one. You can't avoid sleeping with me tonight," Lin Ling said with a faint smile, causing Mumu to grit her teeth. If it weren't for the death oath, she really would have killed this lecherous wastrel. Lin Ling took a sip of tea and said, "I like to discipline disobedient maids the most, so I want to ask what kind of strength or status is needed to make you obediently sleep with me." You don't have the qualifications." The disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace coldly snorted. Lin Ling was only a tyrant in the 6 Saint domains. What kind of status could he have? "If you want to enslave us, you have to be at least as strong as me and have a higher status than me. In the past, we listened to Empyrean Void Star precisely because he was strong and had a high status." The old man spoke on behalf of the others. Although they were arrogant, they were undeniably loyal. They had at least fulfilled Empyrean Void Star's final orders. Lin Ling also saw this in them. Otherwise, he would have already made them scram. That level of achievement is still far from yours. You still need to work hard. Come find us in 10 years. Mumu puffed out her chest and said. That area had developed quite well, and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Ling might be able to reach Empyrean Void Star's level in 10 years. Of course, that was only a possibility. It was impossible in his entire life. Let's go. Mumu flicked her dress and was about to leave. I'm sorry, but I just received a venerable token. Is this status enough? However, before they could move, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, causing everyone's faces to freeze. Lin Ling was a venerable? They knew that it was very difficult to become a venerable in Shenpeng province. Becoming a venerable meant that one had the qualifications to establish a super sect. Their status was above theirs. A golden jade token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the venerable token. This is proof. Take a look if you don't believe me. As the sound of his voice faded, he tossed the Empyrean Ascendant medallion over to Mumu, causing the latter's beautiful eyes to widen in shock. A transcendent realm expert? This was too fake. Of course, as slaves, your eyesight isn't that good. I suspect that you won't be able to tell if this venerable token is real or not. Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out, causing Mumu and the others' faces to turn ashen. They were the geniuses of Suxing Divine Palace, but now they were being looked down upon by Lin Ling, bullying them for being ignorant. As for power, Lin Ling continued, I just killed the Trailokyama Ghost King, the Dark Maiden of the Nine Heavens, the Holy Mother of Nine Li, and a few other hypocritical old fogies. Of course, there was also your palace lord, Celestial Exalt Void Star. What? Exclamation point. Mumu and the others' eyes widened. Their palace lord died in Lin Ling's hands? One had to know that their palace lord was a saint stage 1, and Lin Ling was only a transcendent stage 6. This was fake. If you don't believe me, you can challenge me. One-on-one, or a group of people. You can choose. Exclamation point. Lin Ling knew that Mumu and the others didn't believe him, so he allowed them to choose the method of battle. Mumu and the others' breathing became heavy. They still didn't believe him, but just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling's face turned cold. However, if you dare to challenge me, your life and death will not be up to you. Exclamation point. Chapter 1351. Opportunity. This sort of majesty was clearly not an act. It was something that could only be obtained by killing a powerful venerable. Just like a killer who had killed tens of thousands of people, as long as they erupted with killing intent, that killing intent was extremely real and tangible. If what he said is true, then that means that even the palace master is not his match. Elder. The leading old man trembled in fear. This young man's strength was unfathomable. They didn't care about Empyrean Void Star's death because it was very difficult for them to see the palace master in the Void Star Divine Palace. They were only cultivating in his sect. For a moment they couldn't be proud. How about it, Elder? Lin Ling withdrew his killing intent and lightly said. In truth, based on the terrifying aura from before, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace all believed Lin Ling's words. In terms of strength, Lin Ling surpassed Empyrean Void Star. In terms of status, how could they not accept his status as a venerable? However, although they were completely convinced by Lin Ling's abilities, the thought of being a slave or even sleeping with a maidservant made them unwilling to accept it. Venerable Lin Ling, we were rude before, but I apologize for the word slave. I am the princess of the 7-star sacred region's St. Jewel Nation. How can I be a slave? Elder. We can respect you, but we won't be slaves. Unless you kill us all, you won't be able to stop us from leaving. Everyone threw caution to the wind. With Mumu in the lead, they strode away as if they would rather die with a death oath than be slaves. They're leaving just like that. Ancestor Extreme Flame was a bit disappointed. Although these people were arrogant, they were undeniably proud. Grandfather, if they had agreed to be slaves so easily, I would have looked down on them. But since they are so proud, I don't want them to leave. Now that I've become a venerable, I can establish a super sect, so I need a large number of people. Moreover, when I'm not in the rainforest, I need them to help protect this place. Lin Ling had his own plans. He stared at Mumu and the others as they proudly left. Sleep with me? Can you leave without my permission? Unless you kill us all, what can you do? Mumu didn't even look at Lin Ling. They were also extremely stubborn. I said that if I don't agree, you can't leave. Lin Ling's eyes shined. He shouted again, 1,000-sound million-star array. Yumun was the first to laugh. She knew that it was easy to kill someone but making them submit. She had been puzzled before about how to make them stay, but now she understood. Not long ago, she and Lin Ling had laid down an ancient array of the 6 sacred regions. A deafening sound rang out. Heaven and earth changed colors as a vast starry sky world appeared. Along with Qian tunes, it enveloped everyone in the Void Star Heavenly Palace, causing them to enter an illusory world of starry sky. Moreover, they couldn't find the exit. The old man's face changed drastically. When did they enter the ancient array? They realized that they were being toyed with by Lin Ling. Even old ancestor Tai Yan and the others were shocked. However, they weren't affected by the array, so they could see everything clearly from the perspective of a bystander. Those people were trapped. At this moment, Lin Ling stared at the array and smiled faintly. Now that you've entered my home, your life and death are not up to you. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. He knew very well that if he wanted others to submit, he had to be dignified. So his words were domineering and authoritative. It was as if he was Empyrean Void Star or even a venerable stronger than him. Inside the array, everyone's faces turned ugly. They could all hear Lin Ling's words. Everyone attacked the array. Someone shouted. However, when they used their martial arts, a large number of meteors and sounds appeared in the starry sky. They were so frightened that they vomited blood and retreated. My array can obliterate all transcendence. You're courting death by attacking it. Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, as if telling them that if they were arrogant in front of Lin Ling, then let's see how arrogant they can be. He's the same age as Mu Mu. How can he be so terrifying? The old man's face turned pale. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, in addition to attacking, my array also has illusions. Enjoy the coming nightmare. Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. The array began to change. A large number of illusions appeared. It was actually the scene of their friends and family being killed. Many people entered the Hell Tribulation illusion and were torn apart by horses. Their tongues were pulled out and their waists were sawed. Everyone was in a nightmare. Mu Mu was the most beautiful, so when she faced the siege of tens of thousands of men, her body trembled. She was the princess of a great country. Is it better to be a maid who sleeps with me, or to be humiliated by tens of thousands of people? Lin Ling's voice drifted out from time to time. It seemed like he was reminding Mu Mu that this wasn't an illusion, but the illusions were so lifelike that they felt extremely real. I surrender. No. Lord Venerable, I'm willing to be a slave. In a short period of time, a large number of people began to cry and shout. Lin Ling sighed with emotion. The ancient array of the star-seizing nation was truly terrifying. If he had entered the array, he would have been tortured to the point where he wished he was dead. Let me tell you. Don't put on airs in front of me because you're from the Void Star Divine Palace. This is my territory and I am your venerable. Lin Ling finally let out a cold snort and dispelled the formation, allowing everyone to walk back with pale faces. All of them lowered their heads. Lin Ling had dominated everything for them, making it impossible for them to leave even if they wanted to. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. They could be arrogant in his territory, but it wasn't their turn yet. Lin Ling stared at the dejected people of the Void Star Divine Palace and shook his head. I know that you're still a little unwilling. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a competition. If you win both rounds, you can leave. Of course, I won't be the one to fight, but you can choose your own opponents. Are you serious? Everyone raised their heads. There was still hope for them. Then we'll choose her. Mu Mu walked out and represented the Void Star Divine Palace in this battle. This battle would give them freedom, and her opponent was actually Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan wasn't even at the Transcendent Realm, so how could she be her opponent? Old ancestor Tai Yan and the others didn't understand why Lin Ling had made such a decision. Sure enough, the battle between the two ended in an incense stick's worth of time. Qin Xiaolan was completely defeated. Lin Ling, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Qin Xiaolan, who had come from the Great Prairie, said apologetically. Lin Ling smiled and held her hand, comforting her. Isn't there still one more round? So you still have a chance. Let's start the second round tomorrow. Lin Ling waved his hand and led everyone away. Mu Mu and the others were in high spirits. They could leave tomorrow, and as long as Venerable Lin Ling agreed to let them go, the death oath wouldn't exist. So they all stayed. As for tomorrow's battle, was there even a need to think about it? What could one day change? This Lin Ling is a genius, but unfortunately he's too arrogant. Mu Mu's beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. Chapter 1352. Finding the secret of the eye that night, Lin Ling said to Qin Xiaolan, "It's been hard on you. You've been protecting the family all this time. Yu and Yuer, the heavenly concubine, and Yumun Yun have all become stronger. You're the only one who hasn't. I know you're unwilling and feel inferior because your talent isn't as good as theirs. But now I'll help you break out of your cocoon and become a butterfly. Qin Xiaolan had saved Lin Ling in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prairie. After that, she followed Lin Ling without any complaints. Thus, Lin Ling was very grateful to Qin Xiaolan and treated her as his most beloved wife. Lin Ling, thank you. Yes. Qin Xiaolan's eyes were moist. She was indeed feeling inferior because she was the weakest. Come with me. Yes. Lin Ling wiped away the tears in Qin Xiaolan's eyes and held her hand as they entered his secret Purple Mansion. Elder Z, is there any cultivation technique or martial arts suitable for my wife? Yes. After Lin Ling appeared in the Purple Mansion, he asked Elder Z and explained the Purple Mansion to Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan was shocked. If it's comparable to His Majesty's God-Fiend Overlord physique, then there's none. However, there are countless generals in the star-picking nation. His Majesty's beloved concubine can cultivate the Empress shooting heaven art. It's also a cultivation technique that cultivates the physical body. It's divided into 8 stages and each stage brings half the strength of the God-Fiend Overlord physique. Yes. Elder Z bowed respectfully to Qin Xiaolan and smiled. Qin Xiaolan was flattered. She had become a beloved concubine? All right, I want her to be able to defeat ordinary Transcendental Stage 5 experts in a year's time. Yes. Lin Ling smiled. Although he lacked cultivation resources, it depended on the person. Qin Xiaolan didn't lack cultivation resources because the latter's cultivation resources couldn't be compared to his God-Fiend Overlord physique. Xiaolan, do your best. Yes. After that, Lin Ling also began to cultivate. He had devoured the blood essence of the Yamata no Orochi, and now he could refine it. Time passed by silently. The Yamata no Orochi was worthy of being the 6th demon god. It allowed Lin Ling's God-Fiend Overlord physique, and the demon god's God-Fiend Overlord physique. The small world awakened once again and he was one step closer to the 4th stage. Your Majesty, the 4th layer of the Fiend God Overlord body is even more difficult to cultivate. The amount of resources required is 10 times or even 100 times, but each layer will bring great benefits to Your Majesty. When you reach the 9th layer, Your Majesty will be able to dominate the world and become an emperor. Yes. Elder Z appeared and was even more excited than Lin Ling. Immortal physiques are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each level is further divided into 10 grades, corresponding to my God Devil Overlord physique. This means that from the 4th level onward, my God Devil Overlord physique will reach the strongest level within the same level. Ling, he's Overlord Immortal. Elder Z said respectfully, when you reach the 9th stage you'll definitely have a divine body and it won't be low. Lin Ling nodded. According to this calculation it was indeed so. For example, when he reached the 4th stage he'd have a Demon God Heaven body, and the 5th stage would be Demon God Heaven body. However, it seems simple, but from the 4th stage onwards, it was getting harder and harder to cultivate. My physical talent can reach the divine body, but my fire talent is still too weak. Lin Ling thought. He cultivated essence, energy, and spirit. His physical talent was strong, so his fire talent also needed to be improved. Elder Z, can you see where my eyes come from? Lin Ling asked curiously. Your Majesty's eyes are too mysterious. I remember Your Majesty said that when you awakened there was a voice. It seemed to be called the Boundless Demon Eye. So, I guess that Your Majesty's eyes can see through all worlds, so its limit is the existence of the master of each world. Elder Z guessed. Lin Ling's eyes were too mysterious. Its limit was too terrifying. One had to know that the limit of the Violet Palace realm was the Emperor realm. But Lin Ling's eyes didn't. Maybe it was the position of the master of a world. Seeing through time, seeing through flaws, and increasing a huge amount of soul power. My eyes really have a lot of secrets. Lin Ling sighed. Suddenly, a strong sense of anticipation rose in his heart. It was an indescribable anticipation. He wanted to find the secret of the eye. He suddenly had a feeling that the eyes weren't obtained by his mother by chance and left to him. Rather, the eyes themselves had a huge connection with him. This feeling disappeared in an instant. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He wanted to find that feeling again, but he didn't have any clue. Is everything predestined? Lin Ling said to himself. The eyes had an inseparable relationship with him. I will find it. Lin Ling knew that he had another goal in his path of cultivation, and that was to find the ultimate secret of the eyes. But if he couldn't find this secret, Lin Ling felt that something was missing in his heart. He continued cultivating until the Yamada no Orochi's blood essence was exhausted. Lin Ling's body could erupt with the power of 7 universes, but he still couldn't break through to the 4th level. Then Lin Ling cleaned up the treasures on his body. For example, the Shadow Buddha incense necklace, Emperor refined armor, and so on. They were all left for his family. These treasures were useless to Lin Ling. Lin Ling assessed his own strength. Other than the 2 devil gods, his fire martial Dao had already reached the transcendent realm of the extreme pattern martial Dao. However, it could still be improved because he had the Violet Palace. As for the cultivation of his physical body, it was hard to improve due to the lack of cultivation resources. Based on his overall strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to fight against a first heaven saint. If a devil god used his fire martial Dao, he would be able to kill him easily, because the limit of the 2 archdevil gods was the early saint realm. Coupled with the wind, thunder and lightning wings, Lin Ling could remain unscathed when surrounded by a large number of first heaven saints. The only drawback of this heaven weapon was that it consumed too much spiritual yuan. When he used it, he could only rely on the strength of his physical body. This heaven weapon will be of great help. If my Tyrant Song sword can increase its power, my fire martial Dao will also improve greatly. Moreover, I will have a chance to improve my fire attribute talent. I'm looking forward to it. After a long time, Lin Ling left with Qin Shaolan. Qin Shaolan's cultivation had reached the transcendent realm. A year of bitter cultivation had made her more confident, and Lin Ling knew that Qin Shaolan's transformation wasn't limited to this. Shaolan, you have to win beautifully in this battle. Only then will they be willing to protect the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling smiled faintly. If the disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace were unconvinced, he would beat them until they were convinced. And? Qin Shaolan sniffled and nodded excitedly. With Lin Ling's help, she could also play a role. When Lin Ling and Mu Mu arrived at the place yesterday, everyone had already gathered, especially those from the Void Star Divine Palace. They were all proud as if they could already leave. Venerable Lin Ling, you came so late. Do you lack confidence? Mu Mu smiled. Although her words were respectful, she was also confident. Lin Ling wanted to defeat her with just a weak woman? Dream on. She was the strongest genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. Not to mention the cultivators of the 6 Saint Domains, she didn't even fear the cultivators of Xianping Province. Chapter 1353. Starry Sky left hall yesterday? Venerable Lin Ling, it's only been a day, are you sure? Mu Mu and the others were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Qin Shaolan had been completely defeated yesterday, but now she wanted to turn defeat into victory after a single day? I'm sure it's only been a day. Lin Ling nodded lightly as if he didn't know how short a day was. Ah. Many people couldn't help but laugh, but in fear of Lin Ling's majesty, they didn't dare to laugh too loudly. Sir Venerable, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but a single day really can't change anything. Mu Mu shook her head and slowly walked out. Let the second battle begin, I think it's time for me to return home. Father is waiting for me. Go Shaolan, remember my words. Lin Ling also nodded and smiled at Qin Shaolan, to which Qin Shaolan responded with a sly smile. Lin Ling had said something, and Lin Ling had said that she would torture them to death. Qin Shaolan walked out, not concealing her cultivation, causing Mu Mu and the others' eyes to narrow. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed very strong. In a single day he had actually helped Qin Shaolan break through to the transcendent realm. This was simply impossible. Of course, even with such a cultivation base, she still couldn't win against Mu Mu. After all, Mu Mu was a transcendent 5th stage cultivator. Make your move, I won't hurt you. Mu Mu said with the demeanor of a master. My husband told me to teach you a lesson, so I'll win beautifully. You'll be defeated in 3 moves. Qin Shaolan smiled, causing Mu Mu to be stunned. A transcendent 1st stage cultivator defeating her in 3 moves? She didn't think this joke was funny at all. However, something even more shocking occurred. Qin Shaolan took out her bow and pointed it at her, reminding her, I'm not good at martial arts, I'm good at archery, I'm going to shoot. You're reminding me? Mu Mu's beautiful eyes narrowed. 3 moves to defeat her, this was crazy enough, but she was reminding her before making her move? Was this Qin Shaolan really going to compete? Shoot. Mu shook her head helplessly, causing Qin Shaolan to nod solemnly. Be careful. Hearing this, Mu Mu didn't want to speak anymore. Be careful. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling was here, she really wanted to say that Qin Xiaolan couldn't see through her. Whoosh. At the same time the arrow shot out like lightning. Rumble. The void exploded and ripples spread out. Even the void was shot into pieces. Although there was no spiritual source power, that arrow was just that terrifying. Mumu's beautiful eyes narrowed. What a terrifying power. Compared to yesterday, this beautiful woman had become much more powerful. Starry Sky Essence Force. An astral sword appeared in her right hand, allowing the starlight in the world to encompass her, making her seem as pure and holy as a goddess. However, that arrow seemed to have blasted through everything, the oppressive power reaching 2 universes of force. Boom. Even though she had used a powerful martial art, when Mumu's sword collided with the arrow, her body was still sent flying and smashed into the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The others also widened their eyes. How did this woman become so powerful? 2 more arrows, I want to break your sword. Xianxia spoke in an indifferent voice. At this moment, she appeared valiant and heroic, as if an empress had descended upon the world. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 arrows shot out simultaneously. Fast, incomparably fast, and the oppressive power was terrifying. Only Linling knew how powerful that power was. Unless Mumu was a top expert in the 5th stage of Transcendent Realm, she wouldn't be able to block it. Clang. Mumu panicked and was terrified. She waved her sword, forming an extreme martial arts large success stage. Starlight shone brightly, but when the arrow shot out, she barely managed to block it. Just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, the second arrow arrived at the same time. The most terrifying thing was that this arrow wasn't aimed at her, but at the tail of the first arrow. It seemed to be pushing the first arrow, causing its power to increase explosively. It wasn't an increase of 1 + 1 but several times. Clang. The arrow shot out with explosive power. When Mumu's sword collided, it instantly shattered. Mumu's eyes narrowed. Then the arrow shot towards her face. The power was so great that even the void was blasted apart. Am I going to die? Mumu's face was extremely pale. Swoosh. At this moment, the 4th arrow shot out. It changed the direction of the first arrow, causing it to shoot into the distance. Then, it shot through 5 mountains in succession. Rumble. The terrifying power caused everyone in the Void Star Divine Palace to be dumbfounded. Mumu was even more so. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in her life. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Not only were the people in the Void Star Divine Palace shocked, even the people in the rainforest were shocked. Qin Xiaolan seemed to have been reborn, becoming as powerful as an empress. Wah! Mumu. Mumu was stunned. In the next moment, she suddenly sat down and started crying like a little girl. This was the first time in her life that she had faced such a life-and-death calamity. It was the first time she had been trampled on by a first-stage Transcendent Realm weakling. Moreover, her opponent had been ruthlessly defeated by her yesterday. This made her reputation as a genius seem like trash. Reborn in a day's time. How did this venerable Linling do it? The people in the Void Star Divine Palace were all muttering to themselves. Their number 1 genius had been defeated in 3 arrows. This was too unbelievable. Their Void Star Divine Palace had never seen such an increase in strength. Suddenly, they thought of something. If they became Linling's people, would their strength also increase like this? In this instant, they suddenly felt that this youth was extremely mysterious. The light on his body was unfathomable, surpassing their palace master, Empyrean Void Star. In terms of identity, this youth was a venerable. In terms of strength, this youth surpassed their palace master. And in terms of ability to nurture the younger generation, this youth had reached the peak. They had joined the Void Star Divine Palace to learn martial arts, but now that there was a better place than the Void Star Divine Palace, how could they miss it? Alright, you guys can leave. Go. However, at this time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing the people in the Void Star Divine Palace to be stunned. They had just decided to follow Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't seem to want them anymore. Now they were anxious. Lord Venerable, please take us in. The people in the Void Star Divine Palace fell to their knees. They hadn't been convinced before, but what was there to be unconvinced about now? If they missed this opportunity, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. You're not proud? You really want to be maids in bed? Aren't you princesses and princes? Lin Ling spoke a few words in rapid succession, causing the people in the Void Star Divine Palace to be a bit embarrassed. They had underestimated Lin Ling before. Now I've changed my mind. I don't need maids in bed. Lin Ling faintly smiled and turned to leave, leaving the people in the Void Star Divine Palace disappointed. It was as if they had missed out on something in their lives. They shouted, Lord Venerable, we were wrong. Unfortunately, Lin Ling walked further and further away, causing their hearts to turn to ash in regret. However, I'm going to establish the Starry Sky Left Court Palace, and I'm currently lacking people. However, just as they were feeling disappointed, Lin Ling's voice floated over, causing them to tremble. Excitement surged in their hearts as they nodded. We're willing. Yes. They didn't need to be slaves anymore. Instead, they could become Lin Ling's disciples and establish the Starry Sky Left Court Palace. In other words, Lin Ling had never treated them as slaves. Flame Core established the Flame Right Court Palace. Chapter 1354. Better to be a butcher than a lamb. From now on, the two palaces on the left and right of you will become my Lin Ling's left and right hands. The moment you appear in Shenpeng province, I want you to kill all who stand in your way. While the crowd was excited, Lin Ling's bold voice rang out. This was his plan. He wanted to establish a super sect that would not be weaker than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Your mission is to protect this place. If you follow me, you can become stronger and reach the heights of the star-picking nation. Of course, I don't have any cultivation resources here. I only have ancient martial arts, extreme patterns, heavenly patterns, and saint patterns. Moreover, I won't hide anything. As long as your strength reaches the standard, I can even reward you with heavenly soldiers, mid-tier, high-tier, and even emperor tier. So, you don't have to worry about how strong you are. What you should worry about is your limits. Lin Ling stopped. Behind him was his huge statue. At this moment, his blue robe fluttered, making him look even more like a supreme. His eyes were filled with ambition as he looked at the distant sky. In this heartless world, one should not have the heart to harm others, but one should always be wary of others. The calamity of the 6 saint regions had taught him the sorrow of the weak. So, a man should be strong. Better to be a butcher than a lamb. You may not believe what I'm saying, but those who have followed me through all the ups and downs know that I, Lin Ling, am a man of my words. Lin Ling said word by word. The people of the Flame Legion cheered excitedly. They had followed Lin Ling in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and had witnessed Lin Ling's growth. Moreover, they had also reached heights beyond their imagination. Lin Ling was indeed a man of his words. 2 years ago, your palace lord came to kill us, and the strongest cultivator in our rainforest holy land was only at the pseudo-mortal realm. However, 2 years later your palace lord was killed by me. Now, I'm one of the candidates to recommend the human emperor. I'm not trying to prove how powerful I am, I just want to tell you that following me is your limit. Lin Ling spoke again, causing the blood of Mumu and the others to boil. The Venerable was as young as them, but he had already achieved something they would never be able to do in their entire lives. If they followed him, why would they be afraid of not achieving anything in their lives? Of course, I'll say the ugly words first. I hate betrayal the most in my life, and I've never betrayed anyone. This is my principle, so you'd better not commit this crime. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you'll still die. Lin Ling's cold eyes swept across the crowd. Wherever his gaze passed, it was as if he could see through their souls, causing them to subconsciously tremble. Now, are you willing to be my sleeping maids? We are willing. No one hesitated and directly shouted. Their voices shook the 9 heavens, causing the entire rainforest holy land to shake. Lin Ling gently smiled as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, his smile was extremely brilliant. His forces were slowly being cultivated. The disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace were all decent geniuses. After subduing them, Lin Ling no longer had any worries. As for martial arts, Lin Ling wrote down a large number of stone tablets and placed them in the rainforest holy land for everyone to comprehend. At this moment, in the 2nd level of the Purple Palace realm, Lin Ling was flying over the sea with Old Purple beside him. I've already swallowed the last black and white Dao fruit, but I still haven't broken through. Your Majesty, your cultivation speed is already very fast, but this breakthrough is also fast. After all, your Majesty has already accumulated enough strength after fighting Empyrean Void Star and the other powerhouses. Then it should be within this period of time. As long as I break through, I can go to the Ghost Realm. The two of them landed on the island. A tall and straight old man with red hair was standing there. The old man was arrogant and had a fiery temper. After seeing Lin Ling, he immediately bowed respectfully. He was the Undying Fire King, and he was an even greater existence than the Soul Shatterer. Undying Fire King, His Majesty wants you to spar with him today. Are you ready? Your humble servant is ready. Old Purple lightly said to the Undying Fire King with an indescribable majesty. Hehe, Senior Undying, just use your full strength. You don't have to worry about my status. Lin Ling respectfully said. Then his face turned solemn. The Undying Fire King was a first-layer saint. In addition, he was an ancient character. In terms of martial arts and battle experience, he was definitely at the peak of the first layer Saint Realm. Lin Ling couldn't use the demon god, wind lightning wings, and could only rely on the fiend god overlord physique and fire martial Dao. This was obviously going to be difficult. As expected of his majesty. Good. The undying Fire King shouted. Flames erupted from his body, turning the entire island into a fiery island. Old Purple frowned. He was afraid that the undying Fire King would hurt his majesty, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally left. He also knew that in a battle, if one side held back, then it wouldn't be a battle. Moreover, it wouldn't be of much help to Lin Ling's cultivation. So hot. Senior Undying's immortal physique must not be weak. Moreover, I heard that a Saint Realm cultivator's Dantian forms a Saint C. Their attack, defense, and speed are doubled. Lin Ling's face was focused. He stared at his opponent and analyzed. Your Majesty, in terms of spiritual chi, a Saint Realm master can easily kill a transcendent. Moreover, the greatest characteristic of a Saint Realm master is their comprehension of the void. A Saint Realm master who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm has the ability to traverse the void at will. This is a power that surpasses any movement skill and is comparable to your Majesty's wind, thunder, and lightning wings, perhaps even stronger. The Undying Fire King explained. The characteristic of a Saint Realm cultivator was that they could cross the void. Just thinking about it was terrifying. No matter how strong or talented you were, if the opponent appeared in front of you in an instant, you would die without a doubt. Of course, this was relative. For example, Lin Ling's physical body was strong, so even if the opponent appeared in front of him in an instant, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, not every Saint Realm cultivator had comprehended the power to cross the void. It could only be said that early Saint Realm cultivators were just beginning to comprehend it. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't cultivated the Fiend God Overlord body, he wouldn't have been a match for a first-layer Saint Realm cultivator. Begin. Your Majesty, please excuse me. Long. On the island, a great battle broke out. Lin Ling suppressed a lot of his trump cards, so he was quickly defeated and seriously injured. After resting for an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling shouted again. The Undying Fire King was stunned. His Majesty was simply a martial arts fanatic. Long. A new battle began. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was defeated again. No matter how serious his injuries were or how many times he was defeated, Lin Ling would quickly stand up. He knew that if he lost here he would be injured, but if he lost in the outside world he would die. Therefore it wasn't a big deal for him to bleed and feel pain. Your Majesty, I'm at the peak of the first layer Saint Realm. Unless your Majesty's overlord body reaches the fourth layer, or you comprehend a heavenly pattern martial art, you won't be able to win. The Undying Fire King was frightened by Lin Ling's madness, so he reminded. Senior Undying, how is your heavenly pattern martial art? Lin Ling asked. Your Majesty, watch carefully. Great Yuan Yang. Chapter 1355. Quota gathering. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The Undying Flame King's power seemed to be self-generated. It was different from the martial arts he had seen before, as it didn't absorb any world energy. Your Majesty, flames also have life and need to be born. Attacks formed by absorbing world energy aren't considered heavenly mark martial arts. Only attacks formed by one's own power can be considered heavenly mark martial arts. Then where does the world energy supporting martial arts come from? Your Majesty, it comes from your Dantian. Let the world energy enter your Dantian, and from there, enter your martial arts to give birth to a new martial art. The Undying Flame King laughed, and the blazing sun in his hand became more and more terrifying. The appearance of a great law made it difficult for people to move, and he threw it out. Rumble. In the distant sea, layers of explosions occurred, and the seawater was blasted 10,000 li high. Before the seawater could fall back down, it was burned clean. Only by being born from the body can the great law of heaven and earth be formed. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He stretched out his right hand and condensed spiritual yuan in his palm. His eyes were still looking forward, and time seemed to slow down. The process of the Undying Flame King's martial arts slowly appeared in his mind. To be born was to create life. The birth of flames. When Lin Ling was comprehending fire profound, he could enter this realm. However, creation was even more mysterious than birth. It had an additional flavor of law. Heavenly mark martial arts are truly great laws. They're even more powerful than extreme mark martial arts. It's a method used by Saint Realm experts. Believe me, the law is created by me. The Undying Flame King said. The law is created by me. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he continued to comprehend and recall. A wisp of flame appeared in his palm before disappearing. Although there was a flame, it wasn't the feeling Lin Ling was pursuing. It wasn't creation. Again. Time quietly passed as the undying Flame King looked at Lin Ling while Lin Ling continued to comprehend. Creation must be born from my Dantian flame, but it must have its own laws. It seems that laws are the most important, or else it would just be an ordinary fire martial art. Let's see the undying Flame King's cultivation process. Lin Ling's right hand finally emitted a sparkling and translucent flame. It was very small, like firewood, but it made the undying Fire King's pupils constrict. That wisp of flame was very small, but the suppressive power was terrifying. It made the undying Fire King feel that it was a great law. A great law martial art was a law of its own. It could suppress many extreme pattern martial arts because extreme pattern martial arts were just the momentum of heaven and earth. Although the momentum was powerful, it was still suppressed by the rules. For example, when lightning struck down from the sky, it was the momentum of heaven and earth. It was indeed very powerful, but the rules of heaven and earth could restrain it. When it appeared and when it disappeared, that was the power of the rules. Your Majesty, we did it. Staring at the wisp of flame in Lin Ling's hand, the undying Fire King nodded. That was the characteristic of a heavenly pattern martial art. Yes, but the flame is too small. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. There were two reasons why he had succeeded. First, the Eye of Time allowed him to continuously observe the undying Fire King's execution process. Second, Lin Ling's extreme pattern martial art had reached the transcendent realm, Flame Sea World. From that martial art, Lin Ling had gained enlightenment. Your Majesty is only a transcendent 6th layer cultivator, but you've already comprehended the methods of an origin saint expert. Worthy of your outstanding talent. The undying Fire King was still shocked. The flame in Lin Ling's right hand gradually grew bigger, but in the end, it was only as big as a stone plate. Moreover, it followed Lin Ling's will. Since it's a creation martial art, then the rules are created by me. The same goes for the form. Let it be a dragon. Lin Ling inwardly thought. The stone plate-sized fireball began to change, squirming, and a flame dragon as thick as an arm appeared. This dragon was vivid and lifelike with scales, claws, and dragon horns. Everything about it seemed real. What a terrifying perception. Wow! The undying Fire King was startled once more. Lin Ling's foundation in the fire martial Tao was too solid. After all, the more realistic a flame was, the more control it had. But this dragon is too small. Wow! Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the flame dragon hovering around him. Your Majesty, you've forgotten that heavenly pattern martial arts are the methods of origin saint experts. Your Dantian must have a Saint C, but your Majesty only has spiritual energy. Naturally, you can't let it grow any bigger. Moreover, if your Majesty wasn't an alien cultivator and had 7 spiritual energies at the transcendent 6th layer, your flame would be even smaller. The undying Fire King said. Lin Ling suddenly understood. If that was the case, then when he reached the transcendent 7th layer and had 8 spiritual energies, the might of this heavenly pattern martial art would be even stronger. This heavenly pattern martial art belongs to the minor completion stage. Let's call it the 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling said with a smile. Creation is also a realm in the fire martial Tao. Your Majesty smoothly entered it, so this martial art was created by your Majesty. In the future, this martial art will definitely become famous in Shenping Province. The undying Fire King smiled. Lin Ling had created a heavenly pattern martial art, and it was a martial art that belonged to him. Lin Ling nodded confidently and looked into the distance. Unknowingly, he had been tossing and turning for several years. The current him was already 25 years old. Looking back, he had fought countless battles. There were smiles and tears, blood and sweat, and the pace of battle still hadn't stopped. This time I spent a lot of time cultivating. Now it's time for the 4 recommendations to gather. All right. Lin Ling collected his thoughts and left the Purple Palace Manor. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared in the rainforest's sacred land. Heavenly pattern martial art, 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Creation was a realm that could only be reached by monstrously talented cultivators. However, not every Saint Rudiment realm cultivator was capable of creation, and the heavenly pattern martial arts they cultivated were inherited from their predecessors. Lin Ling also placed great importance on the gathering of the 4 recommendations. Right now, he needed cultivation resources, so he could only obtain them by stepping into a stronger world. Moreover, Lady Shui Wu had helped him, so he couldn't disappoint her. Today the Black-White Dao Palace was bustling with activity. All the experts had returned because today was the gathering of the 4 recommendations. The 4 recommendations came from the Qian Hall, the Black-White Dao Palace, and the Great Sword Pavilion. The 4 recommendations represented the most monstrous geniuses among the thousands of youths in the Qian Hall. Senior brother Zhang Ren has returned from the Grand Mystic region. Lin Ling killed many experts not long ago. He's also very strong, but his talent is a bit weak. He only has a saint body. Yes, I heard that all the recommendations have immortal bodies, but Lin Ling has a saint body. If Lin Ling is eliminated in the final selection, then Lady Shui Wu and the Black-White Dao Palace will lose face. The crowd in the Black-White Dao Palace was abuzz with discussion. Some of Lord Shan Wu's disciples were jealous. At the same time, a figure walked up the stairs and arrived at the huge square of the Black-White Dao Palace. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're back. Li Lingxian was the first to smile happily and welcome Lin Ling. In the distance, Lady Shui Wu also smiled with anticipation. As for Lord Shan Wu's disciples, they were jealous, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Lin Ling had defeated the second-ranked genius of the Black-White Dao Palace. Although his talent was ordinary, he was indeed very strong. Chapter 1356. Celestial Soldier Flying Ship, he's Lin Ling? He's only at Transcendent Stage 6, and he has an Earth-grade saint body. How could he get a spot? In a corner of the plaza, a short youth stood next to Lord Shan Wu. His hands were behind his back and his eyes shone brightly. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the law of heaven and earth. This child's talent is indeed not good, but he defeated your junior apprentice brother and has a supreme pattern martial art at the transcendent stage. With his strength, the elders acknowledged his position, and with Lord Shui Wu's support, he was able to get a spot. Lord Shan Wu nodded. He'll lose face sooner or later, the short youth said coldly. He was one of the people who had recommended Zhang Ren. This person had a powerful third-grade yellow-tier immortal body, the Heart of Eternity. This immortal body wasn't something he was born with, but rather something he had obtained by luck while training in the demon domain. As everyone knew, talent wasn't static. If one had the opportunity, they could become a carp leaping over the dragon gate and becoming a true dragon. Of course, the chances of that happening were very low and it depended on luck. And Zhang Ren was one of them. The Heart of Eternity. It was said that Zhang Ren's strongest point was his heart, the heart of an immortal. His talent and strength were both so great, while Lin Ling was very ordinary. Being together with Lin Ling made him feel extremely embarrassed. Since everyone is here, let's go to the Origin Magnetic Mountain Villa. Lord Shui Wu stood up and said. Soon after, a giant blue ship appeared in the sky. This was a flying ship that could cross the void at an extremely fast speed. It had been obtained by an elder of the Black-White Dao Palace in the ruins of the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom. So powerful, a king-tier heavenly soldier. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The Black-White Dao Palace had a very deep foundation. Let's go. Lord Shan Wu waved his hand and everyone boarded the flying ship. The Black-White Dao Palace naturally couldn't lose face in this gathering, so many people were going. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ling, come here. A disciple respectfully said to Lin Ling, allowing him to board the ship first. Lin Ling was one of the people who had recommended Lin Ling, and his status was extremely high. I envy that kid. Lord Mountain Mist's younger brother was even more jealous. But soon he quietly waited for a good show. Although Lin Ling's spot had been confirmed, it didn't mean that the 7 emperors had confirmed it. If Lin Ling was eliminated in the end, then Lord Water Mist would lose face. And at that time, Lord Water Mist would no longer have the face to continue sitting in her palace lord position. Lord Shan Wu also knew this, so he did not make things difficult for Lin Ling this time. Instead, he smiled and said, this time everyone must work hard. Rumble. The flying boat was like an ancient city as it slowly rose into the sky. The people on the boat were excited, but soon many of their expressions changed. They had almost forgotten the taboo. Sure enough, after the flying boat rose into the air, it began to break through the void, and the scenery on both sides became blurry, making people feel as if they had entered an illusion. Everyone hurriedly sat down cross-legged and formed groups of 3 to 5. They released their spiritual energy to block the incoming wind. One had to know that the speed of the flying boat could break through the void, so the force of impact and the wind it brought was very terrifying. It could blow people off the boat or even to death. Unless one was strong enough, they could only form groups and use their spiritual energy to block the wind. And this was the taboo. Even if one was a first-layer saint, if they were not prepared at the beginning, they would still be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing on the flying boat. When the terrifying wind blew, his pupils constricted and he felt as if his whole body was being cut by a knife. This was the powerful force of breaking through the void. Junior brother Lin Ling, this is your first time riding a flying boat. Be careful, don't get swept off the boat. Yes. Li Lingxian hurriedly reminded. Many people looked over and knew that this was Lin Ling's first time riding a flying boat. But if Lin Ling was swept off the boat, that would be embarrassing. Zhang Ren also looked at Lin Ling and lightly shook his head. Void wind, if you don't guard against it, even a 7th layer transcendent will be blown to death. If he is blown to death by the wind, that would be fun. A disciple beside him flattered. Another said, Brother Zhang, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Brother? These two were twins and called the He brothers. They worshipped Zhang Ren greatly. Don't act recklessly. If you make Lord Shui Wu unhappy, you'll be in trouble. Zhang Ren reprimanded. Although he looked down on Lin Ling was currently on the recommendation list. So on the surface he did not dare to act rashly against Lin Ling. The world is unpredictable. I have my ways. Brother? The disciple said as if he was asking for credit. He took a large step forward and threw himself at Lin Ling. Not good, the wind is too strong. I can't control my body. Brother? This guy. Zhang Ren understood the other party's intentions. The other party wanted to push Lin Ling off the airship. If that happened, it would be fun. Thinking about it, if a dignified recommendation fell off the airship, it would be strange if others didn't laugh at him. Even Lord Shui Wu would be questioned. At this moment, Lin Ling was still familiarizing himself with the gust of wind. His body was a little unstable, but his eye of time appeared. He could vaguely see the trajectory of the gust of wind in the void. This caused him to be immersed in it. At the same time, in his Dantian spirit chi, an illusion of the ancient divine emperor appeared, overlapping with his body. Previously only his fists were clear, but now his legs were also clear. Your Majesty, you are getting closer and closer to the 4th layer of the land of divinity and devil overlord. Old Z's voice sounded. Lin Ling had swallowed the blood essence of Yamada no Orochi and was close to breaking through. Now, although he had not broken through, he seemed to have begun to learn the 4th layer of the divine ability. The 4th layer of the divinity and devil overlord body was space distortion. One had to know that the biggest characteristic of a Saint Realm cultivator was their comprehension of the void, and the divinity and devil overlord body was even stronger in this regard. At this moment Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He vaguely knew that this was the power of the 4th layer of the land of divinity and devil overlord body. At this moment, a figure slammed into Lin Ling. If it were any other time Lin Ling would not have been hit, but right now, he happened to be in the middle of comprehending the void, so he was knocked off the airship. At this moment, everyone on the airship was stunned. A dignified recommendation fell off the airship? This was too shameful. Bastard, the airship is quite fast. Who told you to act recklessly? Lord Shui Wu also noticed this scene and immediately shouted angrily. Looking at Heedi's appearance, he also couldn't control his body because of the wind. That's why he misunderstood. The world is unpredictable. Lord Shan Wu laughed. He was saying that this was a misunderstanding, but in fact, he also knew that this was done deliberately by Heedi to make Lin Ling and Lord Shui Wu lose face. I didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, Heedi put on an innocent look, then sat down cross-legged to resist the wind. It was not his first time on the airship, so he had a way to resist it. Sir, do we need to wait for him? Perhaps he fell on a mountain peak in the south of Shenping province. One of the He brothers, He Tian, laughed, causing even more mockery to erupt. However, their laughter abruptly stopped. Outside the flying boat, the clouds flowed like water, and within the rolling clouds, a silhouette could be seen closely following the flying boat. Chapter 1357. Life is unpredictable, distorting space weakens the power of incoming attacks and makes it easier to dodge. At this moment, Lin Ling was overjoyed. His eye of time had helped him once more, allowing him to comprehend the first stage of the Great Spatial Laws. This was the 4th level of the Great Spatial Laws, the smoky heavens and earth. As for the strong winds in the void, they were unable to affect him at all. Old Z also excitedly said, Your Majesty, your perception is much better than the previous emperors. He knew that space distortion was the most difficult to comprehend. It required one to sense space and then reverse it to form the grand principles of space. If one cultivated it to the peak, space distortion would allow one to remain unscathed amidst thousands of grand principles of space. Because of space manipulation, any attack would be distorted, causing it to miss. This was also a powerful movement martial skill. Currently I have 2 grand principles, but I'm only a transcendent 6th layer cultivator. If they knew, they would definitely be shocked. Wind, thunder, lightning, wings. Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his trump card, so he sprouted a pair of beautiful thunder wings behind him, allowing him to continue following the airship. If he wanted to reveal his trump card, he would only do so at a critical moment, as it would also bring about an unexpected effect. After all, he was currently facing the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, and even the Emperor's disciples, so it was better to be cautious. A heavenly weapon, a powerful heavenly weapon, so that's how it is. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and suddenly understood. Lin Ling had a powerful celestial weapon that had formed the Great Law of Thunder. His speed was faster than the Great Law of the Void, so he had avoided the Great Law of the Void. Of course, this Great Law was not something that Lin Ling had comprehended. It came from the celestial weapon. So, instead of being surprised, they were even more jealous. What a lucky boy. It seems that Senior Water Mist gave him a lot of things. Many people thought that the heavenly weapon's wings were given to him by Senior Water Mist. If they knew that Lin Ling had successfully comprehended 2 grand principles, they wouldn't think so. After all, Transcendence comprehended extreme martial arts, but a Transcendent comprehending 2 Saint Realm heavenly martial arts, who wouldn't be shocked? At the same time, Lin Ling returned to the airship and looked at He Di was still in shock. The first time he had ridden the airship, he had been blown tens of thousands of miles away. At that time, he had become the laughingstock of the Black-White Dao Palace. But what shocked him the most was that Lin Ling had actually been able to walk back after being blown off the airship for the first time. Lin Ling didn't say a word. His footsteps seemed to be unstable as he suddenly slammed into He Di. His powerful physical strength erupted, knocking He Di out of the flying boat. He screamed in midair, extremely humiliating. Then he disappeared into the endless mountains and rivers. That scene stunned countless people. He Di disappeared just like that? Lin Ling, how dare you? Zhang Ren was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but shout. In front of so many people, Lin Ling actually dared to attack his own people. Life is unpredictable. Lin Ling said with a smile, returning He Di's words back to him. What he meant was, I didn't want to push him down, but the wind was too strong and I couldn't control my body, so I accidentally knocked him down. Zhang Ren gritted his teeth. Everyone knew that this was an excuse. Most importantly, the He clan was his people. Lin Ling dared to touch them, which was tantamount to losing face. But things had already reached this point, so he had nothing to say. Of course, what made him angry was that Lin Ling's strength wasn't great, but he had a lot of treasures on him. It was because he had overlooked these treasures that Zhang Ren had lost face. That's right, life is unpredictable. Lord Xuewu was overjoyed. He had been worried about Lin Ling, but to his surprise, not only was Lin Ling fine, he had even given his opponent a good slap in the face. He said to Lord Xuanwu, your disciple fell off the flying boat. He's a piece of trash. Should we wait for him? Lord Xuewu's words were filled with mockery, as if he were scolding Lord Xuanwu. Lord Xuanwu felt as if he had swallowed a toad. He gloomily said, that trash, let him fend for himself. Forget it. In the end, he is still someone from the Black-White Dao Palace. Let's wait for him. I only hope that next time Lord Xuanwu doesn't bring some clown to disgrace himself. Lord Xuewu lightly smiled. Then he stopped the airship and waited for He Di to return. But as they waited, everyone was filled with resentment and ridicule. This caused Lord Xuanwu and Zhang Ren's expressions to darken even further. Finally He Di rushed back. He was in an extremely sorry state, his clothes torn apart. When he saw everyone's mocking eyes, he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Last time, he had fallen off the airship and become the laughingstock of the Black-White Dao Palace. Today history repeated itself. In his anger, he glared at Lin Ling. He only saw Lin Ling gently say, I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling, you. He Di was even angrier. He knew that Lin Ling had done it on purpose. As a recommendation, do you only know how to play some small tricks? I hope you don't embarrass the Black-White Dao Palace. Zhang Ren coldly said as he stared at Lin Ling, there's no need for you to worry. Lin Ling replied indifferently. This Zhang Ren was indeed worthy of being a recommendation. His immortal body was extremely powerful. Lin Ling had seen an ancient heart appear behind Zhang Ren, as if it was beating with the rhythm of heaven and earth. That was the heart of an immortal. Of course, compared to Emperor Hong Tiandi, Lin Ling felt that the short youth was still a bit weaker. The airship began to speed up. After crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, it finally arrived at its destination. The magnetite mountain villa was one of the strongest places in Shenping province. Later, A genius was born there and became the disciple of the seven emperors. This made the magnetite mountain villa one of the strongest places in Xianping province that could not be provoked. At this moment, the magnetite mountain villa seemed ordinary, but it was ancient and sacred. Behind the mountain villa, an ancient black stone was faintly discernible. It was extremely mysterious. A large number of people gathered at the entrance of the mountain villa. After the airship landed, everyone looked over and shouted, "The people from the Black-White Dao Palace are here." The crowd became lively. There were both young and old people, but they were all extremely powerful. Seventh-stage transcendence could be seen everywhere, and there were even quite a few Saint Realm youths. Obviously, the magnetite mountain villa was the territory of the seven emperors. Those who could appear here were naturally the top geniuses of the three profound realms. Brother Zhang Ren, after meeting you in the past, your strength has risen to another level. Many people seemed to recognize Zhang Ren, so they laughed politely. Haha, so it's Lu Fei. After not seeing you for so long, your strength has also risen greatly. Zhang Ren's voice floated out, causing the people of the Black-White Dao Palace to secretly admire him. As expected of a recommendation, there were many people who recognized him. Lord Shanwu led the disciples down the airship. He nodded slightly. Zhang Ren was his recommendation, and now that he was so famous, it made him feel even more proud. At this moment, Lin Ling followed Lord Shui Wu down. Sweeping his gaze, he was secretly surprised. There were so many powerhouses. Those youths are from the three profound realms of the mortal world. They are the top geniuses of Xianpeng, Xianyuan, and Xianhuang. Their strength is naturally not weak. Moreover, they are also experts on the martial pavilion's profound ranking. Lord Shui Wu explained, causing Lin Ling to nod. No wonder there were so many first-stage saints among those youths who were not even 30 years old. Chapter 1358. Great Sword Pavilion. At this moment, a deafening sword cry rang out. A giant black sword pierced through the sky and shot over. On top of the giant sword, a large number of youths in long robes stood indifferently. Their bodies were protected by powerful auras, and their robes fluttered in the wind. They all carried ancient swords on their backs, giving them an indescribable sense of elegance. 111. At this moment, everyone's weapons began to vibrate, as if they were humming for the sword. Lin Ling's expression changed. His tyrannical song also jumped, as if it had encountered a powerful sword rule. However, it soon calmed down, causing Lin Ling's heart to sink. Great Sword Pavilion, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. A name appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Great Sword Pavilion, a super sect in Xianping province that was second only to the 7 emperors. It was as famous as the Black-White Dao Palace. This sect is filled with great sword saints. It's the strongest swordsman sect in Xianping province. Lord Shui Wu stared at the sky with a serious expression. Obviously, she didn't dare to underestimate Great Sword Pavilion. She knew how terrifying the swords of those sword saints were. Lin Ling also nodded. Today there wasn't a single weakling here. He looked at the gate of the villa and saw countless people remaining silent with serious expressions. Obviously, they didn't dare to underestimate Great Sword Pavilion. Great Sword Pavilion, as famous as a sword. In the past, I once fought with a powerful genius from Great Sword Pavilion. She defeated me in 3 moves. Li Lingxian sighed, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Li Lingxian was the #1 disciple of Shui Wu, but she couldn't even block 3 moves. From this point of view, Great Sword Pavilion was indeed more powerful than the Black-White Dao Palace. Of course this was normal. Haha, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Lord Shui Wu, Lord Shan Wu, I trust you have been well since we last met. The giant sword fell, causing the earth to shake. From afar, it seemed as if the world's largest sword was stuck in the vast earth. Then a large number of figures floated down. A black-robed man smiled faintly. His body was like a sword, sharp and sharp. Looking at him, everyone's martial heart was shaken, as if they were being cut by a sword. The Saint Realm, rumor has it that 9 out of 9 returned to 1. I'm afraid this person's strength has reached the peak. Lin Ling said in shock. This kind of master was not someone he could face right now. Elder Zi's disdainful voice rang out as well. Your Majesty, he's just a little swordsman. In the past there were 10 great generals. Immortal Water is also good at swords. She can easily defeat them with 1 strike. Lin Ling was speechless. How could the present be compared to the ancient times? Lin Ling, this man is the great sword lord, the immortal slaying sword venerable. According to legend, his sword can slay all immortal physiques. Lady Shui Wu said in a low voice. She then led Lin Ling forward and began to exchange pleasantries with the black-robed man. This time the recommendation list will be confirmed. If you pass the test of being a disciple of the human emperor, you will be able to meet the 8 candidates. The immortal slaying sword venerable's voice was hearty, and he seemed to be easy to talk to. Behind him were a large number of disciples with swords on their backs. Each of them was as proud as a sword. Yes, recommending a human emperor is not child's play. Even if we have confirmed the candidates, we still need the human emperor's disciple to check the truth and avoid some people who are just there to make up the numbers. But this is good. At least we won't offend the human emperor because of a trash recommendation. Lord Xianxia said with a smile. He seemed to be referring to Lin Ling. Let's wait for the human emperor's disciple to confirm everything. Lady Shui Wu said indifferently, knowing what he meant. This is one of your candidates, Zhang Ren? The immortal slaying sword venerable also knew that the two of them were not on good terms. He did not want to get involved, so he stared at Zhang Ren. At this moment, Zhang Ren did not dare to be arrogant. He bowed respectfully. Then he heard the immortal slaying sword venerable say, "A good immortal physique. Very good, very good." The two "very good" made Zhang Ren's heart jump. He was very excited to be praised by the Great Sword Pavilion's master. Was very good. Then may I know who Big Sword Pavilion's referral quota is? Lord Xianxia felt that his reputation had been enhanced, so he asked curiously. It's them. The immortal slaying sword venerable smiled and waved his hand. A young man and a young woman came forward. They carried ancient swords on their backs and were dressed in black. Their faces were full of pride and indifference. "Greetings, senior." The two of them did not say much. After bowing, they stood indifferently. One of them, Jianghu. "I think you have heard of him." The immortal slaying sword venerable introduced the two of them without hiding anything. Everyone looked at the man. The man looked ordinary, but his eyes were like lightning. There was a faint light like a sea urchin on his body. That was the sword origin. It was extremely powerful and could protect its master. Anyone who dared to come close would be killed by the sword origin. So it's Jianghu, the man who is ranked 87th on the Xian ranking. Yes, I remember him. His sword is unfathomable. The sword origin's laws are colorful and dazzling. Many people discussed. They had all entered the Xian ranking and naturally knew of Jianghu. The Xian ranking of the Martial Pavilion was different from the Huang ranking. There were 2 Huang rankings and 3 Xian rankings. The Xian ranking of the Martial Pavilion was composed of cultivators of the first layer to the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. Jianghu was only at the 1st layer of the Saint Realm, but he was ranked 87th. What about this one? Lord Xianxia looked at the other girl and asked. Because Jianghu was an expert on the lower profound ranking, many people knew about him. However, the other recommendation was a little unfamiliar. It was a black-clothed girl. This girl had an ordinary appearance, but her sword was taller than her. In addition to her fierce killing intent, it gave her a different feeling. Lai Qing, the disciple of the evil sword venerable. The immortal slaying sword venerable did not say much when he introduced the other person. However, the crowd's eyes narrowed. Even Lin Ling's eyes changed slightly. It was her, Lai Qing. He naturally knew who she was. She was the holy son of the 6 holy regions. She also had the dark vermilion butterfly. Unexpectedly, she had become a disciple of the Great Sword Pavilion. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that Lai Qing's cultivation had reached the Saint Realm. She must have had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. It seemed that he was not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter. The evil sword venerable condensed the evil qi and evil qi of the heavens and earth. He was the sword saint with the densest killing intent in Shenping province. It was said that not long ago he killed a disciple of the human emperor. In the end, he was killed by the human emperor. Then his disciple? Could it be that his disciple obtained his legacy? Many people kept guessing. However, the immortal slaying sword venerable did not say anything. Clearly this was the truth. Many people secretly envied the evil sword venerable. The evil sword venerable had already fallen, and everything he had was obtained by that young girl. No wonder she was so strong. Haha, my Great Sword Pavilion has finished introducing you. I wonder who the other person from the Black-White Dao Palace is? The immortal slaying sword venerable looked curiously at Lady Water Mist. Lin Ling, the person I recommended. Lady Water Mist said bluntly. She looked at Lin Ling beside her. Many people looked over as well. All of them were puzzled. What was so special about this Lin Ling? Lin Ling. I seem to have heard of him before. He is the first on the yellow board. Someone frowned. Currently, Lin Ling was also very famous in Shenping province. Chapter 1359. Confirmation of the spots. This Lin Ling's reputation isn't bad, but his strength is too weak. Many people were shocked. This Lin Ling was first on the yellow list, which meant that Lin Ling was still at the transcendent realm, while the other 3 spots were all saints. Lady Shui Wu has always been discerning. There must be something special about this recommendation. Immortal Slaying Sword Venerable had never heard of Lin Ling, so he was curious. He was also surprised that Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. As soon as his words fell, many people from the Black-White Dao Palace felt a little embarrassed. What was so special about Lin Ling? He was very ordinary. Lady Shui Wu said frankly, there's nothing special about him. He only has an earth-grade saint physique, but he has comprehended a supreme martial art to the transcendent realm. At the gate of the villa, everyone fell silent. Then many people secretly laughed. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's supreme pattern martial arts were quite powerful. However, the recommendation quota was reserved for monstrous geniuses. Among the millions of geniuses, only 4 people had the qualifications. However, Lin Ling only had a saint physique, and not a heaven rank 1 at that. He was only an earth rank 1 and his cultivation was the weakest. This made people wonder if he had the qualifications. Interesting. Is there no one else in the Black-White Dao Palace? Someone couldn't help but say, which led to more laughter. This Lin Ling has made us lose face. Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace gritted their teeth. They were the 4 pillars but they were being mocked. Lin Ling's face was calm as if he didn't hear the mocking laughter. As for Lady Shui Wu, she was the same. She seemed to have guessed that such a situation would occur. Lady Shui Wu's way of doing things is still difficult to understand. The Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable shook his head. With Lin Ling's talent, it would be difficult for him to even become a disciple of the Great Sword Pavilion, let alone become one of the top 4. He really didn't know what Lady Shui Wu was thinking. In the Big Sword Pavilion, only Lai Qing's beautiful eyes lit up and then she smiled. Her smile immediately made Zhang Jianhu frown. This was the first time he saw Lai Qing smile. In his impression, Lai Qing was very murderous and unreasonable. There were people who tried to pursue Lai Qing, but not only did Lai Qing reject them, she even killed them with a single sword strike. But now she was smiling. How could he not be curious? Could it be that Lai Qing knows that Lin Ling? Zhang Jianhu looked at Lin Ling with disdain. He didn't think that there was anything special about Lin Ling, big brother Lin Ling. Lai Qing still did things her own way. She took the initiative to walk towards Lin Ling and then greeted him with a smile. Even the Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable was secretly surprised by her attitude. The eyes of the crowd also flashed. Lai Qing had obtained the legacy of the Ruthless Sword Master and would definitely become a great sword venerable in the future. But she actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. It was as if the 2 of them weren't even in the same circle. The recommendation list has to be determined by the Mortal Emperor's disciples. If this Lin Ling is eliminated, then it will be a loss of face. Even the Black-White Dao Palace will lose face. Zhang Jianhu didn't place Lin Ling in his eyes. He knew that those who made up the numbers would lose face sooner or later. This can't be avoided. Zhang Ren also thought so. He was waiting for the scene to unfold. Everyone is here early. Lady Shui Wu, Lady Shan Wu, the Celestial Slayer Sword Venerable has graced my mountain villa with your presence. But because of the Mortal Emperor's order, I still have to do what I have to do. I hope you can forgive me for the inconvenience. At this moment, a smiling voice came from the mountain villa, causing many people's eyes to flicker. The Mortal Emperor's disciple, Gendosa. Gendosa. This person wasn't old, but he was extremely powerful. He was ranked 3rd on the lower Shen ranking and was highly valued by the Mortal Emperor. So this time he would be the one to determine the final spots. Brother Yuan, you're exaggerating. Lady Shui Wu and the other 2 looked in the direction of the mountain villa and smiled. Although this person was weaker than them, he was younger and would surpass them in the future. Plus, he was the Mortal Emperor's disciple, so they didn't dare to be careless. Actually, the selection of the Mortal Emperor's spots is something that everyone wants, so I don't want to interfere. But I still have to do things according to the rules. Now, if the 4 spots can enter the mountain villa, then the spots will be confirmed. Gendosa's voice came from the mountain villa again. He seemed to be easy to get along with, so he didn't ask for any excessive tests. Those who could enter the mountain villa were confirmed. At this moment, behind the mountain villa, the huge black rock that had been hanging in the sky let out a sound. A mysterious power bloomed and covered the land. Swish, swish, swish. Many people couldn't control the weapons in their hands and flew over. If a warrior doesn't have a weapon, then even if he enters the mountain villa, he's not qualified to be a warrior anymore. Gendosa's voice came from the mountain villa. Origin Taoist Buddha has an incredibly powerful immortal physique, and the natural laws of the proto-magnetic celestial body can cause anything and everything to be sucked in. Lady Shuiwu said lightly. My sword. My sword. My saber. Everyone. The crowd exclaimed. Their weapons were all attracted by the huge black rock in the distance. They shook their heads helplessly and had to enter the mountain villa empty-handed. However, they could do that, but the 4 spots couldn't. They had to enter the mountain villa with their weapons. Otherwise, their recommendation spots would be cancelled. Presumably, this was the final selection of the recommendation spots. This time, the final selection of the recommendation spots isn't difficult at all. However, it may be difficult for those who are just here to make up the numbers. Zhang Jinhe muttered to himself. The person he was referring to seemed to be Lin Ling. He didn't have any hatred for Lin Ling. However, he and Lai Qing were both on the recommendation list. When he spoke to Lai Qing, she ignored him. Lin Ling's talent was so bad that Lai Qing took the initiative to talk to him. Therefore, he felt that Lin Ling should have seen through him. Then I'll enter the mountain villa first. He took a step forward and a large amount of sword energy appeared. It was like a sea urchin, but the suppressed power within was extremely terrifying. At the same time, a terrifying magnetic force was born, forming a great rules. The sword behind Zhang Jinhe shot out as if it wanted to leave him. Heavenly River Sword Energy. Zhang Jinhe roared. Thousands of sword energies floated out and surrounded him, cutting off the great rules of magnetic force and protecting him as he walked safely to the mountain villa. The Heavenly River Sword immortal body is indeed powerful. Many people were secretly impressed. In their eyes, Zhang Jinhe wasn't a swordsman, but a sword immortal. At this point, Zhang Jinhe's recommendation spot was confirmed. Big brother Lin Ling, I'll go in first. Yes. Lai Qing had always been a woman of few words. After saying that, she drew her sword and walked forward. She didn't seem to be worried that Lin Ling would fail and not be able to enter the mountain villa. The terrifying great rules of magnetic force surged, but Lai Qing didn't even look at it. She slashed out with her sword even more decisively and decisively. Kacha. The red sword light was as large as a mountain. The great rules of magnetic force were cut by the sword, turning from formless to tangible. Many people could clearly see that the so-called magnetic force was in the form of a black electric snake. How powerful! This sword has extremely dense killing intent. Yes. Chapter 1360. Entering the manor, Lai Qing's strength has risen so quickly. Purple Elder, what's the difference between her sword and Zhang Jinhe's sword? Lin Ling stared at Lai Qing's back, feeling happy for her. Your Majesty, Zhang Jinhe is a sword cultivator who specializes in sword energy. Like your Majesty, he cultivates in all aspects. That black-clothed girl is a swordsman who only cultivates the sword. Purple Elder explained in detail, widening Lin Ling's horizons. There was a difference between sword cultivators and swordsmen. In truth, Lin Ling should be a sword cultivator, not a swordsman. Lin Ling was skilled in everything else besides the sword. These people are ignorant, thinking that martial artists need talent. They don't know that there are other martial paths. After all, your Majesty's God Demon Overlord physique represents a 5th grade yellow class immortal physique. A bunch of frogs in a well. Purple Elder spoke unfairly for Lin Ling. These people had all underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled, not minding. Their mouths are on their bodies. Let them say what they want. Whatever. At this moment, the Big Sword Pavilion's 2 referrals had entered the manor. The Immortal Slayer Sword Venerable couldn't help but laugh in joy. Although this year's Human Emperor's Disciple test was relatively simple, the referrals had been confirmed. This made him happy. This also showed that the Immortal Slayer Sword Venerable had a good eye. It's our Black-White Dao Palace's turn. Many Black-White Dao Palace disciples were nervous. They didn't want to lose face in front of the heroes of the world. Heavenly Drum Spear, my weapon. If you want to take it, come. At this moment, Zhang Ren slowly walked forward. Although he wasn't tall, he had the demeanor of an expert. A black heavenly spear appeared in his hand, with ancient runes on it. His spear finger manner. It seemed to say, if you want to take my spear, come and try. Pop. He took a step forward. At the same time, the mysterious law of magnetism surged, causing everything on the ground to wriggle. Eternal Heart. Zhang Ren said indifferently without looking forward. Instantly, a huge heart appeared behind him, as if carrying the rhythm of heaven and earth. Ping ping ping. Bang bang bang. Sure enough, after the magnetic force got close to Zhang Ren, it started to jump. Zhang Ren laughed loudly and strode into the villa. A very good immortal physique, to actually be able to make my great law beat along with the heart of eternity. Zhang Ren, I'm afraid your future accomplishments will not be low. A familiar voice came from the villa. It was Gendosa's voice. At this moment, Zhang Ren felt even more proud. The black-white Dao Palace was also cheering. Senior brother Zhang was mighty. His voice was like a demonic tune that poured into everyone's ears. Moreover, for Zhang Ren to receive the praise of a Renhuang disciple was even rarer. There's one more person, Lin Ling. Everyone's attention was on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the last person standing. Zhang Ren, Zhang Jianhe, and the others were watching calmly from the entrance of the villa. Lin Ling was only an Earth-grade saint physique. He was not qualified to enter the circle of peerless geniuses like them. My guess is that he can only take 3 steps before the sword leaves his hand. 1 step. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe expressed their opinions. He will definitely enter the villa. Only Lai Qing still believed in Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's talent wasn't anything special, she knew that this man who had once stood above her was always so mysterious. Even though she had obtained a powerful legacy, she still respected Lin Ling deep in her heart. There was even blind worship. At this moment, the people of the black-white Dao Palace were also staring at Lin Ling. Lord Mountain Mist disdainfully said, "Today the Renhuang disciple is in charge. I hope that Lin Ling won't lose face for the black-white Dao Palace. It would be strange if he didn't lose face." As his words fell, many people from the black-white Dao Palace coldly snorted. They had already felt that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be recommended. It was only because of Lady Watermist's support that they had tacitly agreed. "Go Lin Ling. You will succeed." Lady Watermist didn't pay attention to the surrounding voices. She nervously looked at Lin Ling. This examination was simpler than the previous years, but to Lin Ling, it was still very difficult. Thus he couldn't help but be nervous. Success or failure would all depend on this. If Lin Ling failed, it would mean that Lady Watermist had deceived the Renhuang. At that time she would no longer have the face to remain as palace master. Moreover, in Shenping province her reputation would plummet. Don't worry. Compared to Lady Watermist's nervousness, Lin Ling was very calm. He pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and slowly walked forwards. At the same time, within the Origin Magnet Mountain Villa, many powerhouses were sitting there drinking tea. A youth in loose robes faintly smiled and said, "This Lin Ling's talent isn't much, but Lady Watermist recommended him. How interesting." This person was Gendosa. Haha, if he can enter Lady Watermist's eyes, then perhaps this Lin Ling is extraordinary in some way. However, recommending the Renhuang is an extremely important matter. No matter how extraordinary he is, it's useless. Talent will always come first. I think he will fail. A powerhouse shook his head. We'll know when we see. For some reason, Gendosa was curious about Lin Ling. He had a feeling that things would change. After all, with Lin Ling's talent, unless Lady Watermist was a fool, there must be some secret behind this. Bus. The moment Lin Ling stepped out, the Tyrant Song sword jumped up, causing Lin Ling's handsome face to frown slightly. He sensed a powerful great order surging towards him. If he had to explain it, it would be a force like a magnet. Right now, he had several ways to break it, such as distorting space or using the 100 Forbidden Flaming Dragon. However, in the end he chose to use the Celestial Demon Overlord physique. Whoosh. He let go of his hand and let the Tyrant Song sword fly freely. At this moment, the Tyrant Song sword was suddenly attracted by a powerful magnetic force and flew towards the mountain villa like an arrow. That's too bad. He lost his weapon in just 1 step. Those who use the sword are the most arrogant. If he loses his sword, how can he talk about martial arts? The crowd was stunned for a moment, then a large number of laughter rang out. Although they felt that this scene was very normal and that Lin Ling would not succeed, Lin Ling's weapon was snatched in the first step. That was too bad. Lin Ling. Lady Watermist frowned and shouted. She was also very surprised. How could Lin Ling fail in the first step? Isn't this very normal? Lady Watermist said sinisterly. She felt that this scene would happen in the first place. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling's sword was attracted by the great order of magnetism. They did not know that he had let go of his sword himself. After letting go of the sword, Lin Ling took a step and shot towards the Tyrant Song sword. Many people thought that Lin Ling was chasing after the sword. Immediately they shook their heads in ridicule. Could this sword be chased back? However, in the next moment they found that Lin Ling did not chase after the sword. Instead he landed on the Tyrant Song sword at an extremely fast speed. He stepped on the sword and moved forward in an extremely elegant manner. This guy, what is he trying to do? Everyone. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lin Ling stepped on the ancient sword and broke through the air. No one knew what he was trying to do. Chapter 1361. My sword, who can take my sword? If he doesn't take back his sword when he's near the gate, he'll definitely fail. Yes. Zhang Ren said coldly. Although Lin Ling was about to fail, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was much more carefree than them. This made him extremely unhappy. Alright, he's getting closer to the gate. It's time to end his complacency, Zhang Jinhe said indifferently. At this moment, Lin Ling was stepping on the ancient sword and getting closer to the gate. Meanwhile, Lady Watermist and the others were nervous. Lin Ling had to succeed. My sword, who can take it? Yes. On the sword, Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he spoke softly with great confidence. Then he leaped into the air and grabbed the Tyrant Song sword with his right hand. However, the great law of magnetism still existed. Therefore, although the sword was in his hand, it still carried Lin Ling towards the villa. If he didn't slow down, Lin Ling would definitely fail. Swallow the mountains and rivers? Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling roared. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged over, forming a vortex that caused an incomparably huge power to erupt from his body. Descent of the Fiend God. At the same time in the villa, Gendosa's eyes narrowed. He sensed the ancient sovereign aura being released, resisting his great law of magnetism. With such pressure, it could only be said that Lin Ling's talent was ordinary on the surface, but he was hiding another talent that wasn't weaker than the immortal physique. Of course, this was only his guess. The focus of his assessment this time was talent. Therefore, if the great law of magnetism encountered a supreme martial art, its power would be even stronger. Instead, he would have to use his talent to resist it. As long as his talent met the standard, he could easily enter the villa. This Lin Ling is rumored to have 2 demon gods, but the demon gods won't be valued by the 7 emperors. He can enter the villa without using the demon gods, so he does have some capital. Gendosa laughed. He was extremely interested in Lin Ling Bang. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling held the great sword in his hand and forcefully stopped the great law of magnetism. Then he smashed down heavily from the sky. The sword was domineering and majestic as it ruthlessly stabbed into the ground. Rumble. Below the sword, cracks continued to appear, shocking everyone. It was as if the sword had stabbed into their hearts at this moment. Meanwhile, the great rules of magnetism were still pulling on the tyrannical song sword, but it was obviously useless. This was because a hand was calmly holding onto the tyrannical song sword's hilt, and it was as steady as Mount Tai. Who could take the sword? From afar, this scene was extremely visually impactful. The young man wore a long robe and his long hair danced in the wind. He held his sword in one hand and stood there like an ancient god of the heavens and earth. No storm could shake his sword or his person in the slightest. The young man was only 5 meters away from the gate of the villa. This also meant that the great law of magnetism had failed to seize the sword. Not bad. Your powerful physical body was able to resist my great law of magnetism. Lin Ling, come in. At the same time, Gendosa's voice came from the villa, stunning everyone on the spot. The Renhuang disciple had confirmed Lin Ling's recommendation. Good. Lord Watermist was also stunned for a moment. Then he waved his fist excitedly. Lin Ling had passed. He didn't see that his palms were sweaty at this moment. Even though he had fought millions of battles, faced all kinds of storms, and seen the top powerhouses of the 3 mystic realms, he was still nervous today. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's confirmation would lead to a completely different world in the future. He's so powerful. It looked like a crisis, but he faced it calmly. Moreover, he didn't leave his sword at all. Instead, he wanted to use the great rules of magnetism to move forward. This guy didn't even want to take a step forward. He's really lazy. The crowd outside the villa exclaimed in shock. Among the 4 recommendations, Lin Ling's process was undoubtedly the most shocking. Many of them could still remember Lin Ling's calm posture when he stepped on the ancient sword and flew through the air. For recommendations, the process of fighting the sword river was like a carefree sword immortal. Lai Qing was like a fierce swordsman. And Zhang Ren seemed to dominate everything. As for Lin Ling's process, it could only be described in 2 words: overbearing and arrogant. In particular, when that sword fell from the heavens and stabbed into the earth, it was shocking. What a trick! Zhang Ren shouted. He felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Although he and Lin Ling had both passed, everyone knew that Lin Ling's process was even more thrilling and even more dashing. At this moment, Everyone seemed to remember Lin Ling from the Black-White Dao Palace and had forgotten about him. As for Zhang Jianhe, he coldly glared at Lin Ling's mortal body strength. That was nothing more than an unorthodox method. What he didn't know was that the reason Lin Ling was able to enter the villa was not because of his mortal body strength, but because of his divinity demon overlord emperor body. And only Gendosa knew this. Everyone enter the villa. A voice sounded out from the villa once more, allowing everyone to enter. As for those from the Black-White Dao Palace, they still felt as if they were dreaming. Lin Ling had been confirmed just like that. This was far too simple. Of course, although it seemed simple, they knew that if they were in Lin Ling's shoes, they would have already failed. The recommendation spots are not child's play. We have to avoid some people who are just here to make up the numbers. Lord Watermist lightly said as he walked side by side with Lord Mountain Mist. This was what Lord Mountain Mist had said before. He had said that Lin Ling was just here to make up the numbers, and now Lord Watermist wanted to see how he would respond. Humph, recommending the human sovereign isn't that simple. He was just lucky enough to pass. Lord Mountain Mist gloomily said. How could he not know the mockery in Lord Watermist's words? Haha. Lord Watermist didn't say much. He laughed and then stepped into the villa. This caused Lord Mountain Mist to tremble with anger, but there was nothing he could say. Within the villa, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. A massive number of powerhouses came to welcome them. The man in the lead was Gendosa. He looked to be around 30 years old and was as handsome as jade. He wore a loose robe that gave off an extremely elegant feeling. Greetings, seniors. Moreover, Gendosa was a good person. He wasn't arrogant even though he was a disciple of the human sovereign. When he saw Lord Watermist and the others, he still bowed. Brother Yuan, you're too kind. Lord Watermist and the others didn't dare to slight him. He was a disciple of the human sovereign and wasn't someone they could provoke. Haha, since you're all calling me brother, I won't be polite. Everyone follow me. Gendosa said with a smile. He glanced at the 4 recommendation spots and revealed a friendly smile. Moreover, he glanced at Lin Ling and his smile became even wider. That friendly smile made Lin Ling smile back. He knew that this young man's strength was terrifying. He was ranked 3rd on the lower profound list. This meant that among the 3 profound realms of the human world, this young man's strength was ranked at the top of the early Saint Rudiment realm. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jinhe also followed the crowd. They were even more upset. Previously they saw Gendosa, a powerhouse, smile at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. What right did he have? In fact, they still couldn't believe that Lin Ling could enter the villa. They didn't understand the reason. In a garden, everyone sat down one after another. Some people placed pastries and fragrant tea. It was extremely lively. Because of the presence of the human sovereign's disciple, Gendosa, no one dared to be presumptuous. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It seemed that the name of the human sovereign was awe-inspiring. Chapter 1362. Exchanging pointers. Since the list has been decided, why don't we exchange pointers? Sword Venerable Immortal suddenly suggested, causing the entire garden to fall silent. Many people were looking forward to it. As a martial artist, they naturally wanted to test their strength. Now that there was a disciple of the 7 emperors here, if they were lucky, they might be recommended to the human emperor. Alright, since it's like this, I'll also take out some rewards. The winner will receive a reward. Moreover, I'll also exchange pointers. As long as you can block 20 of my moves, I'll reward you with a martial ancestor fruit. Gendosa was also interested, causing the crowd's mood to rise. The martial ancestor fruit was said to be an ancient tree formed from the cultivation of the powerful Wuxia after his death. It only produced 1 fruit every 100 years, condensing the essence of heaven, earth, and martial Tao. This fruit was formed from the cultivation of Wuxia, which was enough to prove its value. Wuxia was an expert on the level of the 7 emperors. Lin Ling, the martial ancestor fruit, is a treasure even rarer than the black and white Dao fruit. Lord Shui Wu said to Lin Ling. She was somewhat excited, hoping that Lin Ling would be able to obtain the natural treasure. Of course, there was no need for her to mention it. Lin Ling already knew how precious the martial ancestor fruit was from Elder Z. The martial ancestor fruit was capable of tempering one's flesh, and would definitely be of great help to his celestial demon overlord body. After everyone agreed, they were divided into 3 groups. 1 black and white Dao Palace. 2 Great Sword Pavilion. 3 geniuses from other places. The rules were simple, exchanging pointers and exchanging pointers. Of course, although it seemed simple, it was related to the martial ancestor fruit and their reputation. No one would hold back. Then I'll go first. I'm ranked 62nd on the yellow list. A young man quickly walked out, raising his fist and smiling. This person was obviously on the transcendental 7th layer list. His strength was not very strong compared to the others. Black and White Dao Palace He. Soon his opponent appeared. It was He. Heaven Grade Saint Physique? Too weak. May I ask if your martial arts have reached the transcendental realm? If not, don't embarrass yourself. The young man smiled disdainfully. Although I haven't, it won't be easy for you to beat me. The two of them quickly intertwined with each other as they unleashed their martial arts. The garden was enveloped by a light barrier to prevent the martial arts from leaking out. The defensive power of this light barrier was extremely strong, even a third-level saint's attack could be blocked. Very soon He was defeated. He only managed to block 20 moves. The Black-White Dao Palace only has these geniuses? The victorious youth couldn't help but say in a smug manner. It was clear that being able to defeat a disciple of the Black-White Dao Palace was a great honor for him. Too arrogant. As for the people of the Black-White Dao Palace, they all cursed in their hearts. They were extremely unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. This person was no ordinary genius, but one of the top figures of the three profound of the human world. His strength was naturally not weak. Both of you have the same innate saint physique. However, in terms of innate saint physique, He is slightly weaker. Therefore he has lost. Gendosa evaluated from time to time. Soon that person left. The Big Sword Pavilion also sent out a female genius. This woman directly challenged Li Lingxian. Obviously they knew each other. This battle was extremely intense. The power of heaven and earth exploded continuously. In the end, Li Lingxian was defeated. Li Lingxian, if you had strengthened your movement technique by just a little bit, you would have won. Gendosa advised. When Li Lingxian faced a swordsman, she should have chosen to fight a battle of attrition rather than a head-on clash. After all, a swordsman's attack power was the strongest. In a head-on clash she would naturally lose. Thank you, Senior Yuan, for your guidance. Li Lingxian was somewhat dispirited. Their Black-White Dao Palace had lost once more. Next, the people who went up were even stronger. Each of them was at the peak of the 7th stage. Then there were people who continued to challenge the Black-White Dao Palace. By now, everyone could see that the Black-White Dao Palace had already lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost again they would lose all face. After all, the Black-White Dao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. How could their reputation be so undeserved? I'll go. A person walked out from the Black-White Dao Palace. It was the He brothers, He Tian. I heard that the He brothers of the Black-White Dao Palace are very formidable. Before, He wasn't much, and now the older brother He Tian is also trash. The youth who had appeared in the garden lightly said, "What? You're saying that our Black-White Dao Palace is trash?" Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace angrily shouted. Gendosa also said, "This time we'll focus on exchanging pointers. Pay attention to your words and actions." Ah, my apologies. I spoke too quickly. Then let's prove everything with our strength. I am Lu Sanshan, ranked 12th on the yellow list. Today, I'll ask for guidance from the geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace. That person was clearly dissatisfied with the Black-White Dao Palace. As you wish. He Tian sneered. The two quickly intertwined and majestic martial arts were released. In the garden, their figures intertwined. Good luck, He Tian. Many people from the Black-White Dao Palace cheered. Although Li Lingxian didn't like He Tian, he was still representing the Black-White Dao Palace, so she also cheered. At most, it'll be a draw. Lin Ling also stared at the center of the garden and laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? How can my brother lose? Lin Ling, you're the one who recommended him. How can you speak for others? He couldn't help but say. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. You lost before and didn't help the Black-White Dao Palace gain any face. Now you don't have the right to speak. Hearing this, He clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Indeed, he was the loser, so he didn't have the right to speak. Lin Ling, is it a draw? Li Lingxian frowned and said. Yes, He Tian's momentum of heaven and earth is a combination of yin and yang. His extreme martial arts are close to the transcendent realm. In terms of martial arts, He Tian is stronger, but his opponent is at the peak of the transcendent realm, half a step into the saint realm. Therefore he made up for the flaw in his martial arts. Of course, if He Tian's cultivation increased by a bit, he could win. Lin Ling had fought so many times in the Purple Mansion realm, so his vision naturally exceeded others. Nonsense, I said that He Tian will definitely win. His extreme martial arts aren't weak. At this time Zhang Ren shouted. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more unhappy he was. Lin Ling just smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, it's a draw. However, after an incense stick's worth of time, Jindosa's voice sounded. He Tian's extreme martial arts are more powerful and can be used to attack and defend. Lu Sanxian's cultivation is higher, so if this continues, it won't end even after 3 days and 3 nights. Let's call it a draw. Lin Ling, Lord Yuan said the same thing as you. Hearing this, Li Lingxian gasped. Jindosa was a mortal emperor's disciple, so he had a lot of experience. Therefore he could estimate the strength of both sides, but Lin Ling could also see it. This was shocking. It's just a coincidence. Zhang Ren's face turned even uglier. He couldn't see the strength of both sides, but Lin Ling's words made it seem like his recommendation was weaker than Lin Ling's. It's a draw, then I'll fight again. Who dares to fight me? Chapter 1363. Challenging Lin Ling, I'll play with you. At this time, a disciple from the Great Sword Pavilion walked out. It's Xiao Sun, the person who lost to my brother in the past. Haha, our Black-White Dao Palace is finally going to win. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the person who walked out. Is that so? Unfortunately, your brother is going to lose. However, Lin Ling once again poured cold water on the Black-White Dao Palace's disciples. Was Lin Ling one of their own? Why was he always speaking up for his opponent? If your brother encountered an ordinary Transcendent 7th-stage expert, he could do it. If he encountered a Transcendent 6th-stage expert, he would still be able to do it. However, if his opponent was a Heaven-grade Saint Physique expert and their strength was similar, he wouldn't be able to do it before his spiritual yuan recovered. Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense. If my brother wins, I want you to kneel down and admit your wrongs. He was furious. Sure, but if your brother loses, you can slap yourself 3 times. Lin Ling replied indifferently, as if the Black-White Dao Palace had nothing to do with him. The result was just as Lin Ling said. In order to win, He Tian fought again and again. However, his opponent was a Heaven-grade Saint Physique expert, not someone like Venerable Si coming from Shenping Province. Thus, it was impossible for him to win consecutively. Thus, after an incense stick's worth of time, He Tian was defeated. Lost, haha, the Black-White Dao Palace didn't win a single match. The crowd roared with laughter. Even the Great Sword Pavilion not far away shook their heads and sneered. This made the Black-White Dao Palace disciples feel extremely embarrassed. He Tian walked back, his face ashen. He didn't have the face to face the Black-White Dao Palace disciples. If you want to win with just a burst of qi, then there are countless experts in the world. Martial artists must know themselves and their enemies. First, they must know themselves. Only then can they know their enemies. Lin Ling said indifferently. He Tian raised his head to look at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with anger. However, since he had lost, he naturally didn't have the qualifications to speak. You're a man of your word. On the other hand, Lin Ling glanced at He. He had no enmity with He, but He plotted against him on the flying boat. This enmity could be considered as payback now. He wanted to let He know that he, Lin Ling, was not someone who could be bullied at will. He was stunned for a moment. He clenched his teeth and slapped himself 3 times. His anger towards Lin Ling grew even stronger. The other disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace were the same. Although Lin Ling had been given a recommendation, he didn't speak on behalf of the Black-White Dao Palace at all. This made them extremely unhappy. However, Lin Ling didn't care about what they thought of him. After all, whether he won or lost, this was a fact. Could it be that just because he had been recommended by the Black-White Dao Palace, he had to speak up for them? Could it be that if he spoke, the Black-White Dao Palace would win? This was obviously impossible. The Black-White Dao Palace no longer has anyone. The only one left is Zhang Ren. No, there's still one more referral spot, Lin Ling. Lin Ling, number 1 on the yellow rankings. But that's for Transcendental 6th-stage cultivators. What can he represent? The crowd began to discuss, but Lady Shui Wu and the others continued to smile and drink their tea. With their seniority, it wasn't appropriate for them to speak up at this moment, so they could only secretly cheer in their hearts. However, of the 3 camps, the Black-White Dao Palace, Great Sword Pavilion, and the various geniuses were the ones who had lost the most face. The Black-White Dao Palace's geniuses have all been defeated. Who will be next, Zhang Ren or Lin Ling? Great Sword Pavilion's Xiao Sun hadn't left yet, instead playing with his nails as he spoke. In truth, he wanted to challenge Lin Ling more because Zhang Ren's cultivation had reached the Saint Realm. It would be difficult for him to win, but Lin Ling was only at the Transcendent 6th stage. Adding on the fact that he had been recommended, if he could defeat him, that would be fun. The surrounding people were looking forward to this even more. In fact, even now, many people still felt that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be recommended. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the other party's challenge because none of them could enter his eyes. However, when he glanced over at Lady Shui Wu in the distance and saw her burning gaze, he finally stood up. No matter what, this recommendation was given to him by Lady Shui Wu, so he had to return this favor. You just finished challenging He Tian and your spirit qi hasn't recovered yet, so you should rest first. Staring at Xiao Sun, Lin Ling said indifferently. What? As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, the crowd went into an uproar. You're only at the transcendent 6th stage. Even if Xiao Sun's spirit qi has been exhausted, he's still stronger than you. You're first on the yellow list, but you're facing a genius from another list. I think he doesn't dare to go up so he doesn't lose his recommendation. He's just looking for an excuse, a coward. Voices rang out one after another. Many people were extremely displeased, thinking that Lin Ling was being too arrogant. Come up, since Senior Yuan has already confirmed your recommendation, it's no big deal even if you lose. Xiao Sun waved the sword in his hand. The more Lin Ling refused, the more he wanted Lin Ling to go up. His words made the Great Sword Pavilion's disciples cheer. Since that's the case, I'll go up. I'll only use one hand and I'll only attack and not defend, otherwise it'll be an unfair victory. Under the crowd's cheers, Lin Ling finally walked out. He felt that with his strength, he had won too easily against a transcendent 7th stage expert. It was a little unfair, so he let his opponent win. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't want to win with an unfair advantage, so he let his opponent win. However, in the eyes of others, this was arrogance. You can't see yourself clearly. The crowd's hearts exploded again as they spoke in disdain. Letting his opponent win with one hand and not defending, an Earth-grade talent was qualified to say this? Moreover, that person was only at the transcendent 6th stage. Humph, you're asking to be humiliated. Humph. Inside Greatsword Pavilion, Zhang Jinhe shook his head disdainfully. Although Xiao Sun wasn't as strong as him, there were few transcendents who could match him. Did Lin Ling have the qualifications to act so arrogantly? Lu Sanshan will lose. Lai Qing coldly replied. I don't see how he can win. Zhang Jinhe's heart was boiling with anger. Lai Qing had never spoken to him before, but this time she had actually spoken up for Lin Ling. This made him feel like his heart was being suppressed. From all angles, Lin Ling couldn't compare to him at all. At this moment, in the center of the garden, Lin Ling had arrived, one hand behind his back, his expression calm. You're crazy. Humph. Xiao Sun looked Lin Ling up and down, not knowing what to say, so he could only say this. So shall we begin? Humph. Lin Ling obviously didn't want to say anything. Good, extreme pattern grand momentum, sword of 3 mountains. Yes. Xiao Sun wanted to defeat Lin Ling immediately and let Lin Ling know how insignificant he was, so he didn't hold back at all. As soon as the sword of 3 mountains appeared, the grand momentum of heaven and earth erupted, and endless green mountains rushed towards Lin Ling, filling the air with an ancient and vicissitude aura. This sword strike hadn't reached the transcendent realm of extreme pattern martial arts, but it was half a step in. World of Flames. Yes. Lin Ling stretched out one hand and casually waved it, causing destructive flames to erupt. Flame birds and flame beasts rushed out from his palm, causing the entire garden to quiet down. Extreme pattern martial arts at the transcendent realm, and he has 7 spiritual sources. Jindosa's eyes revealed a smile. He knew who had won. Chapter 1364. Giant Spirit God Transformation, you lost. Stop. Lin Ling did not intend to humiliate his opponent, so he withdrew his flame. Everyone looked at Lu Sanshan again. At this moment, his clothes were burnt and tattered, making him look like a beggar. One move, using only one hand, only attacking and not defending. Lin Ling did what he said. Many people narrowed their eyes. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. The disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace were also silent. They did not feel good in their hearts. Their Black-White Dao Palace's first victory came from Lin Ling, very powerful. Not only are you a variant martial artist, you also have a transcendent level martial art. Then let me fight you. Stop. At this moment, another person walked out of the garden. This person was tall and sturdy like a door god. His skin had a dark golden glow, giving people a strong visual impact. I'm afraid you are not my opponent. Stop. Lin Ling stared at his opponent and said lightly. His words stunned everyone. A new opponent had appeared and he was obviously stronger than Xiao Sun. However, before the battle, Lin Ling was already so arrogant? Ignorant. My name is Yi Fan and I am third on the yellow list. Moreover, I also have a transcendent level martial art. That person laughed disdainfully, causing many people's pupils to constrict. Third on the yellow list and Lin Ling was first, but they were not on the same list. Most importantly, Lin Ling's powerful means came from a transcendent level martial art. However, Lin Ling also had a transcendent level martial art, so what qualifications did Lin Ling have to be arrogant? No wonder that person said Lin Ling was ignorant. Looking at it now, Lin Ling was indeed ignorant. Worthy of being third on the yellow list, you are indeed powerful. Stop. Lin Ling helplessly nodded. There were many people in Xianxia Mountain Villa that he was afraid of, but Yi Fan was not one of them. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Yi Fan smiled and said proudly, "Now you know how powerful I am?" Yes. Yes, I do. Therefore I'll still use only one hand, one move and only attack. Lin Ling said again. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling already knew how powerful he was, but he still gave in. This arrogance knows no bounds. Even the Celestial Slayer Sword Master felt that this Lin Ling was a little arrogant. Although Lin Ling was one of the recommended candidates and his strength was indeed not bad, his opponent's strength was not much weaker than his. Yet, Lin Ling did not treat his opponent seriously. Instead, he continued to block his opponent with one hand. This was not arrogance, then what was? This Lin Ling is really arrogant. He has an extreme martial art, but so does his opponent. He should be a little more humble. If he is too arrogant, he will only bring disgrace upon himself, said the Immortal Slaying Sword Venerable. Some things will be known after the battle. Lady Xuewu was confident in Lin Ling. Lin Ling should be able to fight against a transcendent 7th layer expert. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Hong Tianting before. Although Hong Tianting was a transcendent 6th layer expert, Hong Tianting's talent was much more terrifying than these people. Gigantic divine change. At this moment in the center of the garden, Yi Fan shouted. His whole body was covered in dazzling golden light. An ancient heavenly silkworm appeared behind him. Strands of golden silk shrouded the surroundings, forming a preliminary law. Half a step into the heavenly martial art. Many people gasped. No wonder he was ranked third on the yellow board. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was constantly evaluating his opponent's strength. Soon after, he shook his head. He was not arrogant, but he felt that his opponent was not as good as him. Moreover, he could defeat him in one move. Thinking about this, he was also surprised. Unknowingly, in the 2 yellow boards of the martial pavilion, there were not many opponents for him. Without any intention to delay, Lin Ling took a step forward. With his right hand behind his back, an incomparably tyrannical power erupted, causing him to shoot towards his opponent like a cannonball. He did not use the extreme martial art? Staring at Lin Ling's action, the crowd was surprised. They thought that Lin Ling would also use his extreme martial art. Who would have thought that Lin Ling was planning to engage in close combat? I said that you are ignorant. Don't you understand? Sensing Lin Ling's attack, Yi Fan laughed in disdain. Within a 10-meter radius around him, the golden light became even more dazzling. It was like a silk thread that sealed off everything. This was his extreme martial art, Heavenly Silkworm Golden Bind. It was like a cocoon that protected him. It could be used to attack and defend. Moreover, one should never underestimate the Golden Bind. It could cut a person's head with ease. Cha-cha. As expected, when Lin Ling approached Yi Fan, a mysterious power enveloped Lin Ling's body. Many people could see that Lin Ling was like a bug trapped in a spider's web. His momentum was deeply suppressed. If one were to look carefully, they would realize that strands of golden silk threads had already bound Lin Ling. In other words, Lin Ling had lost. Too reckless. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling, why didn't he use his fire martial art? Why did he choose to engage in close combat? He was simply courting death. Moreover, he was defeated so quickly. Lin Ling still had the nerve to say that his opponent was not his opponent? This is the recommendation? Yi Fan placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he had defeated the recommendation. Moreover, he continued, the yellow board is divided into 2 boards, Transcendent Stage 6 and Transcendent Stage 7. You are only ranked first in the Transcendent Stage 6. You must remember that there is always someone better than you. He actually gave Lin Ling pointers as a senior. With this pointers, the Black-White Dao Palace instantly felt embarrassed. They had a recommendation, but they actually needed an outsider to give them pointers? Thank you. I also want to remind you that there is always someone better than you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's body was bound by golden threads. He raised his head and smiled. You can still speak? Yi Fan was a little surprised. I said that I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me. Lin Ling did not answer his question. The power in his body became even more majestic. The aura of the ancient sovereign god erupted. The crowd could see that a huge sovereign god had appeared behind Lin Ling, looking down at the world and laughing proudly at the heavens. Rumble. With a step, all the golden threads were broken. Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Fan. A majestic punch was thrown out. Just one move, just one punch. Only attack and no defense. Everyone heard this sentence, and even Yi Fan heard it. His eyes narrowed. One had to know that his heavenly silkworm golden chains had a preliminary grasp of the great principles. It was extremely easy to bind a transcendent, but Lin Ling was able to break free? Heavenly silkworm golden armor. With a roar, Yi Fan's body became even more dazzling. A suit of armor appeared, turning him into a cocoon that resisted Lin Ling's punch. However, no matter how hard the armor was, it could not stop Lin Ling's 6 universes force. Unstoppable. Boom. Like a meteor shower, the punch landed on Yi Fan, causing the earth to shake. The world energy turned into smoke and dust that rolled out. Time seemed to stop. Many people saw that Lin Ling was still in his punching posture, and in front of him was a golden cocoon. Lin Ling's fist seemed to have hit an ancient mountain. Ka. At this moment, cracks appeared on the golden cocoon and spread out layer by layer. It shattered with the wind, revealing Yi Fan's figure. His face was pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His figure was sent flying and crashed to the ground, coughing up golden blood again. Impressive, such terrifying strength. Raising his head, Yi Fan was shocked and then fainted completely. Chapter 1365. Referral quota to fight. Your physical strength, offense and defense have all reached the peak of the transcendent realm. You're almost invincible. Looks like the other first place on the yellow list will be yours. Lin Ling, you've won again. Praise. At the same time, Yuan Daosher's voice was filled with praise. His eyes were serious. He had seen the image of the ancient god Empyrean again, and it reminded him of the power Lin Ling had displayed when they entered the villa. Could this be Lin Ling's hidden talent? He wondered what level of immortal physique this talent was. The garden continued to be silent. Lin Ling had won once again. Now the recommendation spot seemed to be well deserved. Physical strength? I wonder how it compares to my sword origin. Lin Ling, you and I are both recommended. How about this battle? I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand and 1 move. Only attack and no defense. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was Jianghu. Obviously, he didn't want to see Lin Ling's arrogance. Although Lin Ling had only defeated a Transcendent 7th stage expert and he could easily do so, Lin Ling was a Transcendent 6th stage expert. In other words, Jianghu was only a first-layer saint. He might not be able to defeat a second-layer saint. Jianghu, Lin Ling has won 2 consecutive battles. Moreover, you're a first-layer saint. Don't you feel embarrassed? Yes. At this moment, Yuan Daosher's voice drifted over, causing Jianghu to be startled. He sat back down unhappily and many people also laughed. Jianghu wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but it seemed that his excuse wasn't very good. Lin Ling also walked back. In the black and white Dao Palace, everyone looked at Lin Ling in silence. No matter what, Lin Ling represented the black and white Dao Palace and won 2 consecutive battles. He had greatly raised the prestige of the black and white Dao Palace. You're only a Transcendent 7th stage opponent. There's nothing to be proud of. However, you've already shone brightly. Next, it's my turn to shine. As for my martial dais, you don't have the qualifications to shine. Zhang Ren snorted coldly and said unhappily. That's right, next is the Saint Realm's martial platform. Lin Ling, you watch from the sidelines. The He brothers also said unwillingly. What they meant was that Lin Ling could only act arrogantly in front of the Transcendent Realm. Now that it was the Saint Realm battlefield, Lin Ling could only stand aside. Stop nagging. Lin Ling said without even looking at them. His gaze was fixed on the garden. At the center of the garden, a new battle had begun. Indeed, the next battle was the martial stage of a first-layer saint. Some of these people had heaven-class saint physiques, while others had yellow-class first-grade immortal physiques. Once the immortal physique appeared, it suppressed everything. The exchange of pointers also became more and more intense. The He brothers occasionally glanced at Lin Ling with a proud grin as if they were trying to say, Lin Ling, what you did before was just child's play. This is the real battle between the peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to stare at the center of the garden. His eye of time continued to bloom, observing the various martial arts. In the great sword pavilion, Jianghu couldn't hold back anymore. He strode to the center of the garden and said indifferently, "Trash, trash, enough is enough. Next Jianghu will fight. Any opponent is welcome." Long, long. A majestic sword chi bloomed and floated around him. Along with his gaze he looked down on all the geniuses. Everyone fell silent. Jianghu, one of the 4 recommendations, had finally entered the stage. "Let me test your strength." Someone walked out. This person was an expert on the Xian ranking, a first-layer saint with an immortal physique. "You? Too weak next." Jianghu laughed disdainfully. This was his martial platform in front of Lord Yuan, he had to perform well. "Don't be too arrogant. If it was Lai Qing I would be a little wary, but your sword is not as sharp as Lai Qing's." The newcomer was also very confident. "Then let's try." The two quickly clashed. The real great law appeared. One side was the great law of sword chi, the other side was the great law of winter rain. The intense collision caused the protective light barrier to sway, making many people gasp. After a while, Jianghu won easily. So powerful. Li Lingxian looked at the scene in shock. As expected of a recommendation, his strength was something she could only look up to in her lifetime. His sword chi is very domineering and it can detect any attack from the opponent. With sword chi, it is as if he can control 10,000 swords. In addition, his immortal physique is like a river that can continuously provide spiritual energy. Therefore, from a certain point of view he can't lose. Lin Ling said indifferently. Jianghu's immortal physique and heavenly rune martial arts were very sharp. However, Lin Ling sensed that Jianghu's heavenly rune martial arts had not reached the small success stage. Next. Even so, Jianghu still smiled proudly and won consecutively. Finally, he looked at Gendosa and asked, "Master Yuan, am I qualified to challenge you?" "Ah, not bad. However, you have been fighting continuously, and your Dantian Saint Si has been exhausted. Take a rest." Gendosa nodded with a smile. Jianghu smiled excitedly. He was the first person to challenge Gendosa, and if he won he would be able to obtain the martial ancestor fruit. Then Jianghu left proudly like a victorious swordsman. Zhang Ren followed closely behind. He had been suppressing himself for a long time and now he finally had a chance to show off. He couldn't let Jianghu take all the glory. He also wanted the martial ancestor fruit. "Same for me. Anyone can come up. Of course, transcendents don't need to come. I'm not as useless as a certain someone. As a recommendation, I will naturally challenge Saint Realm Masters." Zhang Ren shouted like an emperor. His heart of eternity throbbed with every word, causing many people's hearts to beat with it. "That's too much. He's talking about you. You won glory for the Black-White Dao Palace." Li Lingxian said with dissatisfaction. She knew that Lin Ling was only willing to go up because of Lady Shui Wu. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, "He can only be qualified to say that if he can win until the end. It's too early to say that now." Li Lingxian's eyes narrowed. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed to be very confident. However, the next battle on the martial platform seemed to have nothing to do with Lin Ling. After all, only Saint Realm Masters would fight on the martial platform. "I'll test your strength and see if you're qualified to be a recommendation. I've been waiting for you." At this time, a Saint Realm genius stepped onto the stage. He was also very powerful. Although he did not enter the lower profound ranking, he was still a master who had won consecutive victories. Heart of Eternity. Zhang Ren attacked with his strongest attack. The Heart of Immortals appeared and hung in the sky like a blazing sun, causing thousands of creatures to jump along with his Heart of Eternity. Peng Peng Peng. Chapter 1366. Challenging Gendosa, the Heart of Eternity has affected his entire state. As expected of the mysterious immortal physique, Lin Ling could see that Zhang Ren's mysterious method was to weaken his opponent's strength by more than half. This meant that with the appearance of the Heart of Eternity, even if his opponent was a saint, he could only display the strength of a transcendent. Zhang Ren, on the other hand, was unaffected and easily won. To get out of this situation, one had to have a stronger immortal physique. 2. A higher cultivation than Zhang Ren. 3. A higher realm of heavenly rune martial arts. Soon after, the next opponent appeared. It was a genius from the Great Sword Pavilion. He used the wind cloud sword steps from the start and ran around the garden, leaving behind a large number of afterimages. His speed was faster than crossing the void. "Zhang Ren, your great law is very powerful, but it seems that you need to envelop your opponent to display it. As long as I don't enter your great law, I'll be fine. His opponent seemed to have seen through Zhang Ren's weakness. Is that so? Zhang Ren smiled indifferently. The heart of eternity behind him suddenly jumped violently, forming a mysterious great law. His body flickered, and with every beat he teleported out. The Great Sword Pavilion's genius's face changed drastically. He couldn't see through Zhang Ren's great law at all. It was too mysterious. You lost. In the next moment, a palm was placed on the genius's shoulder, and a tyrannical great law suppressed him. The genius couldn't help but kneel down, his face covered in cold sweat. Zhang Ren was standing behind him with his hand still on his shoulder, forcing him to kneel down and admit defeat. He was as domineering as a great emperor. He's invincible. Who in the first layer of the Saint Realm can be his opponent? The crowd was shocked again. Zhang Ren's great law was too mysterious. His immortal physique was definitely of the third-grade yellow rank. Only then could he have the advantage in a clash of great law. After that, no one dared to challenge Zhang Ren. The strength of the referral was obvious to all. Your immortal physique has its advantages and disadvantages. It's very extreme, but as long as it can't be broken, you're invincible. Zhang Ren, you should rest for a while and fight again later. Gendosa nodded in appreciation. Now 2 referrals were qualified to challenge him. It's time for the next recommendation. At this moment, the crowd was looking at Lai Qing with even more anticipation. Previously, the 2 people who had been recommended had already shone brightly. Then Lai Qing should be even stronger. Lai Qing didn't say much. She held her sword and walked out step by step. She looked like a young girl, but because of her coldness and killing intent, she had a different kind of charm that attracted the longing gazes of many young men. Junior sister Lai Qing, let me spar with you. Someone walked out with a smile, looking refined and refined. His strength was not weak, barely ranked 99th on the Shen ranking. He had a second-grade yellow rank immortal body and a heavenly pattern martial art. Tower of Rage. Lai Qing did not say anything. She pulled out her sword and slashed. Evil Qi formed a terrifying sword slash and instantly beheaded that person. Boom. The crowd was in an uproar. A powerful genius on the Shen ranking was killed by a single sword strike. This. Gendosa shook his head. His Xianxia mountain villa did not allow killing, but Lai Qing killed her opponent with a single sword strike. Her killing intent was too strong. On the path of martial arts, sometimes it's difficult to control one's strength. Not to mention Lai Qing cultivates evil qi. She won't hold back. Her sword will take a life. Zhu Xian's sword venerable explained. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not dare to spar with Lai Qing because that would be risking their lives. Seeing that no one wanted to challenge her, Lai Qing pointed her sword at Gendosa. Gendosa smiled faintly and said, "You should rest for a while." Rest? Now, it was obvious that the competition had reached the climax. The 3 people who had been recommended were challenging the disciples of the human emperor. This also meant that in today's gathering of the geniuses in Chen Hall, only the 3 people who had been recommended were qualified to challenge them. At this moment, the crowd seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling had been recommended. Perhaps they subconsciously thought that Lin Ling was not even a Saint Realm expert, so there was no need for him to challenge them. I'll go first. Go. Zhang Ren took the lead. The entire garden was in an uproar at this moment. Countless cheers sounded like the waves of the sea. Everyone looked at Gendosa, waiting for this human emperor's disciple to show his strength. Many people wanted to see how powerful the human emperor's disciple was. Good. Good. Gendosa stood up and a tyrannical aura rippled out. It was as if he was the law just by standing there. His eyes also became indifferent. Although he was an easygoing person, he would naturally treat the battle seriously, giving people a strong sense of pressure. I'm 3rd on the lower Shen ranking, a 3rd heaven saint. I have a 4th-grade yellow class immortal body, the magnetite celestial body. This kind of immortal body has an overwhelming advantage against immortal bodies that are weaker than mine. Next, you have to block 20 of my moves. Good. Gendosa walked out step by step. His long hair fluttered in the wind as an ancient black mountain appeared behind him. It was majestic. 20 moves? Easy. Yes. Zhang Ren's fighting spirit was high. He knew that he couldn't win against his opponent. After all, other than his identity as a human emperor's disciple, he was also 3rd on the lower Shen ranking. These weren't things he could challenge. However, he was confident that he could block 20 moves. Moreover, I will suppress my strength to be exactly the same as you. Yes. Gendosa said again, causing many people's eyes to narrow. With this, Zhang Ren's chances were even greater. Senior brother Zhang, you can do it. The disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace cheered excitedly, as if Zhang Ren had already won. Do you see? This is the recommendation quota. Yes. The He brothers had always worshipped Zhang Ren. At this moment they were happier than anyone else. Their words were obviously directed at Lin Ling. What they meant was that this was the stage for the recommendation quota. Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to step on it. Two dogs barking non-stop. Is Zhang Ren your father? So excited. Humph. Lin Ling acted as if he hadn't heard them. He then looked at the two in the garden and said indifferently, I'm afraid Zhang Ren's immortal body is useless against Gendosa. Nonsense. Didn't you see it before? Senior brother Zhang Ren's immortal body dominated everything. The He brothers angrily shouted. This Lin Ling was always helping outsiders. This was too excessive. You two are so noisy. What do our words have to do with you? Humph. Li Lingxian couldn't help but reprimand the two. She then looked at Lin Ling and asked, Why? Why? Of course, a higher-level immortal body is only one of the advantages. If Zhang Ren's heavenly mark martial arts were a bit more powerful, he would still have a chance to display the strength of his immortal body. Unfortunately, his heavenly mark martial arts haven't even reached the small success stage. Lin Ling said indifferently. From Zhang Ren's previous battle, he had seen some things. What the hell do you know about heavenly mark martial arts? You're only at the transcendent realm. You won't be able to touch that realm in your lifetime. The He brothers angrily shouted again. I don't know.